I brought a strange girl home, and her mother lost control of her emotions and tried to identify her as her own. I stared at the burly man. A cold light flashed in my eyes, and I knew in my heart that he just wanted to extort money. His mouth was trembling as he told his entire plan, saying that he had set his sights on the convenience store and thought Zhao Wanwan was young and easy to bully, so he wanted to extort money from her. After hearing this, I was so angry that the blood rushed to my head, and I kicked him directly in the stomach. The scream was piercing, and he curled up like a boiled shrimp and rolled on the ground. Zhao Wanwan's eyes were filled with fear as she gently tugged at the corner of my clothes, as if begging me to stop. She couldn't bear it, but the fire in my chest couldn't be suppressed. Taking a deep breath, I looked down at the man on the ground and said in a voice as cold as a knife, "You're lucky. If you dare to scam me again, I'll break your legs next time." I turned around and pulled Zhao Wanwan out of the convenience store, appearing calm but secretly shocked. The force of that kick was far beyond my imagination. Yesterday, when I asked the system, I tentatively added a physical point. 50 points in exchange for unprecedented strength. I didn't feel anything at first, but the moment I struck, I realized something was different about my body. Strength surged, as if fire were burning in my muscles. I couldn't help but wonder if my physical strength reached 100, how much stronger would I be? This thought made my heart surge. Zhao Wanwan was silent, obviously frightened by the scene just now. She didn't dare to say another word and just let me lead her forward. She suddenly spoke in a low voice, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. I stopped and sighed. "Don't say it, I know what you're asking." She was stunned, lowered her head, and didn't ask any more questions. The air was frozen, and there was silence all the way. Finally, she couldn't help herself and asked in a trembling voice, "How did you just do that?" I smiled, suppressed the secret in my heart, and casually made up an excuse. "I practiced boxing for a few days." She stared at me suspiciously, her face full of disbelief. "How many days can you beat someone up?" I shrugged, raising the corner of my mouth. "If you don't believe me, you can try it." She immediately rolled her eyes at me and said angrily, "I don't want to. I'm not a violent person." I smiled but said nothing, wondering how long this explanation could fool people. When the taxi stopped in front of us, I opened the door and motioned her to get in first. She looked at me puzzledly. "Where are we going?" I kept it a secret, a hint of a smile on my face. "To a place you'd never expect." As the car pulled into the villa complex, the doubt in her eyes deepened. Luxurious European-style villas came into view, and she had no idea why I had brought her here. After getting off the car, I pushed open the door and took her in. The interior decoration was low-key, yet luxurious, and every corner exuded an atmosphere that could not be ignored. In the restaurant, my mother was sitting at the dining table, dining elegantly. I walked over and shouted with a smile, "Mom, I'm back." Zhao Wanwan was obviously stunned, as if she didn't expect me to bring her to meet my parents. The mother's gentle voice just sounded, but stopped abruptly when she saw Zhao Wanwan. Her eyes were fixed on Zhao Wanwan. The spoon in her hand stopped in midair, and her face was full of shock. I could only speak for her. "Mom, this is my friend, Zhao Wanwan." Zhao Wanwan quickly smiled sweetly and bowed politely. "Hello, Annie, my name is Zhao Wanwan. You could just call me Wanwan." But her mother seemed not to hear her. She stared at her with her eyes fixed on her, her whole body frozen. I called out softly, "Mom," and the spoon fell to the ground with a crisp sound. She stood up suddenly, pointed at Zhao Wanwan, and said in a trembling voice, "What's your name?" Zhao Wanwan trembled with fear and answered timidly, My name is Zhao Wanwan." The mother murmured her name, as if lost in some memory. I sighed inwardly. This reaction mirrored my initial shock. The next second, the mother's emotions completely lost control, and she suddenly grabbed Zhao Wanwan's hand with terrifying force. She bombarded me with questions, including date of birth, place of birth, and even birthmark. I could clearly feel that her eyes were filled with anticipation and fear, and she was unwilling to let go, as if she was grabbing a life-saving straw. Zhao Wanwan was completely stunned. Her eyes were filled with panic, and she obviously couldn't understand why her mother was so excited. I quickly comforted her and patted her shoulder. "Mom, calm down, Wanwanshi Dash. Don't talk." The mother interrupted harshly, her entire attention fixed on Zhao Wanwan. Her voice was trembling but filled with urgency. "Child, tell me, do you have a birthmark on your body? Is there a plum blossom-shaped red mark on your waist?" Zhao Wanwan felt uneasy under her burning gaze and subconsciously wanted to pull her hand back, but found that her mother held it even tighter. He looked at me with helpless eyes, as if asking for help. My heart tightened, and I signaled to her with my eyes not to be afraid. Then I looked at my mother and said in a low but firm voice, "Mom, please let Wanwan go first. If you have anything to say, please talk slowly, okay?" The mother finally realized her mistake and let go of Zhao Wanwan with trembling fingers. I spoke softly to comfort her. "Wanwan, don't be afraid. My mom doesn't mean any harm. She just hasn't seen you in a long time, so she's very emotional." Zhao Wanwan was even more confused. She asked in a trembling voice, "See me? Auntie, have we met before?" The mother's lips trembled, and she wanted to say something, but she held it back and just sighed deeply. I looked at her, knowing that sooner or later I would have to uncover this matter. So I slowly spoke. "Wanwan, my mother. Her name is Zhou Hongxia." Zhao Wanwan repeated the name as if struck by lightning and froze in place. She suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with shock. "Your mother's name is Zhou Hongxia?" I nodded, with a complicated ripple in my heart. Zhao Wanwan's voice trembled. She grabbed my hand and almost cried with excitement. "My mother's last name is also Zhou. She said she has an older sister named Zhou Hongxia." These words hit the mother's heart like a hammer. She suddenly grabbed Zhao Wanwan and asked anxiously, "Did your mother really say that? Does she really have a sister?" Zhao Wanwan's eyes welled up with tears as she nodded continuously. "My mother often mentioned you, saying that you were beautiful and capable when you were young. She has always wanted to meet you." The mother couldn't hold back any longer and instantly burst into tears. She hugged Zhao Wanwan into her arms, her voice trembling. "My child." More than 20 years of guilt and longing completely broke out at this moment. She hugged Zhao Wanwan and cried heart-wrenchingly. Zhao Wanwan was also in tears. She had never expected that the lost aunt her mother had mentioned would appear in her life in this way. From childhood to adulthood, they have depended on each other as mother and daughter, and have suffered from cold eyes. Now that she can find a real relative, the lonely crack in her heart has finally been healed. I watched this scene quietly, with an indescribable feeling in my heart. I could only step aside, silently, and leave space for them. It was unknown how long it took before the mother let go of Zhao Wanwan and held her hands tightly with both hands, as if to fill the gap of 20 years. Her eyes were gentle and full of pity, and she murmured, exactly like your mother when she was young. She wiped away her tears, but couldn't wait to ask, "How is your mother now? Is she doing well? Where is she?" Hearing this, tears welled up in Zhao Wanwan's eyes again, and her voice trembled. "My mother, she is in the hospital." The mother's face suddenly changed, and her body was shaking with nervousness. "Hospital? What's wrong? Is he seriously ill?" Zhao Wanwan sniffed and forced a smile. "Aunt, don't worry. She's much better now, thanks to—" She stopped here and looked at me subconsciously. My mother keenly caught the look in my eyes at that moment and immediately turned to look at me and asked, "Xiaofei, what's going on? What happened to Wanwan's mom?" Before I could say anything, Zhao Wanwan quickly interrupted me. "Aunt, it's really nothing. It's just an old problem. It will be fine after some rest." My mother was still suspicious, her eyes darting back and forth between us, as if she sensed something was being concealed. Finally, she sighed, held Zhao Wanwan's hand, and said earnestly, "We are a family, and we can't hide any difficulties from Annie." Zhao Wanwan nodded, her eyes slightly red, but her heart filled with guilt. She didn't want to reveal the heavy truth when they just met again. I could only take over the conversation and comfort her softly. "Mom, Wanwan is right. Her aunt just has an old illness. It's not serious. I'm here with you." The mother was finally relieved. She stroked Zhao Wanwan's hand, her eyes full of pity. "Wanwan, you have suffered too much. No matter what happens in the future, tell your aunt. Don't bear it alone." Zhao Wanwan's tears fell as she nodded heavily, but her heart was filled with even greater sorrow. She would rather conceal the truth than let this belated family affection be crushed by the burden. I knew very well that her mother's illness was not a problem in my eyes, but it was a disaster for them. In this brief moment of warmth, her mother suddenly grabbed Zhao Wanwan and said anxiously, "Let's go to the hospital. I want to see your mother right away." I originally planned to arrange for them to meet after my aunt's condition improved, but I ignored the urgency of blood being thicker than water. "Mom, it's not too late to go tomorrow." I tried to persuade her. But the mother's eyes were firm. No, how can I feel at ease when your aunt is sick? Go now. Her tone was blaming, as if I had made a huge mistake by stopping her. I couldn't persuade her, so I nodded and agreed, and drove them straight to the hospital. Along the way, the carriage was filled with an indescribable atmosphere. From time to time, the mother glanced at Zhao Wanwan out of the corner of her eye, her lips moving a few times, but she held back. Zhao Wanwan lowered her head, twisting the corners of her clothes with her fingers, looking flustered. Finally, the mother spoke, her voice tentative. Wanwan, you are still so young. Why are you getting married? Zhao Wanwan's body trembled noticeably, and she forced a smile. And I? The mother's eyes suddenly turned cold, her voice filled with heartache and anger. Is he treating you badly? Tell Andy, no matter how capable he is, he can't bully you. Zhao Wanwan felt a warm feeling in her heart as she listened to her mother's words, but she couldn't help but feel bitter. She must have thought of Lu Ting, that hypocritical face, which made her shudder. She shook her head, suppressed the pain in her heart, and whispered, No, Aunt, he is very good to me, but I don't want to talk about him. Her mother could see through her concealment, but she didn't ask any further questions. She held Zhao Wanwan's hand tightly and said firmly, Remember, you still have your aunt and cousin. No matter what happens, we are on your side. Zhao Wanwan's eyes instantly welled up as she listened. She had been raised alone by her mother since she was a child, and now, for the first time, she felt the true love of family. Her nose felt sore, and tears were about to well up. I stepped on the accelerator, and the car stopped at the entrance of Rinqing Hospital. When I pushed my mother into the ward, I saw Zhou Mei lying on the bed, looking at me curiously. When her eyes fell on her mother, she froze. Time had aged them both, but at that glance, she recognized her sister. Sister, sister! Zhou Mei's voice trembled and tears welled up in her eyes. She tried desperately to get out of bed, but Zhao Wanwan hurriedly supported her. Mom, be careful. Zhao Wanwan's voice was anxious, fearing that she would get hurt again. I quickly pushed my mother to the bedside. She reached out her trembling hands and gently stroked Zhou Mei's face. Tears couldn't help falling. It's me, Xiao Mei. It really is me. Zhou Mei choked up and tightly grasped her mother's hand. Sister, where have you been all these years? They hugged each other and cried heartbreakingly. More than 20 years of estrangement and longing collapsed in this moment. Zhao Wanwan and I stood aside, watching this reunion with mixed emotions in our hearts. After crying, Zhou Mei slowly calmed down and talked about her experiences over the years. Her voice was hoarse, but she still wanted to talk about the bitterness one by one. Dahai was really nice and considerate to me at the beginning, she said with a sarcastic smile on her lips. But when Wanwan was born, everything changed. He became a completely different person, losing his temper all the time. The mother's brows were furrowed, and there was a hint of disgust in her eyes. She whispered, Xiao Mei, why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhou Mei's tears welled up, and her voice became even lower. I dare not say it. The mother trembled with heartache and couldn't help asking, We are sisters. How can I bear to see you suffer? Zhou Mei lowered her head, tears falling. At that time, I insisted on being with him, and my family was against it. I was afraid that you would say I deserved it. When her mother heard this, she finally understood her concerns. She hugged her sister tightly and cried, Silly girl, how could you think like that? Even if you were wrong, you are still my sister. Zhou Mei's eyes were red as she shook her head and sighed. Sister, you've helped me enough. When Wanwan was just born, didn't you send her photo? Her mother patted the back of her hand, her eyes filled with desolation. That's when I noticed a birthmark on Wanwan's leg. It's exactly the same as the one you had when you were a child. So cute. Her eyes were dim, but her voice was filled with the pride of the past. The Chun family was at its peak back then, and as Madame Chun, I was always flattered. But the one I was most worried about was you. Zhou Mei couldn't hold back any longer, tears streaming down her face. It's all my fault. I insisted on being with that bastard. She choked up as she continued to reveal the truth. He gambled away all the money you gave him, and he's still in debt. He forced me to keep asking you for money, and I had no choice but to. The mother's eyes turned cold, and her voice was filled with blame and heartache. So you are so cruel that you don't contact me anymore? Have you ever thought about Wanwan? Zhou Mei burst into tears. Sister, I know I was wrong. At that time, I didn't dare to look back. Her voice choked with sobs as she detailed the truth about her marriage. Zhao Dahai was lazy and addicted to gambling, having lost all their savings and even dragging her along to avoid debt. The money his mother sent became a lifeline, but it also became poison, causing him to sink deeper and deeper into trouble. At the end, Zhou eyes were filled with despair, and she whispered the most heartbreaking experience. When I was seriously ill, he took away all the money in the family, abandoned me and Wan, and disappeared without a trace. The mother's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she could hardly believe it. How could he do this? You are his wife, and Wan is his daughter. Zhou smiled bitterly, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepened a little, as if the years had crushed her in an instant. Her mother was so distressed that tears fell down, and she held her hand tightly. Xiaomei, it's all over. You can rest assured and recuperate from now on. I will take care of everything. The sisters snuggled together, telling each other about the sorrows and pains of the past 20 years, while Zhao Wanwan and I stood aside, silent, with unspeakable emotions surging in our hearts. I listened quietly to what my mother and aunt had to say. They poured out all the pain in their hearts, as if all the grievances they had suffered over the years had to be poured out at this moment. I didn't interrupt, just stood by silently. I understood their pain, but it wasn't my place to interrupt them. While they were chatting, I pulled Zhao Wanwan aside. Looking at her, I casually asked, Wanwan, what are your plans for the future? She was stunned, not expecting me to ask such a question. In panic, she lowered her head, twisting the corner of her clothes with her fingers. She thought I despised her and was afraid that she and her mother would be a burden to me. Finally, she raised her head, her eyes firm. Cousin, don't worry. I won't be a burden to you. I will find a job tomorrow, and I must support my mother. Looking at her serious expression, I couldn't help laughing out loud. This girl really has wild thoughts. I reached out and flicked her forehead, with a hint of pampering in my tone. Who said you are a burden to me? She stared at me blankly, her face full of confusion. I decided to get straight to the point. I'm planning to start a pharmaceutical company with a friend. Times have changed, and products need publicity, so I'd like you to be our product spokesperson. Zhao Wanwan's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Can I? I smiled and ruffled her hair. Of course, you are my sister, of course you can do it. She shook her head hesitantly. But I don't know anything. I said confidently. It's not difficult. Someone will teach you when the time comes. You're so beautiful. You'll be a big help to the company. Her eyes flickered, and her tense heart gradually relaxed. At that moment, I saw the hope that was born in her heart. Yeah, she nodded heavily, as if to cheer herself up. I patted her shoulder, turned around, and walked out of the ward. Stay with your mother and aunt. I'm going to make a phone call. In the corridor, I took out my phone and sent a message to Bai Muyun. Muyun, my cousin has agreed to that thing. Please arrange it and have someone teach her. He quickly replied, no problem. I'm going back to Y City tomorrow. I have a lot of things to do at the company. When I arrive, ask her to give me her contact information. I felt warm in my heart, but also a little guilty because I had been busy with my own things during this period and had not treated him well. I replied, is it really that urgent? Why don't you stay a few more days? He laughed and said, no, I can't wait to show my skills. Don't worry, leave the company to me. I smiled and shook my head, replying, okay, I'll treat you to a meal next time. I had just put away my phone and was about to enter the ward when a young, bespectacled doctor approached me. He was stunned for a moment when he saw me, then smiled broadly and said respectfully, Dr. Chun, are you done? The director would like you to come to his office. I was a little confused. I just discussed the funding with the dean this morning, and there was a result so soon? Although I was puzzled, I followed him. As soon as I reached the door, I heard hearty laughter and the flattering voice of the dean. The doctor knocked on the door gently, pushed it open, and made a pleased gesture. I walked in and saw two people sitting in the office. One of them was the young man I had met yesterday. His face was no longer anxious, but was replaced by a relaxed smile. Sitting next to him was a graceful and elegant woman, nearly 50 years old. Time had left only a few fine lines on her face, but it also gave her a more mature charm. Dean Liu came up to me immediately when he saw me, his smile stiff but flattering. Mr. Song, Mrs. Song, this is Chun Fei, the doctor who saved young Master Song that day. He turned to me and introduced, Dr. Chun, this is Song Lin, Song Zhan's brother. This is Mrs. Song, Song Zhan's mother. Song Lin immediately stood up, smiled gently, and extended his hand. Dr. Chun, thank you for saving my brother. When he said this, his voice choked a little. Mrs. Song's eyes were red, and she gently patted the back of his hand. I responded calmly, it's just a small favor. Young Master Song was injured while trying to save someone, so I should do my best. Song Lin waved his hands, his emotion sincere. Dr. Chun, you are too modest. Your medical skills are really superb. As he spoke, he pulled out a delicate box from his pocket. Inside was a bank card. He handed the box to me and said sincerely, "It's just a small gift. Please accept it." I noticed that Dean Liu's eyes were fixed on the card, greed almost overflowing from them. He almost wanted to reach out and take it from me. But in front of the Song family, he didn't even dare to move. I sneered in my heart, looking at the bank card in front of me, and then looking at Dean Liu's green eyes. It was impossible not to guess what he was planning. I could see the greed in Dean Liu's eyes and sneered inwardly. I guess he was starting to think of those evil ideas again. I deliberately said, "Dean, should this money be directly counted as Mr. Song's medical expenses?" Dean Liu's face froze. He knew what he was thinking, but he would never admit it in front of the Song family. He waved his hand hastily. "No need. This is a little gift from Madam Song and young Master Song. Just keep it." After he said that, he signaled me with his eyes to accept the card quickly, fearing that I would change my mind. I saw through his tricks, but remained calm and put the bank card in my pocket. "In that case, I'll take it." I just said a few words, and he completely gave up. Seeing that I accepted the money, Dean Liu didn't dare to have any more thoughts. He immediately turned around to greet Song Lin and Mrs. Song, poured tea, handed out fruit, and smiled more attentively than anyone else. Song Lin's eyes flashed with insight, and he clearly understood the twists and turns. He smiled slightly and said as if to help me out, "President Liu, if the follow-up funds are not enough, just come to me directly." "You're welcome." Dean Liu was so frightened that he almost broke out in a sweat. He kept explaining, "Enough, enough, enough. Young Master Song's medical expenses are definitely enough." His panicked look made me laugh. Song Lin didn't say much, just nodded faintly, which was considered to help me save the situation. My heart warmed, and I nodded slightly as a return gesture. Afterwards, Song Lin asked about my brother's recovery. I patiently answered, explaining the details of the treatment clearly. Song Lin and Mrs. Song nodded frequently and praised me highly, saying that I was young and promising with a bright future. After seeing off the Song family mother and son, the atmosphere in the office instantly cooled. Dean Liu's fawning smile vanished, and his gaze became like that of a cash cow about to be squeezed dry. He rubbed his hands and said hypocritically, "Dr. Chun, your medical skills are really admirable. You have saved so many patients' lives." I knew he had something else to say, so I just watched quietly and waited for him to finish his performance. Sure enough, he mentioned the city's upcoming traditional Chinese medicine conference and, pretentiously, took out a gold-stamped invitation and handed it to me. "Dr. Chun, why don't you go and make an appearance on behalf of our hospital?" I looked down at the invitation, and I already knew what he was planning. He was simply using my fame to elevate the reputation of Rinqing Hospital and attract more patients. A sneer appeared on my lips. The dean really thinks highly of me. How can a mere doctor be worthy of representing the hospital? My words made him feel a little embarrassed. He laughed awkwardly, but he must have been cursing me in his heart for being ungrateful. He still refused to give up and continued to persuade her. "Dr. Chun, don't be so modest. If you go, not only will you be able to show your face to the hospital, but you will also be able to meet more famous doctors, which will be of great benefit to your future." I didn't answer, but just casually flipped through the invitation, as if admiring the pattern, or as if thinking about it. Dean Liu was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. He stared at me anxiously, afraid that I would refuse. I raised my hand to interrupt him. "When does the exchange meeting start?" He was delighted and quickly replied, 3 days later, at the Jiangdu Hotel. It's a grand event." I tapped my fingertips lightly on the table, weighing the pros and cons in my mind. Honestly, I have no interest in this kind of situation. With my current medical skills, those so-called famous doctors and experts are nothing but empty names in my eyes. But I suddenly thought of Mr. Bai and Mr. Liu, those predecessors whom I truly respect. They are worth my trip. The corners of my mouth rose slightly. "Okay, I'll go in 3 days." Upon hearing my agreement, Dean Liu immediately beamed with joy and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Great. Thank you on behalf of everyone." He changed the subject, rubbing his hands and coming closer. "Dr. Chun, since you're going to attend the exchange conference, the subsequent treatment plan." The hint in his eyes was self-evident. I smiled coldly and responded calmly. "Don't worry, Dean. I promised that I would cure young Master Song's illness." He nodded hurriedly, saying, Yes, yes, and then hurried out to arrange the financial transfer, fearing that I would change my mind. I casually stuffed the invitation into my pocket and turned to leave the office. As I passed the nurse's station, I suddenly remembered something and casually asked, "Who is the attending physician for Zhou Mei in Ward 603?" The nurse checked the booklet in her hand and looked up to answer, "Dr. Chun, this is Dr. Zhang Yuan." Zhang Yuan. I raised my eyebrows and snorted inwardly. It seems that the Zhang family and I are truly destined to be together. When I heard the nurse say Zhang Yuan, my brows furrowed. Was that my aunt's attending physician? Thinking of the Zhang family style, I suddenly became wary. The nurse noticed my expression change and wanted to ask more questions. I waved my hand and said, "No, I'll go find him myself." Then I turned and walked toward his office. As soon as he opened the door, he heard a sarcastic voice coming from inside. Zhang Yuan's face was gloomy, and he was confronting Dr. Li. Dr. Li spoke in a sharp tone, taking the opportunity to step on him. "Read the case carefully. Don't learn from your father." Zhang Yuan's face was ashen, and he was suppressing his anger. But when he looked up and saw me standing at the door, he swallowed back the curse words that were about to come out of his mouth. I leaned against the door frame with a smile on my face. "What? You don't welcome me?" As I said that, I walked straight to his desk, sat down, and crossed my legs. The smile on his face was uglier than crying. "How could that be? Dr. Chun, you're a big celebrity in this hospital. I wish you could come every day." I waved my hand, not wanting to listen to his hypocritical words. "Don't give me that. I'm here to ask you something." His eyelids twitched, and he felt uneasy, but he could only nod and bow. "Just give me your orders." I stared at him and said slowly, "Ward 603, are you in charge?" He was stunned for a moment, obviously knowing what was going on, but pretending to be confused. 603? Is there a problem? I leaned back in my chair, my tone calm but oppressive. "No problem. I'm just interested in the patient and plan to take him over." He froze, his expression changing several times. I stared at him and added coldly, "What? Is there a problem?" He shuddered with fear and waved his hands hurriedly. "No problem, no problem. Since you want to take it, I'll leave it to you. I will definitely cooperate." I smiled with satisfaction, stood up, and left, leaving him sitting alone in the chair with a gloomy look on his face. As we walked down the hallway, I could still sense the venom in his gaze. Zhang Yuan was undoubtedly plotting something sinister. I ignored her and went straight to the ward. I opened the door and greeted her with a smile. "Mom, Auntie Wanwan, I'm here." My mother looked up and asked me if I was done. I nodded, walked to the bedside, and whispered, "Auntie, how are you feeling?" Zhou smiled tiredly but relievedly. "Much better, don't worry. The hospital is taking good care of me." I smiled too, then looked at my mother and said, "Mom, let me take you home." She immediately shook her head. "How can this be possible? Your aunt is still here. Who will take care of her if I leave?" I said seriously, "Don't worry about your aunt. I've already applied for it. From today on, I will be her attending physician." This sentence made them all stunned. Zhou stared at me in disbelief, her voice trembling. "Xiao Fei, you are not kidding, right?" I smiled and shook my head. "Of course it's true." Zhao Wanwan suddenly raised her head, her eyes wide, her face filled with shock. "Cousin Yu, how did you suddenly become my mother's attending physician?" I waved my hand, not wanting to explain further. "It's a long story, but in short, you can rest assured from now on." Zhao Wanwan was visibly relieved. She knew full well that her previous attending physician, Zhang, had been constantly trying to get red envelopes and tricking her into buying expensive medicine. Thinking of those experiences, her eyes dimmed. Now that it was me, her heart finally settled down. "Then I feel relieved," she said softly. The mother's expression softened. "Xiao Fei, I'm leaving your aunt in your care. You must take good care of her." I nodded, my tone firm. "Don't worry, Mom. I will take good care of it. Just come back with me and rest." The ward was peaceful, but I knew in my heart that the real trouble was lurking in Zhang Yuan's sinister schemes. I turned to Wanwan with a smile and suggested she join us for dinner. She waved her hands hastily, saying she could handle herself at the hospital. I could tell she really didn't want to bother my mother and me. My aunt also advised me to stop caring. But my mother was a little dissatisfied, her tone darkening, saying that Wanwan was her niece, so having a meal with her cousin was nothing. Having said that, Wanwan couldn't refuse anymore, so she nodded and followed us out of the hospital. As soon as I got out, my mother urged me to call Qin Bingyan. She was worried I treated her unfairly. I smiled helplessly and dialed the number. Bingyun's voice remained cold, saying only send me the address. I sent her the location, and she said nothing more. We first arrived at a restaurant. I arranged for my mother and Wanwan to sit down while I went to the front desk to reserve a private room. The waitress politely said there was only one left. I was about to confirm when a shrill voice came from behind me. Stop! We want this private room. I frowned and turned to see a girl in a yellow dress, her face etched with impatience. Beside her stood a middle-aged man and woman, decked out in jewelry, glaring at me menacingly. The woman, with a haughty air, bluntly declared they were Gold Card members and demanded the front desk give them the private room. The receptionist looked at me with a puzzled expression, then glanced at the woman, unsure what to do. The man, with a forced smile, urged me to vacate the room. Before I could say anything, the girl in the yellow dress waved her hands around like a fly, yelling, "Don't talk to me." I looked at them coldly, a hint of sneer on my lips. I said calmly, "I reserved it first." The girl immediately jumped up, pointed at my nose, and called me uncultured, and even shouted that she was starving. I chuckled and swept my cold eyes across her face. "Don't you understand the rule of first come, first served? What kind of quality are you? Are you worthy of talking to me?" This sentence made her choke, and her face turned red. She could only stamp her feet and glare. Seeing this, her father hurriedly pulled her back, put on a false smile, and said threateningly, "Boy, you'd better know your place. Don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit." I raised an eyebrow at him, a hint of coldness flashing in my eyes. "What? You want to fight?" The man snorted coldly, puffed out his chest, and proudly shouted 3 words, "Zhou family." He threatened me that if I dared to offend them, I would be exiled from Jiangdu. Zhou family? Those 2 words made me sneer inwardly. The cold and heartless faces of my grandfather's family resurfaced in my mind. Now someone is using the Zhou family's name to scare me? How ridiculous. I said indifferently, "Is the Zhou family so great?" After saying that, I was too lazy to pay attention to them anymore, turned around, and told the front desk to continue arranging the private room. The receptionist hesitated, not wanting to offend anyone. Seeing this, the man became even more arrogant, pulled his cell phone from his pocket, and called the so-called hotel manager. After a while, a pot-bellied man in a suit and tie hurried over, his face full of flattery. "Mr. Zhou, why didn't you call directly instead of instructing the front desk?" Seeing the manager's respectful attitude towards him, the man became even more proud. He glanced at me with contempt and sneered. "Kid, did you see that? Get out of here. Don't force me to turn against you." I stood at the front desk, my expression impassive. Mr. Lee approached with a forced smile, his professional smile on his face, but his tone was threatening. He told me to eat in the lobby, my bill would be free, and I'd get a membership card. I chuckled, a hint of sarcasm in my heart. Money? Do I look like someone who needs it? I came here for a comfortable environment, and this is how they treat guests. Mr. Lee's face hardened, his smile gradually fading into a cold expression. He sneered, "If I'm ungrateful, don't blame him for being rude." At his command, 2 tall security guards immediately approached, ready to fight. "Boy, don't force us to do it," they threatened coldly. My eyes turned cold, and my body was ready to attack. At this moment, an angry voice broke the deadlock. "Stop!" The mother sat in a wheelchair, her face livid, and she called Zhou Wenshi by name. The man, who had been smug at first, froze in his tracks when he heard the mother's voice. He turned around suddenly, and after seeing his mother's appearance clearly, his eyes widened and he was speechless for a long time. My heart trembled. My mother's memory was sharp. She recognized him immediately. My second uncle's son, Zhou Wenshi. Unexpectedly, we bumped into each other here. His mother suppressed her fear and scolded him, saying that this was a public place and he was not allowed to do anything rash. But Zhou Wenshi quickly calmed down and a sneer appeared on his face. "Oh, isn't this Zhou Hongxia? What's wrong? Are you down and out? You even have to use a wheelchair." He kept mocking her and speaking frivolously. Then he pointed at me and sneered. "Is this your good-for-nothing son? How dare you come here to eat? Do you still have money?" Before I even finished speaking, my eyes were already icy cold. My mother was my Achilles heel. Touching her would lead to death. I stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and said in a voice as cold as a knife, "Say it again." Zhou Wenshi's heart trembled, but he still held on and said stubbornly, "Why? You dare to hit me?" I sneered and didn't waste any time talking to him. My fist flew out like lightning, hitting his ugly face hard. Bang! With a loud noise, his fat body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, screaming shrilly and piercingly. You dare to hit me. He covered his rapidly swelling face, his eyes full of fear and resentment. I responded coldly, hitting you? That's just the beginning. If you dare disrespect my mother again, I'll rip your mouth apart. Seeing this, Mr. Lee shouted in panic, ordering the security guards to take action. However, the security guards were already scared out of their wits and huddled in the corner, not daring to move forward. Zhou Wenshi stood up, cursing and threatening me with certain death. At this moment, a cold voice came from the door. What's going on here? Everyone looked over and saw a tall, slender woman with a cold and elegant demeanor walk in. Her long black hair draped over her shoulders, her coldness radiating a deadly charm. Qin Bingyun. Mr. Lee's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly nodded and bowed as he went to greet him. Zhou Wenshi instantly wilted, shrinking into a corner and not daring to act arrogantly anymore. Mr. Lee was all smiles and flattering greetings. Mr. Qin, I'm so sorry for not welcoming you in person. His words were full of flattery, and he didn't forget to glare at me, telling me to get out. Qin Bingyun frowned. She hated this kind of situation. Her cold gaze swept across the room, finally stopping on me. She said calmly, What's going on? Mr. Lee immediately jumped in to speak, embellishing the story. In his words, I became an unreasonable rogue, and Zhou Wenshi was transformed into an innocent victim. Boss Qin, look at this kid, he's lawless. Boss Lee acted pretentiously, tears streaming down his face. Qin Bingyun listened indifferently, her brows furrowed even tighter. She ignored Mr. Lee and walked straight to her mother, saying softly, Auntie, are you okay? My mother's eyes were slightly red, but she didn't say anything. At that moment, a warm feeling welled up in my heart. I gently patted her hand, reassuring her. Then, I looked at Qin Bingyun calmly. I'm fine, it's just a little trouble. Mr. Lee immediately jumped up and down. Little trouble? You hurt someone, and you still dare to quibble? Mr. Qin, you must deal with him. Qin Bingyun glanced at him coldly, her disgust evident in her expression. But Mr. Lee continued to yell, urging the security guards to kick my mother and me out. Chapter 117, Family Kidnapping. What did you say? Qin Bingyun's tone was icy cold, as if it came from the netherworld. President Lee was startled by Qin Bingyun's sudden tone. He stammered, President Qin, I mean to get rid of these two troublemakers. You mean you want to kick my family out? Qin Bingyun's tone was calm, but it carried a chilling sense of oppression. Family? After hearing what Qin Bingyun said, Mr. Lee's legs suddenly shook like cooked noodles, and he fell to the ground with a thud. His round belly rose and fell with his rapid breathing, and cold sweat poured down from his forehead like a waterfall, soon soaking the floor tiles beneath his feet. Zhou Wenshi felt as if someone was strangling him, his face flushed red, his eyes widened in fear, his eyeballs almost popping out. He looked at Chun Fei and Qin Bingyun in disbelief. He opened and closed his mouth, but couldn't utter a word for a long time, like a toad thrown into boiling water. So, this is the treatment for your Hotel Supreme card members? Qin Bingyun looked at Mr. Lee coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. It seems I need to have a good talk with Xiang Tianla and ask him to put things right. Boss Qin, spare my life. When Mr. Lee heard this, he was so frightened that he crawled to his knees in front of Qin Bingyun and kowtowed desperately for mercy. Boss Qin, I was blind and didn't recognize the real man. I was too short-sighted. Please forgive me for this time. Their hotel is just a small hotel among the countless businesses under the Xiang family. Xiang Tianla is the famous head of the Xiang family in Jiangdu. He is a man who can shake the whole Jiangdu with just one stomp of his foot. If he knew that he had offended Qin Bingyun, he would really have no reason to live, and he would probably not even know how he died. While Mr. Lee was kowtowed, he secretly glanced at Chun Fei out of the corner of his eye. He cursed Chun Fei's ancestors in his heart. This boy looks ordinary. How could he get close to Qin Bingyun, a big Buddha? Zhou Wenshi next to him rolled his eyes and immediately put on a smiling face. He approached Zhou's mother, rubbing his hands, nodding and bowing, and said, Sister Hongxia, look at what this has caused. We are all family, don't you think? Look at this matter. Please persuade Mr. Qin not to get angry with her. If my uncle knew about this, he would definitely be unhappy. And then, before Zhou Wenshi could finish his words, he was interrupted by a crisp voice. Who's with your family? Zhao Wanwan, who was pushing Zhou's mother, rolled her eyes and retorted without any hesitation. She had never had a good impression of the Zhou family. They were all sarcastic and sycophantic. Now she wanted to build a relationship with them. She didn't even look at what kind of people she was. Zhou Wenshi was choked by Zhao Wanwan's sudden retort, and his face suddenly became as ugly as pig liver. He glared at Zhao Wanwan fiercely and said through gritted teeth, "How can you talk like that, little girl? You have no manners at all." Zhou Wenshi's daughter Zhou Ziqian was spoiled from the beginning, and she had always been praised by others since she was a child. Having never suffered such an injustice before, he immediately exploded and cursed at Zhao Wanwan, pointing at her nose. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to my dad like that? Don't you realize your status? You're dressed like a country bumpkin, and you still have a nerve to embarrass yourself." "That's enough." Qin Bingyun's tone was icy cold. "Zhou Wenshi, who do you think you are? Are you worthy of yelling in front of me?" She swept her cold gaze over Zhou Wenshi's family of three, her tone full of disdain and disgust. "I'm going to make this clear today. I'm not going to let this go. You, the Zhou family, better pray that my family is okay, or else I'll make sure you're in big trouble." Zhou Wenshi and his family of three were so frightened by Qin Bingyun's words that their faces turned pale and they broke out in cold sweats. Zhou Wenshi quickly nudged Zhou's mother beside him and said humbly, "Zhou Hongxia, please say something. You're also a member of the Zhou family. You can't really watch your uncle's hard work go to waste." Mother Zhou looked at Fade Chun awkwardly, then at Qin Bingyun, and hesitantly said, Zhou Hongxia, hurry up and tell me." Zhou Wenshi stamped his feet in anxiety. "It will be too late if you don't tell me now." Seeing that they were still forcing his mother, Chun Fei's deep gaze fell on Zhou Wenshi with a hint of sarcasm. "What kind of Zhou family are we? Haha, I want to ask, in all these years, have you, the Zhou family, ever given my mother a penny? Have you ever cared about her?" Mother Zhou's face turned pale and her lips moved, but she said nothing. "Bingyun, I have nothing to do with them anymore. You don't have to worry about me. Just do what you have to do." Fei Chun turned his head and met Qin Bingyun's gaze with a firm tone. Qin Bingyun looked at Chun Fei's resolute eyes, and the last trace of doubt in her heart disappeared. She knew that Fei Chun was not the kind of person who would be kidnapped by family ties. "Good." Qin Bingyun withdrew her gaze and looked at the Zhou family again, with a cold arc at the corner of her mouth. Since Fei Chun said so, she took a step forward, and her imposing aura made the Zhou family unconsciously take a step back. "I'm going to make this clear today. From now on, you Zhou family members, please stay away from them. Otherwise," Qin Bingyun didn't say anything else, but the chill in her tone made the Zhou family shudder. They had no doubt that if they dared to provoke Chun Fei and Qin Bingyun again, Qin Bingyun would definitely do what she said and make them pay for it. Zhou Wenshi's family of three turned pale and looked at each other, not daring to refute a word. Although they are greedy, they also know who they can offend and who they cannot. Qin Bingyun was obviously someone they couldn't afford to offend. "Let's go." Zhou Wenshi glared at Fade Chun fiercely, then left with his wife and daughter in shame. "Humph, a bunch of clowns." Zhao Wanwan watched the Zhou family members fleeing in panic. "Okay, Wanwan." Zhou's mother pulled Zhao Wanwan's sleeve, signaling her not to continue. Mr. Li watched Zhou Wenshi and his family leave in disgrace, then looked at Chun Fei and Qin Bingyun, who were calm and composed in front of him, and only endless regret remained in his heart. Why was he so bewildered as to provoke this giant Buddha? Now that he has offended the eldest daughter of the Qin family, his good days may be over. On the other side, Fei Chun and his group had already moved to another restaurant. "The fish-flavored shredded pork here is really good. You should try it every night." As Chun Fei spoke, he picked up a piece of food and put it in Zhao Wanwan's bowl. "Thank you, cousin." Zhao Wanwan was flattered. She secretly glanced at Qin Bingyun and saw that she was not dissatisfied, so she took a bite carefully. Chapter 118 Old House. Delicious. Zhao Wanwan's eyes lit up. The taste of this fish-flavored shredded pork was better than any other place she had eaten before. "If it tastes good, eat more," Chun Fei said with a smile. "It's my treat today. No need to save money for me." "Cousin, have you made a fortune?" Zhao Wanwan asked curiously. "I guess so. I made a little money," Chun Fei said lightly. "Wow, cousin, you are so awesome." Zhao Wanwan looked at Chun Fei with admiration. In her eyes, Chun Fei was an omnipotent being. "By the way, Bingyun, this is my cousin, Zhao Wanwan." Chun Fei turned around and introduced Qin Bingyun. "Hello, Mr. Qin." Zhao Wanwan quickly put down her chopsticks and greeted Qin Bingyun nervously. She had seen the eldest daughter of the Qin family on TV. Her aura was even stronger than on TV. You're welcome. Just call me Sister Bingyan. Qin Bingyan smiled slightly, with a gentle attitude. Sister Bingyan, you are so beautiful. Zhao Wanwan was dazzled by Qin Bingyan's smile and couldn't help but sigh. Thanks. Qin Bingyan smiled faintly. Compared to Zhao Wanwan's excitement, Zhou's mother seemed a little absent-minded. She looked out the window from time to time, with a hint of loneliness in her eyes. Chun Fei knew what his mother was thinking, but he didn't know how to comfort her. After all, there's no need for them to be obsessed with a family like the Zhou family. But after all, this is where Zhou's mother grew up. Mom, are you okay? Fei Chun asked with concern. It's okay. Mom is just a little tired. Mother Zhou forced a smile, not wanting to make Fei Chun worry. Bingyan, you this afternoon. Fei Chun turned to look at Qin Bingyan, wanting to say something, but stopping himself. Qin Bingyan was very smart, and guessed what Fade was thinking immediately. I don't have any important plans this afternoon, so I can handle the work later. Fade Chen glanced at Qin Bingyan. He knew that Qin Bingyan was willing to postpone her work for his sake. That night here, Fade Chen was a little worried about Zhao Wanwan again. Cousin, don't worry, I'm here at the hospital. Zhao Wanwan saw Chun Fei's concerns and said with a smile. As for you, you have to spend some time with your aunt. She must be feeling very bad. Chun Fei nodded. Zhao Wanwan was a very thoughtful girl. Okay, Wanwan, have a good rest. If you have anything, feel free to call me. Fei Chen warned. After sending Zhao Wanwan back to the hospital, Chun Fei did not drive home directly, but drove towards the suburbs. Mother Zhou sat in the back seat, looking at the scenery passing by outside the window, her eyes full of confusion. Xiao Fei, where are you going? Mom, you'll know when you get there. Chun Fei pretended to be mysterious and did not give a direct answer. Qin Bingyun sat in the passenger seat, looking at Chun Fei's profile, a barely perceptible smile curled up at the corner of her mouth. She could feel that Fei Chun wanted to do something for Zhou's mother. The car drove out of the bustling city and onto a quiet country road. Along the roadside, golden rice fields stretch as far as the eye can see, and the air is filled with the faint fragrance of rice, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. The car was bumping along a bumpy dirt road. Wild grass grew wildly beside the road, almost covering the car body. Mother Zhou looked out the window at the familiar scenery, and her eyes gradually became moist. Xiao Fei, where are we? Mother Zhou's voice trembled a little. Fei Chen tightened his grip on the steering wheel and said in a calm tone, Mom, take another look. Do you recognize it? Mother Zhou didn't say anything, but just stared out the window, as if she wanted to engrave the scene in front of her into her heart. The dilapidated walls, the mottled gate, the weed-covered yard, everything was frozen in time on that stormy night many years ago. Yes, it's the old house. This is the Chun family's old house. Zhou's mother's voice choked, and she could no longer hold back her tears. Ever since the Chun family was wiped out, Fei Chun has never been here again. This place carries too many painful memories for him, and every time he thinks of it, it makes his heart ache. But today, looking at his mother's haggard face, he suddenly realized that there is no use escaping from some things. Fei Chen stopped the car and, together with Qin Bingyun, helped Zhou's mother get out of the car. The gate of the old house was already dilapidated and the lock had long been rusted. Chun Fei pushed it gently, and the gate made a creaking sound and slowly opened. The yard was overgrown with weeds as tall as a person, and several old trees with lush branches and leaves blocked out the sun, making the yard look even more eerie and scary. Chun Fei pushed aside the weeds and walked into the yard with Zhou's mother and Qin Bingyan. Mom, be careful. The ground is covered with gravel. Mother Zhou didn't say anything, but just walked slowly, her eyes scanning every corner of the yard. This was once the place she was most familiar with, and every blade of grass and every tree was filled with memories. Back then, your dad loved planting flowers in the yard. He said he wanted to pamper your mom and me like a flower fairy. Zhou's mother pointed to the corner of the yard, where traces of a flower bed could still be vaguely seen. Look, this osmanthus tree was planted by your father himself. He said that when the tree grows up, the three of us will enjoy the moon under the tree. Mother Zhou stroked a thick osmanthus tree, the bark of which was rough, as if it had been weathered by the wind and frost. Chun Fei listened quietly, his nose feeling sore. What a pity, everything is ruined. Zhou's mother burst into tears again. Mom, it's all in the past. Don't think about it. Chun Fei gently hugged Zhou's mother's shoulders. He knew that some pains could never be healed. Qin Bingyun stood aside, looking at the dilapidated scene in front of her, feeling mixed emotions. Although she came from a wealthy family, She was also well aware of the intrigues among the wealthy. Although she did not personally experience what the Chan family had gone through back then, she could imagine it. Mom, look, the well is still there. Chun Fei pointed to an ancient well in the corner of the yard and said, "This well was passed down from the ancestors of the Chun family. The water in the well is clear and sweet and has been a source of drinking water for generations of the Chun family." When he was a child, Chun Fei loved to go to the well with his father to fetch water. His father would always lift him above his head and let him turn the windlass with his own hands. "Xiao Fei, what do you want to do?" Mother Zhou watched Fade Chun walk to the well and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Dad, Fade Chun closed his eyes and let the tears slide down his face. The scenes of the past seemed to have happened just yesterday, but now they were separated by the yin and yang. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his sadness. "I'm going to clean this well out and restore it to its former state." Qin Bingyan looked at Fade Chin's sad expression, and a wave of heartache welled up in her heart. She didn't say anything, but just walked aside silently, picked up a broom, and began to clear the weeds and fallen leaves in the yard. Seeing this, Zhou's mother wiped her tears, suppressed the grief in her heart, picked up another broom, and tidied the yard with Qin Bingyan. "Mom, let me do it. You take a rest." Chapter 119 Space. Chun Fei felt even more upset when he saw his mother also joining the cleanup. "Xiao Fei, Mom is fine. Your dad loved me the most back then. He took care of this yard himself. Now that your dad is gone, this place is handed over to you. You can't let it go to waste." As Zhou's mother spoke, her voice choked with sobs. Chun Fei stopped trying to stop her. He knew that for his mother, cleaning the yard with her own hands was a kind of solace and comfort. He rolled up his sleeves and moved the stones at the wellhead. The ancient well had not been cleaned for many years, and thick fallen leaves and soil had accumulated at the wellhead. Fei Chun cleaned up with great effort, sweat dripping down his forehead, but he did not stop at all. Crash! Just when Chun Fei was cleaning to the bottom of the well, he suddenly hit something hard. "What's this?" Chun Fei knocked lightly with the shovel in his hand, making a dull sound. He used his hands to dig up the surrounding soil, and a flat stone slab was revealed. There were some strange patterns carved on the edge of the stone slab, like some kind of ancient text. Chun Fei wiped off the dirt on the stone slab, revealing a complete pattern. He was very familiar with this pattern. It was the dragon and phoenix playing picture that his father taught him to draw when he was a child. The only difference is that what my father painted was a majestic five-clawed golden dragon, while the pattern on the stone slab was a slightly slender four-clawed python. "Dad, could it be that there is some secret hidden under this well?" Chun Fei's heart was filled with shock. He vaguely remembered what his father had said. The ancestors of the Qin family were royal relatives, but later they changed their identities for some reasons. However, this secret is only known to the head of each generation of the family. "Xiao Fei, what's wrong?" Seeing Chun Fei's strange expression, Zhou's mother asked with concern. "Mom, I'm Fine. I just think I found something good in the well. I'll go down and take a look." As Fei Chen spoke, he began to untie the ropes on his body. "Xiao Fei, this well has not been cleaned for many years. I don't know what dangers are down there. You better not go down," Zhou's mother said worriedly. "Yeah, Fei Chen, why don't we not take the risk?" Qin Bingyan also advised that she didn't want Chun Fei to be in danger because of a momentary impulse. "It's okay. I used to play in this well when I was a kid, so I know it very well." As Fei Chen spoke, he tied the rope firmly to a big tree at the mouth of the well. "Don't worry, I'll be up soon." After Chun Fei finished speaking, he slowly slid down the rope. It was pitch black in the well, and one couldn't see one's hand in front of one's face. A cold and damp air hit Chun Fei in the face, and he felt the hairs on his body stand up. "This!" Suddenly, a faint sound came from the bottom of the well, like some reptile spitting out its tongue. Chun Fei's heart trembled. Could there be a snake in the well? He held his breath and listened carefully to the movements around him, but the sound disappeared as if it had never appeared. Chun Fei bravely continued to climb down, and finally, his feet stepped on solid ground. He fumbled to take out his cell phone from his pocket and turned on the flashlight function. Suddenly, a strong light illuminated the surrounding environment. This is... Fei Chen was so shocked that he was speechless. He found himself standing in a spacious underground space. The flashlight beam trembled slightly in Chun Fei's hand. The space it illuminated was limited, but it was enough for him to glimpse the grandeur of this underground world. On the wall, the ancient murals are dark in color, but lifelike, as if telling a history forgotten by time. Could this be the ancestor of the Chun family? Chun Fei muttered to himself. The characters on the mural were dressed in gorgeous clothes. It was somewhat consistent with the description of the glorious history of the Chun family that his father had mentioned inadvertently in his memory. The content of the murals is intricate and complex, from the emperor's initial travels to the later battles on the battlefield, and finally to his anonymity. It seems to be silently telling the story of the Chun family's ancestors' journey from glory to decline. Chun Fei suppressed his excitement and carefully observed each mural, trying to find the truth about the decline of the Chun family and the secrets hidden behind history. In the silent underground space, the faint sound rang out again. Chun Fei turned his head suddenly, and the beam of the flashlight swayed in the darkness, but he found nothing. Is it an illusion? Fei Chun frowned, the uneasy feeling in his heart becoming stronger. At the same time, outside the well, Qin Bingyun and Zhou's mother were waiting anxiously. It's been so long. Why is there no movement at all? Mother Zhou rubbed her hands nervously, her tone full of worry. Qin Bingyun didn't say anything, but just looked at the wellhead quietly, with complex emotions flashing in her deep eyes. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with Fei Chen's risky behavior, she was more worried. No, I have to go down and take a look. As Zhou's mother said this, she was about to untie the rope at the wellhead. Auntie, don't worry, I'll go take a look. Qin Bingyun stopped Zhou's mother and spoke calmly. But Zhou's mother wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Qin Bingyun. Don't worry, I will bring Fei Chun back safely. Qin Bingyun's tone was firm. After saying that, she no longer hesitated, picked up the rope beside her, and tied it to the edge of the well. Then he took a deep breath and slowly slid down the rope. The darkness in the well was like an invisible beast trying to devour all the light. With the help of the flashlight, Qin Bingyun climbed down carefully, her heart full of anxiety. Fei Chun, where are you? Qin Bingyun called out softly, her voice echoing in the empty underground space, but she received no response. Suddenly, her ankle seemed to touch something soft and cold. Qin Bingyun was startled and quickly shone the flashlight beam toward the ground. The next second, her pupils suddenly contracted and her face turned extremely pale. Ah! She was so frightened that she screamed and instinctively stepped back. However, there was bottomless darkness behind her, and when she retreated, she suddenly lost her balance. At the critical moment, a strong arm grabbed her tightly. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Chun Fei's low voice sounded in her ears like a shot of cardiac stimulant, instantly dispelling the fear in Qin Bingyun's heart. Fei Chun pulled Qin Bingyun behind him and stared at the venomous snake fiercely. He took out 3 silver needles from his pocket, flicked his fingertips, and the silver needles turned into 3 cold rays, shooting towards the poisonous snake at lightning speed. Whoosh whoosh! After 3 soft sounds, the poisonous snake was nailed to the ground before it even had time to react. It twisted its body violently a few times and then stopped moving. Qin Bingyun was still in shock, her heart still beating violently. She looked up at Fei Chun, her eyes filled with gratitude and dependence. Okay, let's go. As Fei Chun spoke, he took Qin Bingyun's hand and walked towards the depths of the underground space. Chapter 1:20 Immortality. Qin Bingyun's wrist was held tightly by Chun Fei. She could feel the warmth of his palm, which made her feel extremely safe and at ease. The two walked along the murals on the wall, trying to find some clues. However, this underground space seemed to contain only murals, and there was no way forward. Strange, why is there no road? Qin Bingyun asked doubtfully. Chun Fei didn't say anything, but just carefully observed the contents on the mural. Although these murals are very old, their colors are still bright. Suddenly, Fei Chen's eyes fell on a painting. This mural depicts a war where 2 armies are fighting. The sounds of killing are deafening, and blood is flowing like a river, etc. Chun Fei pointed to a detail on the mural and said to Qin Bingyun, "Look here." Qin Bingyun looked in the direction of Chun Fei's finger and saw a towering tree in the corner of the mural with a strange symbol engraved on the trunk. "What's this?" Qin Bingyun asked. Fei Chun frowned, and after a moment's silence, he said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Chun family's ancestral mark." The Chun family's ancestral mark? Qin Bingyun became even more confused. What does this mark mean? Chun Fei stared at the strange symbol on the mural. An inexplicable sense of familiarity came over him. He stretched out his finger and lightly touched the mark. Almost at the same time, a horrifying scene happened. The surface of the mural began to peel off, and the rustling debris fell like snowflakes, revealing a pitch-black hole behind it. The two heavy stone doors slowly opened with a deafening friction sound, as if a giant beast that had been sleeping for thousands of years was opening its bloody mouth. This, Qin Bingyin was so shocked that she covered her mouth and almost dropped her phone. Don't be afraid, just follow me. Fei Chen grabbed her hand. The light from his phone flickered in the darkness, illuminating the nervous expressions of both of them. The walls on both sides of the stone gate were still carved with murals, but this time, Chun Fei recognized them. He saw several familiar figures on them. His great-grandfather, grandfather, father, second uncle, and third uncle were almost all the ones who cured and saved lives. These are... Chun Fei looked at those lifelike pictures and was a little dazed for a moment. Qin Bingyin also noticed the unusualness of the murals. She whispered, Fei Chun, these are all yours. Fei Chun nodded. My ancestors. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the face of an old man on the mural. It was an old man with a kind face, holding a silver needle in his hand and giving acupuncture to a patient. My great-grandfather was a famous miracle doctor back then. It was said that his acupuncture skills could bring the dead back to life and turn flesh into white bones. Fei Chen's voice was low, with a hint of nostalgia and pride. So, is your medical skill a family inheritance? Qin Bingyan asked. Fei Chen shook his head. I haven't seen my great-grandfather since I was a child. He died very early. My father never taught me medicine. He said that studying medicine was too hard, and he didn't want me to follow in his footsteps. And you, I inherited the skills of an old Chinese medicine practitioner by accident. Fei Chen didn't elaborate. Qin Bingyan did not ask any further questions. She knew that everyone had their own secrets, and she chose to respect Chen Fei. The two continued to walk forward, and the murals on both sides of the passage kept changing. From the initial purpose of curing diseases and saving lives to the later strange patterns, it seems to be telling a story. The content of the murals became more and more shocking, starting from saving lives and healing the wounded. Gradually, they evolved into various strange creatures, including monsters with human bodies and snake tails, and giants with 3 heads and 6 arms. There are even strange creatures with wings flying in the air. What are these things? Qin Bingyan couldn't help but ask. She subconsciously leaned towards Chen Fei. For some reason, she felt that these murals exuded an indescribable weirdness that made her feel uneasy. Fei Chen did not answer. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes quickly swept across the murals. His mind was constantly searching for related memories, trying to find some clues. However, no matter how hard he tried to recall, he could not find any relevant information. Could it be some kind of ancient secret? Chun Fei secretly guessed in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. After all, everything now is just his guess, and saying it out loud will only increase Qin Bingyan's panic. The passage seemed to have no end. The two walked for a long time, but still didn't see anything useful. Just when Qin Bingyan was about to lose her patience, a ray of light finally appeared in front of her. Look, there seems to be light over there. Qin Bingyan pointed forward, with a hint of excitement in her tone. Chen Fei also saw the bright light. He was delighted and quickened his pace. When they walked to the light, they found that it was a stone door. This stone door was obviously much more exquisite than the previous one. It was carved with intricate patterns and gleamed with a metallic luster under the dim light of a mobile phone. Fei Chun observed carefully, his gaze finally landing on a special block on the right side of the door. This block is made up of 7 stones of different sizes, shapes, and appearances, and is uneven, like some kind of mechanism. Qin Bingyan also noticed this strange block and looked at Chen Fei in confusion. Fei Chen did not answer. The scene of his grandfather teaching him to identify acupuncture points when he was a child suddenly emerged in his mind. Those acupuncture point maps and human meridian maps now miraculously overlapped with the blocks in front of him. Could it be? Chen Fei's heart moved, and a bold guess came to his mind. He took a deep breath and pressed several stones one by one according to the laws of the human meridians in his memory. Click! There was a slight sound, and the stone door trembled slightly. Then, there was a sound of mechanism turning, and the stone door slowly opened inward. Oh my God! Qin Bingyan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In the center of the stone chamber, several huge night pearls emitted soft light, illuminating the entire space like daylight. Qin Bingyan looked inside curiously. However, He found that the stone chamber was not as magnificent as he had imagined, full of treasures, but an ancient study. This space is not big. In the center is a statue of the medicine king's son Simiao. Lifelike, with an immortal look, as if he would open his eyes, stroke his beard, and start talking in the next second. In front of the statue is a desk, on which dozens of bamboo slips and some old medical books are neatly placed, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. Chun Fei's heart moved. Could this be the Chun family's medical book? It is unknown what material the bamboo slips are made of, but they are still intact after thousands of years. The text above is vigorous and powerful, and it is actually a long-lost, secret acupuncture technique. Chun Fei was overjoyed and read through the book carefully page by page. Immortality, Immortality? Chapter 121 list. Qin Bingyun's low voice suddenly came from behind, trembling with a hint of disbelief. Chun Fei turned his head and saw Qin Bingyun holding a yellowed ancient book. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, staring at the pages, as if there was something incredible written on it. What's wrong? Fei Chen walked over and asked. Look, Qin Bingyun pointed at the ancient book, her voice trembling slightly. It records a kind of elixir that can make people immortal. Chun Fei took the ancient book, and a faint musty smell hit his nose, but this did not prevent him from feeling the ancient wisdom contained in the pages. He flipped through the pages one by one, and the ancient words danced before his eyes, as if telling the secrets of thousands of years ago. Is everything written here true? Qin Bingyun's voice trembled slightly, and she obviously had not yet recovered from the shock. She unconsciously moved closer and could almost feel the warmth coming from Fei Chun. 9 transformation golden elixir, made with the essence of earth fire, supplemented by 99 and 81 kinds of natural treasures. Fei Chun murmured the records in the ancient book, but his brows furrowed slightly. Many of the herbs here are almost unheard of. Some of them can't even be named, let alone found. Then, the idea of immortality. Qin Bingyun's heart sank. Fei Chun closed the ancient book and looked at Qin Bingyun's slightly disappointed eyes. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The idea of immortality is too vague. How can there be a truly immortal person in this world? But, he paused and continued. Although this 9-turn golden pill can't grant immortality, from a pharmacological point of view, it does have the miraculous effect of prolonging life and strengthening the body. Ancient books record that after taking the 9-turn golden pill, one can live for 90 years and be immune to all diseases. In ancient times, wasn't this the equivalent of immortality? 90 years, Qin Bingyun muttered to herself, and the image of herself with white hair and wrinkles appeared in her mind, and she couldn't help but shudder. However, it's not that easy to refine this 9 revolutions golden pill. Fei Chen's tone became serious. Not to mention those rare and unheard-of medicinal herbs. The refining method alone is extremely complicated and required a lot of time and energy, and what? Qin Bingyun's heart was lifted again. Chun Fei's gaze fell on the last page of the ancient book, on which was written a line of words in bright red cinnabar. 9-turn golden elixir, an act against heaven. Refining it will surely bring heaven's punishment. Be careful, be careful. Nothing. Chun Fei carefully put the ancient book back to its original place and scanned the secret room, trying to find more clues about the Chun family secrets. Qin Bingyun also put away her thoughts and followed Chun Fei's footsteps, her eyes lingering on the yellowed medical books on the bookshelf. These should be the medical books passed down from generation to generation in the Chun family. Qin Bingyun picked up a book at random and opened it to take a look. Although she had never heard of many of the medicinal herbs and pharmacology in it, she could still feel a strong historical heritage from it. Chun Fei responded, and his eyes fell on a beautifully bound book. There was no text on the cover, only patterns of several herbs with delicate and lifelike strokes. He reached out and picked up the book, gently blowing away the dust on it. When I opened the first page, a familiar font came into view. It was vigorous and powerful, yet with a touch of elegance. It was exactly my grandfather's handwriting. Chun Fei's mind flashed with the image of his grandfather sitting at the desk, holding a brush, carefully recording something, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. This medical book records the treatment methods for some difficult and complicated diseases. Many of them are the valuable experiences accumulated by my grandfather over many years of practicing medicine, and some are secret recipes passed down from the Chun family. Chun Fei carefully flipped through the pages, as if he was having a conversation with his grandfather across time and space. What's this? When Chun Fei turned to the last page, a thin piece of letter slipped out of the book and fell to the ground. He bent down to pick up the letter, unfolded it, and saw the following words written on it. Descendants personally wrote, I don't know which descendant will be able to see this letter. By the time you see this letter, I will probably no longer be alive. My name is Chun Yuxing, and I am the 18th generation inheritor of the Chun family's medical skills. The Chun family has been practicing medicine for generations, saving countless lives, but this has also offended many powerful and villainous people. Chun Fei's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition came over him. He took a deep breath and continued reading. I recently suspected that someone was secretly harming the Chun family, and their purpose might be related to our medical skills. Chun Fei's pupils shrank slightly, and his grandfather's worries came true. The Chun family really disappeared on that rainy night. I tried to investigate, but found nothing. They were hiding so deeply that I didn't even know who they were or what they wanted. Just in case, I leave this letter, hoping that future generations will take more precautions. The letter ends here, with no signature or date, only expressing an old man's worries about the fate of his family and his expectations for future generations. Someone is secretly harming the Chun family. Chun Fei muttered to himself. His grandfather's letter made the already confusing family changes even more confusing. He clenched his fists, a cold light flashing his eyes. Who is it and why are they doing this? Qin Bingyan noticed the change in Fei Chen's expression and asked with concern, What's wrong? Fei Chen was silent for a moment, then handed the letter to her. Take a look for yourself. Qin Bingyan took the letter and read it carefully. Her brows were furrowed and a solemn expression appeared on her face. It seems that the disappearance of the Chun family is not that simple. I know. Fei Chen took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He continued to flip through the medical book in his hand. The yellowed pages made a slight crisp sound, as if telling the passing of time. Another piece of paper fell. Chun Fei bent down to pick it up, unfolded it, and saw that it was covered with densely packed names of people in sloppy handwriting, as if it was written in a hurry. Gong Mingdi, Zhan Hetong, Zhuang Baoen, Dan Guanghuha. Fade, Chun murmured. These names were strange yet familiar, as if he had heard them somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Who are these people? Let me see. Fade Chun handed the note over, his mind churning as he tried to search for information about these names from the depths of his memory. Qin Bingyan took the note, frowned slightly, and glanced at the name on it, her expression gradually becoming solemn. The Kong family's patriarch, Kong Mingji, the Yin family's elder, Yin Hutong, the founder of the Zhuang group, Zhuang Bowen, and the chairman of the Tang family, Tang Guanghua. Her voice trembled slightly, with a hint of disbelief. These are all old men from famous families in Jiangdu. Chun Fei's heart was shocked. Of course, he had heard of these names. Could it be? A terrible thought emerged in his mind, and Chun Fei's face turned ugly. Chapter 122 Stealing? These names should be the people who came to the Chun family to see the doctor during that period. Fei Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. My grandfather is an excellent doctor, especially good at treating difficult and complicated diseases. The elders of these families are already old, so it's normal for them to come to my grandfather for treatment when they have some illnesses. But Qin Bingyun hesitated to speak, her beautiful eyes flickering with anxiety. I always feel that things are not that simple. Look at this note. The handwriting is sloppy, as if it was written in a hurry. Fei Chen nodded. He also felt that the matter was strange. Why did his grandfather leave this list? Could it be that the changes in the Chun family are related to these people? Dan Guanghua. Chun Fei's gaze lingered on the three words Tang Guanghua for a long time, as if he wanted to engrave these three words deep into his mind. Finally, he folded the note and put it carefully in his pocket. He did not touch the other medical books and notes. Let's go. He took Qin Bingyun's hand and turned to leave. Qin Bingyun didn't ask any more questions, just nodded slightly and followed him out of the stone chamber. Qin's mother was still guarding the well, her face full of anxiety. Seeing them come out, he breathed a sigh of relief. What's inside? Nothing. Chun Fei responded vaguely, not wanting to worry his mother. He climbed up the ladder first, then turned around and pulled Qin Bingyun up. The well mouth was very narrow, and their bodies inevitably touched each other, and Qin Bingyun's cheeks turned slightly red. But Fei Chen seemed not to notice and just held her hand tightly until she was safely standing on the ground. Mom, it's getting late. Let's go back. As Fei Chen spoke, he came over and pushed his mother's wheelchair. Mother Zhou had just stood for a long time, and her legs were a little unable to support her, so she nodded. As soon as I walked out of the yard, I heard a hurried knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. An old voice sounded. Is anyone there? Is there anyone inside? Fei Chen stopped, looked back at the dilapidated courtyard, then turned and walked towards the gate. Squeak! Chen Fei pushed open the old wooden door and saw a hunched figure standing outside. He was an old man with gray hair and a wrinkled face. He was wearing a washed-out coarse cloth suit and was leaning on a cane. His cloudy eyes looked at Chun Fei and Qin Bingyun warily. Seeing two strangers appear in the Chun family's old house, the old man's cloudy eyes were suddenly filled with hostility. Who are you? What are you doing here? Fei Chen frowned slightly and explained, Old man, we are descendants of the Chun family and came back to take a look. Descendants of the Chun family? The old man obviously didn't believe it. He looked Chun Fei and Qin Bingyun up and down, his tone full of suspicion. The Chun family has been dead for decades, so where do their descendants come from? Are you two little brats here to steal things? Stealing? Chen Fei almost laughed at the old man's train of thought. He pointed to the crumbling courtyard wall behind him. There are still people who want to steal things here. The old man was choked by Chun Fei and glared at him. How can you say that, kid? I'm famous for my sharp eyes in this area. Anyone who has lost a family can ask me to solve the case. Don't try to play tricks on me, kid. Fei Chen shook his head helplessly, too lazy to explain any further. He turned to look at Qin Bingyun and said, Forget it. Let's go. Qin Bingyun didn't move. She noticed that Zhou's mother, who was sitting in a wheelchair, kept staring at the old man with complicated emotions in her eyes. You know him? Qin Bingyun asked softly. Mother Zhou didn't say anything, just nodded slightly, but her eyes were a little moist. The old man also saw Zhou's mother at this time. His cloudy eyes suddenly widened. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and asked tremblingly, You are? Hongmei. Zhou's mother couldn't hold back her tears. She choked and said, Old village chief, it's me, Hongmei. The old village chief suddenly became excited, his hands trembling as he leaned on his cane. It really is you. I thought you were all. He was in tears and couldn't continue. When the Qin family got into trouble, the whole village knew about it, and everyone was very sad. He has been guarding this village, and watching the Qin family's old house fall into disrepair day by day, he feels extremely sad. Seeing this, Qin Bingyun hurriedly pushed Zhou's mother forward and said, Old lady, please don't get excited. If you have anything to say, please speak slowly. The old village chief then noticed Qin Bingyun and Chen Fei. He asked in confusion, Who are these two? This is my son, Fei Chun. Zhou's mother held Chun Fei's hand, tears in her eyes. This is my daughter-in-law, Qin Bingyun. She came here specially to see them. The old village chief nodded repeatedly, and a relieved smile finally appeared on his old face. Okay, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Come on. Don't just stand there. Let's go to my house for dinner. My wife made chicken soup today. It's so delicious. Chun Fei and Qin Bingyun looked at each other, both feeling a little amused. They didn't expect the old village chief to be so enthusiastic. They originally planned to leave after seeing the old house, but seeing the old man's expectant eyes, they couldn't refuse and had to agree. The old village chief's house is right next to the Chun family's old house. It is also a dilapidated adobe house. The yard is full of vegetables and looks full of vitality. As soon as they entered the yard, they smelled the rich aroma of chicken soup. An old lady with silver hair came out of the kitchen. Seeing the old village chief and Chun Fei's family coming back, she smiled so much that her face was wrinkled. Old man, where did you pick up these guests from? Come in and sit down. The meal will be ready soon. The old village chief introduced with a smile. Old woman, this is Hongmei and her son and daughter-in-law, the descendants of old man Chun. When the old lady heard the words descendants of the Chun family, her cloudy eyes became moist and her wrinkled face was full of emotion. Descendants of the Chun family. She shook her head as if she couldn't bear to continue, sighed, and turned her gaze to Fei Chun. With a hint of expectation in his eyes, he said, Child, you really look like Yu Sheng. The old village chief echoed. That's right, they're practically cut from the same cloth. Especially those eyes. They're exactly like Yu Sheng's back then, both so bright. All right, let's not talk about these old things anymore. Stop standing there and come inside to eat. The old lady greeted and turned into the kitchen. The old village chief's house is not big, but it is clean and tidy. It can be seen that the two old people live their lives very attentively. The dining table was filled with sumptuous dishes. The aroma was so fragrant that it made people's mouths water. The old lady kept putting food into Chun Fei and Qin Bingyun's bowls, and her enthusiasm was so overwhelming that the two of them could hardly resist. Come, come, try the soup the old woman made. It's made with our own old hens. It's so delicious. Chapter 123, Chun Family Clinic. The old lady looked at Chun Fei with a smile, her eyes as kind as if Chun Fei was her own grandson. Chun Fei couldn't refuse the kindness, so he picked up the bowl and took a sip of the chicken soup. It was fresh and fragrant, and warmth instantly spread throughout his body. How is it? Is it delicious? The old lady asked expectantly. It's delicious, so delicious. Chun Fei smiled and nodded, praising him generously. If it tastes good, drink more. There's still plenty in the pot. The old lady was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. The old village chief took a sip of wine, put down his glass, and sighed. Back then, Yuxing often came to my house for dinner. My son, your grandfather and I grew up together. He was very smart and learned everything quickly, especially medicine. His father was a famous barefoot doctor in our village, known for hundreds of miles. Yuxing studied with his father for several years and surpassed his father. Later, major hospitals in the city came to recruit him, so the Chun family moved away. The old village chief fell into memories, his tone filled with emotion and pride. However, your grandfather is a man of great loyalty. Even after moving to the city, he never forgot our village. Every once in a while, he would come back to stay for a while and provide free medical treatment to the villagers. Anyone who had a headache or a fever would come to him, and he would never refuse. Yes, the Chin family are kind-hearted. Not only do they provide us with free medical treatment, they also often help the poor in the village. Yuxing even paid for the construction of roads and schools in our village. The old lady also echoed, her tone full of gratitude and admiration. The Chun family has been incredibly kind to our village. After listening to the old village chief's story, Chun Fei felt a surge of admiration for his grandfather. He didn't expect that his grandfather had done so many things when he was alive. He secretly made up his mind to revive the Chun family clinic and carry on his grandfather's legacy. After having a good meal and a drink, the old village chief took Chun Fei and his family of 3 for a walk around the village. The village is not big, nestled in the mountains and beside the water, with beautiful scenery and fresh air, giving it a sense of a paradise. Although our village is poor, the environment is amazing. It's close to the mountains and the water, and the air is fresh. After living in the city for a long time, it's so comfortable to come back and stay for a few days occasionally. The old village chief introduced proudly as he walked. Yes, the environment in the village is really nice. Chun Fei echoed. It's a pity that the medical conditions are so poor. There's only one clinic in the village with one barefoot doctor, and they can't treat many illnesses. Some villagers have serious illnesses and can only go to the big hospitals in the city. It's a hassle and a lot of money. Many people can only bear it because they can't afford to see a doctor. At this point, a trace of helplessness and regret appeared in the old village chief's face. Chun Fei's heart moved when he heard this. Old village chief, don't worry. I plan to open a clinic in the south of the city. When the time comes, please tell the villagers to come to me for treatment if they need it. I will do my best to help them. Fei Chen said sincerely. Opening a clinic? Really? That would be great. Upon hearing this, the old village chief became excited, his cloudy eyes flashing with excitement. Child, are you really willing to treat the villagers? The old lady asked with a look of surprise. Of course it's true. Wasn't my great-grandfather a barefoot doctor in the village? I could be considered to have inherited his legacy. Chun Fei said with a smile. Good, good, good. The old village chief excitedly said 3 good words in a row. Child, you are such a good child. If your grandfather knew how successful you are, he would definitely be very pleased. By the way, kid, what's the name of your clinic? The old lady asked. It's still called the Chun Family Clinic. Chun Fei thought for a moment and said. Hearing this name, the old village chief and the old lady were happy for Chun Fei. The sky in the mountains changes suddenly. It was just sunset, but now it is already dusk. Chun Fei looked up at the sky and said to the old village chief, Old village chief, it's getting late. We should go back. Yes, this mountain road is dark. You have to hurry. The old village chief also echoed and turned to speak to the old lady. Old lady, Go get some free-range eggs and ask Xiaofei to take them back. The old lady responded cheerfully and turned to go into the house. Fei Chun quickly waved his hand. No, no, old village chief, you can keep it for yourself. We could buy everything in the city. Hey kid, why are you being so polite to your elders? The eggs from our mountains taste so different from the ones you buy in the city. They're so delicious. As the old village chief spoke, he stuffed a basket of eggs into Chun Fei's hands. Chun Fei couldn't refuse, so he had to accept it. After thanking the old village chief and the old lady again, he left with his mother and Qin Bingyan. Before leaving, Fei Chin deliberately looked back at the small mountain village behind him. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the village, giving this quiet little village a golden edge, making it look particularly peaceful. Chun Fei first drove his mother back home, gave her a few instructions, and then left with Qin Bingyan. Back at the Qin family villa, Mr. Qin was sitting in the living room drinking tea. Seeing Chun Fei and Qin Bingyan coming back, he asked with a smile, "You're back. Where did you go today?" "Grandfather." Qin Bingyan called out obediently. Chun Fei also called out Grandpa. Not wanting too many people to know about the Qin family's affairs, he could only vaguely say, "I went to the countryside today to take a walk and breathe some fresh air." Old Master Qin put down his teacup, glanced at Qin Bingyun, and said meaningfully, "Bingyun wasn't in the company all afternoon. I thought you had taken her somewhere." Chun Fei's heart skipped a beat, thinking that the old man knew something. He said calmly, "My mother has been staying at home recently, so it's a good opportunity to take her out to relax, so I took Bingyun with me." "Oh, I see." Old Master Qin nodded, and without further questioning, he asked, "How is your mother doing recently?" "Thanks to you, my mother recovered well." Chun Fei said, "That's good, that's good." Old Master Qin smiled with relief and continued, "By the way, Xiaofei, the child from the Bai family, has already gone back." "I know. He said hello to me before he left." Chun Fei said, "Well, this kid is the same. He comes and goes in a hurry and doesn't stay for more than a few days." Mr. Qin sighed. "However, he has often mentioned you to me recently, saying that you have superb medical skills and good character." When Mr. Qin said the last sentence, there was a hint of ridicule in his tone. Old Master Qin looked at Fei Chun and Qin Bingyun, who were still holding hands and couldn't hide the smile on his face. These two kids seem to be a perfect match no matter how you look at them. Qin Bingyun has a cold personality, and only Chun Fei can tolerate her. Chapter 124, Not Like a Couple. And this kid always finds a way to make Bingyun smile, which is better than anything else. "Grandpa, if you're okay, we'll go back to the room." Qin Bingyun felt a little uncomfortable when she saw her grandfather staring at them. "Well, fine, fine. You young people have your own space. Go ahead." Old Master Qin waved his hands with a smile, but he was very happy in his heart. Chun Fei and Qin Bingyun returned to the room. Qin Bingyun walked straight to the desk, opened the documents, and started working. Chun Fei sat bored on the sofa, looking at Qin Bingyun's profile as she worked seriously, and suddenly an impulse surged in his heart. Bingyun. Qin Bingyun responded without even raising her head. "Do you feel that we don't look like a couple like this?" Fei Chun asked cautiously. Qin Bingyun stopped writing and turned to look at Fei Chun with a hint of doubt in her eyes. "So, what do you think it should look like?" Chun Fei was stunned by Qin Bingyun's sudden question. He couldn't just say, like other couples, that they were going to do something loving together at night, right? Qin Bingyun looked at Fei Chin's embarrassed expression, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She put down the documents in her hand, stood up, walked over to Chun Fei, and sat down, breaking the deadlock. "Don't misunderstand me. That's not what I meant." Fei Chun explained in a panic, but he didn't know how to express his true thoughts. Qin Bingyun stretched out her slender fingers and gently pressed Chun Fei's lips to stop him from continuing. "I know what you want to say." Qin Bingyun's voice was soft, yet it carried an irresistible charm. "I'm not as repulsive to you as you think." Fei Chin was stunned for a moment and looked at Qin Bingyun in confusion, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Qin Bingyun lowered her eyes slightly, seeming to find it difficult to speak. "I'm just not used to the way lovers get along with each other. Not used to it." Chun Fei became even more confused. Qin Bingyun sighed softly and explained, "My grandfather has protected me very well since I was a child. I've almost never had any contact with the opposite sex of my age, let alone falling in love." So, Chun Fei seemed to understand something. "So I need time to adapt." Qin Bingyun raised her head and looked at Chun Fei sincerely. "Can you give me a moment?" Chun Fei looked at Qin Bingyun's sincere eyes, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He reached out and gently held Qin Bingyun's hand and said in a firm tone, "Of course, I will accompany you to adapt." The two of them sat there quietly, holding hands. No one spoke, but their hearts were slowly getting closer to each other. The atmosphere in the room gradually heated up. A blush appeared on Qin Bingyun's cheeks, and her heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably. She could feel the warmth from Fei Chen's hand, as well as the power that made her feel at ease. Qin Bingyun felt her cheeks getting a little hot. This can't go on. She pulled her hand back without leaving a trace and flipped through the documents on the table with pretended calmness. "I still have some work to do." "Okay, then you go ahead and get busy." Fei Chen also noticed that the atmosphere was a little awkward. He stood up and sat on the sofa, picking up his phone and flipping through it casually. Qin Bingyun tried hard to focus on the document, but the image of the two of them holding hands kept appearing in her mind. She could feel the lingering warmth on her fingertips and the touch that made her heart beat faster. "Strange, what's wrong with me?" Qin Bingyun whispered to herself, trying to get rid of those strange thoughts from her mind. "What did you say?" Fei Chun raised his head and looked at her in confusion. "Nothing." Qin Bingyun shook her head, closed the document, turned to look at Chun Fei with a scorching gaze. "Let me ask you if you could really refine the 9 Revolutions golden pill, would you?" Qin Bingyun's voice trembled slightly. She had wanted to ask this question this afternoon, but she had never had the courage to say it out loud. "Won't." Fade, Chen interrupted her, without hesitation, his tone firm. "Why?" Qin Bingyun was stunned. She had thought of countless possibilities, but she never expected this answer. Fade Chen was silent for a moment. "Because I don't want to be immortal." He spoke calmly. "In this world, there are always some things that are more important than life." Fade Chen looked out the window with a dazed look, as if he was looking at a distant place. Qin Bingyun stared at Chun Fei's profile. His angular face looked particularly profound in the afterglow of the setting sun. At this moment, she felt that Fei Chun was so close to her, within reach, yet there seemed to be an insurmountable gap between them. "What should I do to truly enter your heart?" Qin Bingyun asked herself silently in her heart. An idea emerged in Qin Bingyun's mind, and she did the boldest thing she had ever done since she grew up. She tiptoed to Chun Fei's side, like an elegant cat, with a hint of subtle nervousness and anticipation. Fei Chen was still immersed in his own thoughts and didn't notice Qin Bingyun approaching at all. Qin Bingyun took a deep breath, slowly stretched out her arms, and wrapped them around Chun Fei's neck. The soft touch, mixed with a hint of her unique cool fragrance, instantly reached Chun Fei's senses. Fei Chun was startled and came back to his senses from his thoughts. He subconsciously reached out and held Qin Bingyun's waist, fearing that she would slip away from him. By the time he realized what was happening, an exquisite face was already close at hand, and a pair of watery eyes were looking at him with a hint of shyness and expectation. When their eyes met, time seemed to stand still. The two people's breaths intertwined, and an ambiguous warmth spread between them. Chun Fei's heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably. How could he have the mind to think about those troubles? The woman in front of him was breathtakingly beautiful, and her initiative was like a flame that instantly ignited the desire deep in his heart. Qin Bingyun originally just wanted to test it out, but she didn't expect Chun Fei's reaction to be so strong. Her cheeks were burning, and she wanted to retreat, but Fei Chun held her tightly in his arms. "You..." Qin Bingyun was about to speak, but her lips were blocked by Chun Fei's domineering kiss. His kiss was a little eager, yet a little gentle, like tasting a treasure that had been treasured for a long time, cautious yet domineering. Qin Bingyun's mind was blank, and all her thoughts were disrupted by this sudden kiss. Apart from the last accident, this was after they confirmed their relationship. First real kiss. The intimacy of true love. As their lips and teeth intertwined, Qin Bingyun felt her mind go blank. She never thought that she would be so proactive. But Chun Fei's breath, his warmth, and his domineering plunder made her addicted and unable to resist. Chapter 125, Please Respect Yourself. After an unknown amount of time, Fei Chen finally let her go. Looking at her dazed eyes and swollen lips, he whispered, "Do you regret it?" Qin Bingyun's heart was beating so hard that it seemed like it was about to burst through her chest. She didn't dare to look into Fei Chen's eyes. She just shook her head slightly, her voice as thin as a mosquito's. "No, I don't regret it." "That's good." Chun Fei smiled and held her in his arms. Feeling his warmth and his heartbeat, Qin Bingyun felt a sweetness in her heart. She knew that she had completely fallen. Dong dong dong. The sudden knock on the door broke the charming atmosphere in the room. Who is it? Fei Chen frowned somewhat unhappily. Sir, Mr. Qin, there are guests downstairs. Lu Ma's voice came from outside the door. Guest? Fei Chen and Qin Bingyun exchanged a look, both puzzled. Who would come to the Qin family so late at night? Got it, we'll go down right away. Chun Fei and Qin Bingyun tidied their clothes and walked downstairs hand in hand. The two people who came into view were Li Yinjie and Li Yanran, a grandfather and grandson. Fei Chen raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, we just met at the auction. Why are you here so late at night? Qin Bingyun was also surprised. The last time they saw the grandparents and grandchildren, they were still overseas. How come they suddenly returned to China? When Mr. Qin saw his granddaughter and Fei Chen walking down the stairs hand in hand, his face was full of relief. He didn't know that they had met Li Yinjie and Li Yanran before, so he introduced them with a smile. Bingyun, Xiaofei, come here. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Li. I used to have some friendship with him. The one next to him is his granddaughter, Yanran. You played with her when you were a child, remember? Qin Bingyun pulled the corners of her mouth with a forced smile. Who could remember childhood events so clearly? She hadn't seen Li Yanran since she was 10 years old. Now she suddenly showed up and visited her in the middle of the night. There was something strange about it, no matter how you looked at it. Chun Fei observed the Li family's grandfather and grandson calmly. Li Yinjie still had the same immortal look, but there seemed to be a hint of gloom between his brows. Li Yanran locked onto Chun Fei at first sight, with a strange light flashing in her eyes, which made Chun Fei feel uneasy. Mr. Li, Miss Yanran, hello. Chun Fei greeted politely, but in his heart, he was wondering what these two people were up to. Li Yanran covered her mouth and chuckled, her beautiful eyes moving around, not hiding her admiration for Chun Fei. She said delicately, Mr. Chun, we meet again. Do you still remember me? Old Master Qin looked at the scene before him, his face full of confusion. He stroked his beard and asked, do you know each other? Ah, come to think of it, I held Bingyun in my arms when she was little. In the blink of an eye, she's grown up so big. Girls really change a lot when they grow up. She's getting more and more beautiful. Li Yinjie said with a smile, but his cloudy eyes stayed on Chun Fei with a hint of intriguing smile. Grandpa Li, you're joking. Who can remember things from childhood? Qin Bingyun smiled faintly and stood in front of Chun Fei calmly, blocking Li Yanran's overly scorching gaze. Although Mr. Qin is old, his mind is not confused. He keenly realized that the visit of the Li family's grandparents and grandchildren was no accident. But after all, they were old friends, so it was difficult to refuse directly. So he said, since you just returned to Jiangdu, Laoli, and haven't found a place to live yet, why don't you stay with me first? There are plenty of rooms anyway. Then I'm sorry to bother Brother Qin. Li Yinjie bowed his hands, looking grateful. Seeing that her grandfather had spoken, Qin Bingyun didn't know what to say, so she told Lu Ma to clean up the room. Grandpa, it's getting late. You should go and rest first. Leave this to me. Qin Bingyun supported Old Man Qin and spoke softly. Old Master Qin looked at the Li family's grandparents and grandchildren, then looked at Chun Fei, and finally nodded. With the support of Qin Bingyun, he slowly went upstairs. Only the Li family's grandparents and Chun Fei were left in the hall. When Li Yanran saw Mr. Qin leave, she immediately sat down next to Fei Chun. Her beautiful eyes examined him unabashedly, and she pursed her red lips. Mr. Chun, I only saw you briefly at the auction last time. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. It's truly fate. Chun Fei calmly moved aside, putting some distance between him and Li Yanran, and said calmly, Miss Li, you're joking. We just met by chance. Oh, really? Li Yanran covered her mouth and chuckled. She didn't feel embarrassed at all because of Chun Fei's coldness. Instead, she moved closer to him more boldly. Fei Chen frowned slightly. What on earth did this woman want to do? He was about to speak when he was interrupted by Li Yinjie. Yanran, don't be rude. Li Yinjie scolded him in a serious tone, then turned to look at Fei Chun and said with a smile, Mr. Chun, I've spoiled my granddaughter since she was little. She's always been disrespectful. Don't bother with her. No problem. Fei Chun replied calmly, but in his heart he didn't believe a single word the old fox said. Seeing that Fei Chun was avoiding her, Li Yanran not only did not restrain herself, but instead became even more bold in getting closer to him. Mr. Chun, you are too modest. The last time I saw you in Country M, I knew you were a rare and amazing doctor. Fei Chun got goosebumps all over his body. This woman was really enough. He was about to explode when he saw Qin Bingyun walking down the stairs. Fei Chun, what are you doing? There was no emotion in Qin Bingyun's voice, but Fei Chun felt a chill. Bingyun, Just as Fei Chun was about to explain, Li Yanran suddenly took his arm and looked at Qin Bingyun with a smile. Sister Qin, you're finally here. Mr. Chun and I are having a great time chatting. Qin Bingyun's face turned cold instantly. She walked to Fei Chun and calmly took Li Yanran's hand away from Fei Chen's arm. Ms. Li, please respect yourself. Li Yanran was not angry, but just looked at Li Yinjie with grievance. Grandpa, look at Sister Qin. Seeing this, Li Yinjie quickly tried to smooth things over. Bingyun girl, you misunderstood. Yanran was just joking with Mr. Chun. Don't take it to heart. Qin Bingyun smiled faintly. Grandpa Li, you're joking. I believe Chen Fei is not that kind of person. After saying that, she turned and looked at Fei Chun. The words were indeed spoken to the servant next to him. Take Grandpa Li and Miss Li to the guest room to rest. Okay. The servant responded quickly. Watching the backs of the Li family's grandparents disappear at the stairs, the smile on Qin Bingyun's face instantly disappeared, and she turned to look at Chen Fei. Go back to the room. Fei Chen returned to the room, sat down on the sofa, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Chapter 126, The Drunkard's Intention is Not to Drink. Qin Bingyun came in afterwards, closed the door behind her, and her expression softened a little. They have a problem. The two spoke in unison. After they finished speaking, Qin Bingyun was stunned at first. Then she burst out laughing, and her originally cold expression disappeared. Last time in Country M, although I could tell that Li Yanran was interested in you, she wasn't so bold. Qin Bingyun walked over and sat down next to Fei Chun, with a hint of doubt and dissatisfaction in her tone. What is this today? Throwing yourself into someone's arms. Fei Chun gave a bitter laugh. Who says it's not true? I'm not popular, so there's no need to do this. He paused and continued. Besides, I feel like she did this on purpose today, deliberately letting you see it. Qin Bingyun nodded in agreement. I noticed that too. Although Li Yanran and I aren't close friends, we've met a few times. She's not the type to be without sense of propriety. What she did today was clearly done for my sake. But why would they do that? Qin Bingyun frowned slightly. What good will it do them if they sow discord between us? What on earth is this old man up to? Fei Chun rubbed his temples, puzzled. Qin Bingyun poured herself a glass of red wine, took a sip, and said with a cold look, whatever medicine it is, we will know tomorrow. They can't possibly put on such a show for no reason. Fei Chun nodded in agreement. The behavior of the Li family's grandparents and grandson is too abnormal. It seems that Li Yanran has taken a fancy to him. If you want to create some romantic news, there is no need to act out this in front of Qin Bingyun. Do they think they can sow discord between us? Qin Bingyun sneered, with a hint of disdain in her tone. That's ridiculous. Chen Fei agreed deeply. Maybe it was possible before, but recently they obviously trusted each other more. In my opinion, their real purpose is not to drink. Fei Chen frowned slightly and pondered. I suspect they might want to use the Yanran to get close to me, and what do I get from you? Qin Bingyun interjected. For example, my medical skills? Fei Chen asked tentatively. Medical skills? Qin Bingyun repeated it, a cold light flashing in her beautiful eyes. They want your medical skills? Maybe. Fei Chen frowned, and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. Wait, do you think they want to fight? Chen Fei's voice stopped abruptly. He suddenly looked up at Qin Bingyun, and Qin Bingyun also looked at him. Both of them had disbelief in their eyes. You mean? Qin Bingyun's voice trembled slightly, and she could hardly believe her own guess. Chen family's secret room. The two said in unison. A chill instantly crept up Fei Chen's spine, and he felt a chill on his back. The Chun family's secret room is where the Chun family has passed down medical books from generation to generation. It is also the only place that has not been found after the Chun family's demise. If the Li family really wants this, impossible. Fei Chen shook his head violently, denying this guess. There are only two of us who entered the secret room today. Li Yinjie can't possibly know. That's right. Qin Bingyun also calmed down. Only we know the location of the secret room. Li Yinjie has no way of getting the information. Are we worrying too much? Fei Chun was a little skeptical. Whether we're overthinking it or not, we have to be careful. A gleam of light flashed in Qin Bingyun's beautiful eyes. Let's observe again tomorrow. The old fox will eventually reveal his true colors. Chen Fei nodded. He also felt that it was better to be safe than sorry. What's more, even if the Li family really set their sights on the medical book, he would not be afraid at all. What he possessed was the complete legacy of the medical saint, and those medical books were just the icing on the cake. But even though it was the icing on the cake, he would not allow anyone to covet it. It's getting late. Go to bed early. Chun Fei and Qin Bingyun fell asleep in each other's arms. Outside the window, the moonlight is hazy, as if casting a mysterious veil over this luxurious villa. The next morning, when Chun Fei woke up, Qin Bingyun had already left the room. He washed up briefly and went downstairs to have breakfast. As I walked to the door of the restaurant, I heard a burst of hearty laughter coming from inside. Haha, Brother Qin, what are you talking about? What's the relationship between our two families? Do we need to be so polite? The speaker was Li Yinjie, and his tone was full of intimacy. When Fei Chen walked into the restaurant, he saw Li Yinran there. When she saw him come in, she actually took the initiative to greet him. Brother Chen Fei, good morning. Fei Chen was slightly stunned, then smiled and nodded. It seems that Li Yinjie must have given his precious granddaughter a good education last night. Today's Li Yinran was obviously much more restrained than yesterday. At least she didn't do anything out of line. Chun Fei walked to the dining table and sat down. Old Master Qin was just asking why the Li family suddenly went abroad. Brother Li, you haven't told me yet. Why did your family suddenly go abroad back then? There was no news at all, and it made us old guys worried for a long time. Li Yinjie picked up the teacup, took a sip, and a look of reminiscence appeared on his face. After a while, he put down his teacup, sighed softly, and slowly said, I'm not afraid of being laughed at by Brother Qin. Back then, our family was tricked by someone, and some business problems arose. We almost couldn't recover. We had no choice but to flee abroad to avoid the limelight. Oh, it's so embarrassing. Qin Jinshan pretended to be surprised and asked, Oh, there's such a thing? Brother Li, you're a veteran in the business world. Who could push you to this point? Li Yinjie waved his hand and said with a casual smile, Don't mention it. It's all old news. It's better not to mention it. Now that the domestic situation is stable, our Li family is also thinking about returning to develop. After all, there is no place like home, don't you think, Chun Fei? Li Yinjie said this, and turned his gaze to Chun Fei with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Fei Chen smiled faintly and said non-committally, Mr. Li is right. Fallen leaves return to their roots. It's human nature. Haha, what a beautiful story of fallen leaves returning to their roots. Li Yinjie lauga ludli. Young Master Chun Fei is really quick-witted. I like that. By the way, I heard there's a big project going on in Jiangdu recently. I wonder if Brother Qin is interested in collaborating. Qin Jinshan asked calmly, Oh, what project? Brother Li, tell us about it. Li Yinjie smiled mysteriously and said, It's hard to say now. When the time is right, I will naturally tell Brother Qin. Both Qin Fei and Qin Bingyun could tell that Li Yinjie's words were half true and half false. But since he didn't say anything, they didn't dare to ask more questions and could only continue listening calmly. Chapter 127 Bad Luck. After breakfast, Li Yinran suddenly suggested, Brother Chun Fei, I haven't been back to Jiangdu for a long time. Can you accompany me for a walk? Before Fei Chen could refuse, Qin Bingyun spoke first. Yinran rarely comes back, so you should accompany her. It's a good opportunity to help her get familiar with the environment. Fei Chen looked at Qin Bingyun in surprise, not understanding what she was up to, but he nodded and said, Okay then. Seeing this, Li Yinran jumped up happily and said, Great. Thank you, Brother Chun Fei. Let's go. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Qin Bingyun raised a meaningful smile. Chun Fei originally wanted to find a coffee shop to kill time. However, Miss Li Yinran was in high spirits and insisted on taking him shopping. It is called experiencing life. But look at the pile of luxury shopping bags she is holding. Chun Fei really couldn't see what this had to do with life. Brother Chun Fei, what do you think of this skirt? Li Yinran stood at the door of the store, pointing at a white lace dress displayed in the window. Fei Chen took a quick look and spoke calmly. Good. What do you mean it's okay? This is this year's new model. It's super hard to find. Li Yanran pouted in dissatisfaction. You don't even know how to appreciate it. Chun Fei shook his head helplessly. He really couldn't understand the world of these rich people. Just as I was about to say something, I heard a sarcastic voice behind me. Hey, isn't this Yinran? How come this is... The person who spoke was a woman dressed up in fancy clothes and wearing exquisite makeup, but there was an unconcealable sourness in her tone. Li Yinran looked back, and a hint of disdain appeared on her face, but it disappeared in a flash. It's Wang Ling, long time no see. It's been a long time since we last met. Ever since you went abroad, all of us old classmates have been missing you. As Wang Ling spoke, her eyes fell on Chen Fei. She looked him up and down and smiled contemptuously. This is, this is my friend, Fei Chun. Li Yanran hesitated for a moment. Wang Ling seemed to have grasped some kind of handle and laughed even more wildly. Friends? Yanran, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you need to be more discerning. When you're looking for a friend, you should look for someone of equal status. A guy like this, who's obviously a gigolo, what future can he have? Chun Fei didn't want to pay attention to this boring argument between rich girls. But Wang Ling's sarcastic tone made him very uncomfortable, especially the word pretty boy, which made a cold light flash in his eyes. Although he didn't like Li Yanran, she was a guest of the Qin family after all. He couldn't just sit back and watch. Chun Fei calmly pulled Li Yanran's wrist and shielded her behind him. He said in a cold tone, "Miss, please speak with respect." Wang Ling was obviously not expecting Fei Chun to suddenly interrupt. She was stunned for a moment. Then she shouted exaggeratedly as if she had heard a joke. "Oh my God, a pretty boy is still protecting his master? What's wrong? Are you afraid that I will expose your true face and embarrass you in front of Yanran?" Li Yanran's face changed. She was about to explain when Wang Ling interrupted her. "Yanran, don't be embarrassed. These days, men are unreliable. When you were abroad, that guy... Oh, look at my memory. I've forgotten everything." Wang Ling said this, pretending to be suddenly enlightened, but she couldn't hide the gloating in her eyes. Li Yanran's face turned bad, and she quickly interrupted her. "Wang Ling, stop talking." Wang Ling wanted to say something else, but Li Yanran glared at her fiercely, so she had to shut up in disappointment. "Fei Chun, let's go." Li Yanran took Fei Chen's arm and hurriedly left them all. Along the way, Li Yanran remained silent and depressed. Seeing this, Fei Chen asked calmly, "What's wrong?" Li Yanran raised her head, her eyes slightly red, and whispered, "Brother Chun Fei, don't listen to her nonsense. No need to explain. I don't care." Fei Chen interrupted her and spoke calmly. Li Yanran seemed not to hear Chun Fei's words. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke to herself. "Actually, Wang Ling, what she said is true. When I was abroad, I was scammed, my investment failed, and I owed a lot of money." At this point, Li Yanran's voice was already choked with sobs. "I didn't dare tell my family because I was afraid they would worry." Fei Chen was silent for a moment, then tried to ask, "You want me to keep it a secret for you?" Li Yanran raised her head, her eyes filled with pleading. "Brother Chun Fei, please, you are the only one I have." Chun Fei looked at her pitiful appearance and suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. Li Yanran has a bright and beautiful appearance, and it is obviously not in line with her to make such a pitiful expression at this moment. He suddenly wanted to see what secrets this seemingly unruly and willful young lady was hiding. "Okay, I promise," Fei Chun said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Li Yanran burst into laughter, hugged Chen Fei's arm, and said excitedly, "I knew that brother Chen Fei is the best." Fei Chen's body stiffened slightly, and he pulled his arm out. Li Yanran seemed oblivious to Chun Fei's indifference and continued to hold his arm affectionately. He kept talking about some interesting things happening abroad, as if the unpleasantness just now was just a breeze that passed by gently, without leaving a trace. Chun Fei listened patiently, responding from time to time, but his eyes involuntarily drifted away. He always felt that something was wrong today. Ever since he met Li Yin, troubles had been coming one after another. Not to mention Wang Ling just now. Next thing was that he almost hit her with his car. Or maybe some kid threw a stone at her. It's like being plagued by bad luck. Could it be that this young lady is the reincarnation of some unlucky star? Chun Fei secretly complained in his heart, but it was difficult to say such words out loud. He could only pray silently that the next journey would go more smoothly. The two walked out of the mall and were about to go to a nearby restaurant with good reviews for dinner, but they ran into a wall of meat head-on. "Oh, where did this little girl come from? She's quite pretty." Sure enough, a drunk and overweight man blocked their way. A pair of turbid eyes swirled around Li Yanran with lust, as if they wanted to eat her alive. "Get out of here." Chun Fei's face darkened. He could only step forward to protect Li Yanran behind him and said in a cold tone, "Hey, pretty boy, you're quite the hero, saving the damsel in distress, huh?" The drunk man obviously didn't take Chun Fei seriously. He burped, emitting a disgusting smell of alcohol, and reached out to grab Chun Fei's collar. Chapter 128 Photo. A cold glint flashed in Fei Chen's eyes. He dodged the drunk's hand and grabbed his wrist, twisting it hard. Crack! With a crisp sound, The drunk's arm bent at a strange angle. The screams, like those of a pig being slaughtered, suddenly resounded throughout the street. You fucking... The drunk man was sweating profusely from the pain. Just as he was about to curse, Fei Chen kicked him to the ground, and he curled up in pain. If you dare to harass her again, it won't be as simple as breaking an arm. Fei Chen looked down at the drunk man with a cold tone, as if he were a Shura from hell. Passers-by around saw this and cast curious glances at them, but no one dared to step forward and meddle. Li Yanran was frightened by this sudden change, and her face turned pale. She didn't come to her senses until Chun Fei returned to her side. She grabbed his sleeve tightly, her body trembling slightly. Brother Chun Fei, it's okay, let's go. Fei Chun gently patted the back of her hand and comforted her softly, but a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He could see that this young lady was a walking troublemaker. Even if she was walking peacefully, there would always be people who would come to cause trouble. How about we go back? Chun Fei looked at Li Yanran, who was in tears, and suggested. Li Yanran seemed to be frightened out of her wits at this moment. When she heard Chun Fei's words, she nodded desperately. Seeing her in such shock, Chun Fei felt a little bit sorry for her, so he could only sigh helplessly and lead her towards the Qin family. The other side, in the president's office of Qin Group, Qin Bingyun was buried in a pile of documents. There was a hint of fatigue between her delicate eyebrows, and her slender fingers gently rubbed her eyebrows, trying to relieve the stress brought by long hours of work. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and Qin Bingyun's assistant, a tall young woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, walked in with a professional smile on her face. Boss Qin, someone just delivered an envelope, specifying your name and saying it's for you. Qin Bingyun raised her head, took the envelope, and said calmly, "Put it there." "Okay, Mr. Qin, I'll be out first. Call me anytime if you have any instructions." The assistant bowed slightly, turned and walked out, closing the office door gently. Qin Bingyun put down the documents in her hand and picked up the envelope on the table. There was no signature on the white envelope. There was only one line of beautiful handwriting written in black pen. To Miss Qin Bingyun, I hope you like this gift. Qin Bingyun frowned slightly. This line of words and this inexplicable gift both had a strange feeling. It made her feel uncomfortable. She hesitated for a moment, then finally opened the envelope. There were several photos in the envelope, and the people in the photos showed what happened between Chun Fei and Li Yanran today. It's like someone took a sneak shot. In the first photo, Fei Chun tightly grasped Li Yanran's wrist, protecting her behind him, staring fiercely at the front. Li Yanran hid behind Chun Fei in panic. Her pitiful appearance made people feel pity for her. In the second photo, Li Yanran is holding Chun Fei's arm affectionately, and the two are walking on the street, talking and laughing, looking like a couple in love. The third photo showed Chun Fei kicking a drunk man to the ground. In the picture, Chun Fei's expression was cold and ruthless, like a killing god, which made people shudder. Looking at the intimate behavior of Fei Chun and Li Yanran in the photo, Qin Bingyun's face became even colder, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of her mouth. It seems I underestimated you, Li Yanran. Qin Bingyun muttered to herself, a cold light flashing in her eyes. This way, after successfully sending Li Yanran to the Qin family, Chun Fei suddenly felt a lot more relieved. He looked at Mr. Qin and Mr. Bai, who were sitting in the living room leisurely drinking tea. I secretly complained in my heart. These two old foxes must have seen through each other a long time ago, but they are still pretending to be stupid. Fei Chen, Ivis spoiled Yanran. I hope she hasn't caused you any trouble. Mr. Li saw Fei Chun and said with a smile, but a shrewd light flashed in his eyes. Chun Fei sneered in his heart, but pretended to be flattered on the surface. Grandpa Li, you're too kind. Yanran is doing fine. I'm just worried I can't take good care of her. Haha, don't worry. Young people should go out more often. Old Master Qin waved his hand, signaling Chun Fei not to pay attention to what Li Yin just said. With old Qin's help, Fei Chen nodded and found an excuse to slip out of the Qin family. He did not go directly to the hospital, but found a secluded place and took out the card that the dean gave him last time. System, redeem points. Fei Chen muttered to himself. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The card balance is 40 million, and the redemption points are 400. The system's cold prompt sounded in Chun Fei's mind. Host panel. Name, Chun Fei. Points, 830. Appearance, 68. Physique, 2. Skills, 0. System, redeem the repair pills. Fei Chun gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. After all, we are doctors, and doctors have a kind heart. We can't really bear to see Song Jian suffer from those sequelae. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The redemption of the repair pills was successful, and 400 points were deducted. The system's cold voice rang in Chun Fei's mind, as if mocking his poverty. The next second, a black pill appeared in Chun Fei's palm, emitting a strange smell of traditional Chinese medicine. He pinched his nose in disgust, found a small bag to put the things in, and hurried to the hospital. Arriving at the hospital, Fei Chun went straight to Song Jian's ward. As soon as she reached the door, she heard a burst of suppressed crying coming from inside, accompanied by Mother Song's intermittent sobbing. Genre, you finally woke up? Look at Mom. Why don't you speak? Chun Fei pushed the door open and saw Song Jian lying on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Although his face was still a little pale, he seemed to be in good spirits. Song's mother held his hand tightly and burst into tears. Aunt Song, Song Jian just woke up. Don't get too excited. Let him have a good rest. Fei Chen stepped forward and comforted him. Mother Song suddenly raised her head, grabbed Fei Chen's hand, and said excitedly, Dr. Chun, please take a look at my son. Why isn't he talking? Is there something wrong? Fei Chen comforted her and asked her to calm down. Auntie Song, don't worry. Let me take a look. He walked to the bedside and carefully checked Song Jian's physical condition. He asked a few more questions, but Song Jian remained silent, his eyes filled with anxiety and helplessness. Seeing this scene, Song's mother's heart sank again, and tears could not stop flowing down. Dr. Chen, what is going on? My son, is he? Chapter 129. Don't understand the ways of the world. Aunt Song, don't worry. I know Song Jian's condition. This is just a side effect of the surgery. Think about it. Such a major surgery is bound to leave some problems. While comforting Song's mother, Chun Fei signaled her with his eyes to stay calm. Really? Then can be cured. Mother Song seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and asked anxiously, her cloudy eyes full of bloodshot, which showed how much pressure she had been under since Song Jian was injured. Of course it can be cured. Your son just woke up, right? Just wait for him to recover for a while. Chun Fei's tone was firm, as if everything was under his control. Only he knew that this was all thanks to the system. Mother Song looked at Fei Chun doubtfully, then looked at her son lying on the hospital bed, and finally chose to believe the young doctor. After all, it was he who brought his son back from the brink of death, wasn't it? Dr. Chun, I'm leaving it up to you. Our genre is completely dependent on you. Mother Song held Fei Chen's hand tightly, tears glistening in her cloudy eyes. That was the light of hope, and also a mother's last stubbornness. Fei Chen gently patted the back of Mother Song's hand and said softly, Aunt Song, don't worry, I will do my best. After saying that, he took out a small bag from his pocket, poured out a black pill from it, and handed it to Song Jian's mouth. Song Jian, take this medicine. Although Song Jian couldn't speak, he could hear Chun Fei's words. He opened his mouth slightly and swallowed the pill. This pill is exactly the repair pill that Chun Fei exchanged for 4 million points. It is specially used to treat various difficult and complicated diseases and has immediate effects. In order to allow Song Jian to absorb the medicine as quickly as possible, Chun Fei took out another set of silver needles, disinfected them, and skillfully inserted them into several acupuncture points on Song Jian's head. Mother Song watched from the side, not daring to breathe, for fear of disturbing Chun Fei. Time passed minute by minute, and the ward was so quiet that only the sound of the instruments and the suppressed sobs of Song's mother could be heard. About 20 minutes later, Song Jian felt his throat itchy. He has been trying to make a sound, but hasn't been able to since he woke up. Feeling the change in his throat, he trembled his lips and tried to speak again cautiously. Tanya, how are you? Mother Song saw what Song Jian wanted to say at this moment, and asked in a trembling voice. Song Jian's gaze first fell on Fei Chen. His lips moved, and he uttered a hoarse voice. Dr. Chun, I'm here. Seeing Song Jian's expression, Fei Chen quickly responded with a pleased smile on his face. Mom. Song Jian turned to look at Song's mother again. His voice was still hoarse, but full of kindness and warmth. Hey, Mom's here. Song's mother excitedly held Song Jian's hand, and her tears could no longer be held back. When Song's mother heard her son calling Mom, she finally felt relieved. She knew that her son was really fine, and all this was thanks to the young doctor in front of her. Mother Song excitedly grabbed Fei Chen's hand and said incoherently, Dr. Chun, thank you for saving my son. You are our family's benefactor. Aunt Song, you're too kind. This is what I should do. Chun Fei said modestly, but he was very happy in his heart. Anything produced by the system must be a masterpiece. Song Lin had just gone to find Chun Fei in a panic. But since Chun Fei didn't come to the hospital just now, he couldn't find anyone. He could only grab the director who had just finished an operation and almost drag him to his brother's ward. He prayed all the way, praying that God would not be so cruel. Song Lin was born into a military family and had seen many storms, but he still found it hard to accept that his brother had just woken up and was unable to speak. The two of them ran all the way to the door of the ward. Before Song Lin pushed the door open, they heard the voice of Song's mother crying with joy from inside. Song Lin's heart trembled, as if he was hit by something suddenly. He pushed the door open suddenly and saw his brother lying on the hospital bed, his face pale, but trying hard to speak. "Little battle," Song Lin shouted, not caring about the dean anymore, and rushed directly to the bedside. When Song Jian saw his brother coming, his already happy eyes brightened even more. He opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "Brother." Just this one word made Song Lin's eyes red. He knew that his brother was fine. He was really fine. Song Lin grabbed Song Jian's hand, his eyes moist, but he smiled and scolded. "You kid, you almost scared me to death." Song Jian looked at his brother, then looked at his mother who was wiping her tears, and smiled weakly. He is also a soldier, and saving people is his duty. Even if it happens again, he will still rush forward without hesitation. "Brother, I'm fine, my throat is just a little—" Song Jian wanted to say that his throat was uncomfortable, but he suddenly found that the feeling had subsided and his voice became clearer and clearer. Song's mother also noticed this. Her son's voice was hoarse just now, but now his voice is obviously much clearer. Song Lin watched from the side, and the last stone in his heart fell to the ground. He patted his brother's shoulder and turned to look at Chun Fei with a complicated look. "Last time I barged into the operating room, it was really my own fault." He was so worried at the time that he thought his brother was dead. So how could he care about anything else? Now that his brother is fine, he feels more admiration than gratitude. Dr. Chun is not only a good doctor, but also does not hold grudges. "Dr. Chun, thank you so much this time." Song Lin was so excited that he didn't know what to say. In the end, thousands of words were condensed into one sentence. "I owe you so much gratitude. From now on, you will be the benefactor of my Song family." Fei Chun smiled faintly. "Mr. Song, you are too polite. Treating illnesses and saving lives is a doctor's duty." Song Lin wanted to say something else, but Fei Chun raised his hand to stop him. "Annie Song, you guys chat first, I'll be out for a while." After saying that, Fei Chun turned and left the ward. Song Lin looked at Fei Chun's back, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He turned to look at his mother and brother, and was relieved to see that they were both fine. "Mom, Xiaozhan, you guys chat first. I'm going to make a phone call." Song Lin said this and walked out of the ward. He walked to the window at the end of the corridor, took out his cell phone, and dialed a number. "Hello, Dad, it's me, Song Lin." "Well, Xiaozhan is fine now. He's awake and can talk." "Yes, thanks to Dr. Chun." "Dad, I have something else to tell you." Song Lin hesitated for a moment, then told Chun Fei that he wanted to give him more money, but was afraid that he would misunderstand him. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, before a middle-aged man's voice was heard. "You are still too young and don't understand the ways of the world. How can the value of a great man like Dr. Chun be measured by money? If you rashly give him money like this, it will only make him feel that you look down on him, which is not good." Chapter 130, Adulterer. Well, what should I do? I can't accept such a great favor from someone and then not express anything in return, right? Song Lin said with some embarrassment. "Let's do this." Father Song thought for a moment. "When Xiao Zhang gets better, you can personally arrange to treat Dr. Chun to a meal and thank him properly. If Dr. Chun needs anything in the future, our Song family will definitely do our best to help." "Dad, I understand." Song Lin followed his father's advice, hung up the phone, and breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Fei Chun had already walked out of the ward. He was about to go see other patients, but when he passed by the nurse's station, he heard whispers coming from inside. "Hey, have you heard? That patient in room 603 has a daughter, and it seems like she has a special relationship with Dr. Chun." "Really? No way. That girl looks innocent, but Dr. Chun is married. What's the point of having a wife these days? Men are always looking at the pot while eating from the bowl." Fei Chun frowned slightly and subconsciously slowed down his pace. "I saw it with my own eyes. That night, Dr. Chin took that girl out to dinner with another young girl. They were so intimate." Yes, I heard that too. It seems that Dr. Chin paid for it." Wow, he's really generous. That's right. I heard that the hospitalization fee for that room was also paid by Dr. Chun. Oh my God. No way, this is too exciting. Several nurses lowered their voices, but could not conceal the excitement and gossip in their tone. They described the situation vividly, as if they had witnessed a shocking love story with their own eyes. Chun Fei's face gradually darkened as he listened to these words. What he wanted to say. However, he changed his mind and realized that his relationship with Aunt Jo may had not been made public yet. So, these nurses were probably just making up stories and talking about it casually. He had no interest in arguing with them and was about to leave when there was a sudden commotion at the hospital entrance. Hey, isn't this Lu Ting? Why did he bring so many reporters? What's he doing? Who knows? Look at his face. He looks like he's eaten gunpowder. I guess he's here to catch you in an affair, right? Caught in adultery? No way. This Ranchin hospital is famous for its integrity. Where would an adulterer come from? That's hard to say. Look, isn't that Dr. Chun? I heard. When Chin Fei heard his own name, he paused and subconsciously looked back. I saw Lu Ting walking towards me with a dark face and a menacing look. Behind him was a group of reporters carrying cameras and long guns. The flashlights kept clicking. Fei Chun, are you qualified to be a doctor? As soon as Lu Ting saw Chan Fei, he immediately flew into a rage and started cursing at him, pointing at his nose. You're a fucking doctor, and you're hooking up with someone else's wife. Where's your medical ethics? Fei Chun was completely bewildered. What the hell was this sudden accusation? Before he could react, the reporters behind Lu Ting had already rushed over and started asking questions. Dr. Chun, what is your relationship with Mr. Lu's wife? I heard that you paid for her hospitalization. Is this true? Do you admit that your relationship with her is not pure? Chun Fei looked at these crazy reporters, then looked at the gossipy eyes of the nurses beside him, and immediately realized that Lu Ting was here to cause trouble. He sneered, crossed his arms over his chest, and watched Lu Ting's performance leisurely. Lu Ting, right? You said I was having an affair with your wife. Where's the evidence? Chun Fei's voice was calm and powerful, in stark contrast to Lu Ting's hysteria. Evidence? I saw you and her arguing with each other at the hospital entrance with my own eyes, and you still want to deny it. Lu Ting pointed at Chun Fei in frustration, spitting out his saliva. Fei Chen scratched his ear with a look of disgust on his face. Pull and tug? Which how did you see that? Talk with evidence, or I'll sue you for defamation. You? Lu Ting was so angry at Chun Fei's confident look that he was fuming. He pointed at Chun Fei's nose and was speechless for a long time. At this moment, a reporter squeezed forward, handed the microphone to Chun Fei, and asked sharply, Dr. Chun, what is your relationship with Mr. Lu's wife? Why did he say that you were having an affair with his wife? Fei Chun smiled slightly. His eyes swept over everyone present and finally landed on Lu Ting. He said meaningfully, Mr. Lu's wife, Ms. Zhao Wanwan, and I are cousins. Everyone was confused. Why didn't the husband know about their cousins? Without waiting for anyone to ask any questions, Lu Ting spoke. He looked like he had heard some huge joke and put his hands on his hips. He laughed so hard that he fell backwards, as if Chun Fei was just a clown in his eyes. Cousins? You can't even make up a decent lie. I'm her real husband. How could I not know if she has any cousins? He raised his chin provocatively. What's going on? Dr. Chun, are you planning to play cousins? You're such a beast. When the onlookers heard this, their eyes turned towards Fei Chun with a subtle look. The gossipy nurses even whispered to each other, looking at Fei Chun with suspicion and contempt. Chun Fei looked at Lu Ting coldly. This guy was obviously well prepared and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble. He wanted to see how he was going to act. Whether to lie or not, you'll know if you ask. Chun Fei said lightly, his eyes falling on Lu Ting. After hearing what Fei Chen said, Lu Ting became even more certain that this guy was definitely pretending. He clearly remembered that day in the corridor. Chun Fei didn't even call Zhao Wanwan cousin because of her. He just rushed forward to save the beauty like a hero. Now he says they are cousins. Is he kidding me? Stop pretending like that. Do you think I'm stupid? Why didn't you call her cousin when we first met? You're just obsessed with my wife and you want to take advantage of her, right? Lu Ting became more and more excited as he spoke, spitting everywhere, like a mad dog whose tail was stepped on. Chun Fei looked at him and sneered in his heart. This guy really won't cry until he sees the coffin. I said, are you deaf or have water in your brain? I don't believe you. Who do you think you are? You think you're so great just because you're the son-in-law of the Qin family? You could just hook up with other people's wives. Lu Ting took out a stack of photos from his pocket. The The photos showed Chun Fei and Zhao Wanwan arguing in the hospital corridor. The angles were tricky and looked very ambiguous. Dear friends from the media, take a look for yourselves. This is the evidence. This guy is a hypocrite with a sanctimonious appearance. Who knows how many filthy things he has done behind the scenes. Lu Ting held the photo high and indignantly accused Chun Fei of his crimes. Chapter 131, Playing Tricks Behind the Scenes. The flashes started clicking again as reporters swarmed over and surrounded Chun Fei, their microphones almost thrust into his face. Dr. Chun, what explanation do you have for these photos? Are you and Ms. Zhao Wanwan really just cousins? Do you admit that you had improper intentions towards Ms. Zhao Wanwan? Chun Fei felt annoyed when he saw these reporters who would do anything to get news. Just as he was about to explain, a steady voice came from outside the crowd. What are you all doing here? Don't you know it's working hours now? When everyone looked back, they saw the director of Rinxin Hospital, Lu Li, standing outside the crowd with a sullen face. Behind him were several hospital security guards trying hard to squeeze in. Director Lu, you've arrived just in time. Look, this is the great doctor from your hospital. He's hooking up with someone else's wife, and he's refusing to admit it. As soon as Lu Ting saw Lu Li, he seemed to have found his backbone and quickly pointed at Chun Fei to complain. Lu Li glanced at Lu Ting, then looked at Chun Fei, who was surrounded by reporters. I feel a headache. Sir, please calm down. Let's talk it over. Lu Li walked to Chun Fei, blocking the aggressive reporters, and turned to Lu Ting and said, Also, this is a hospital. Please be mindful of your words and actions. Mind your words and behavior? My wife has been seduced away by this guy, and you still want me to mind my words and behavior? Lu Ting pointed at Chun Fei's nose and cursed. Is this how your hospital protects adulterers? Lu Ting's dirty words made Lu Li's face instantly gloomy. He suppressed his anger and said coldly, Sir, please speak with respect. Our hospital won't protect anyone, but we will definitely not wrongly accuse any good person. A good guy? If he were a good guy, then there would be no bad people in this world. Lu Ting sneered and threw the photo in his hand at Lu Li's face again. Look at this photo for yourself. What's in it? A man and a woman alone, tugging at each other. How can you call them good people? Lu Li picked up the photo, and the content of the photo made him frown. Sir, the photo doesn't explain anything. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Liu Li explained patiently. I will look into this matter thoroughly. Misunderstanding? What a misunderstanding. Lu Ting roared. At this moment, an angry voice came from outside the crowd. Lu Ting, do you still have any shame? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Zhao Wanwan angrily pushing through the crowd, rushing to Lu Ting and slapping him in the face. Bang! The crisp sound of slaps echoed in the corridor, and the onlookers suddenly fell silent, staring at the scene in amazement. How dare you hit me? Lu Ting roared, his voice breaking with disbelief like an enraged bull. I'm going to beat you to death today. As he said this, he wanted to grab Zhao Wanwan and beat her like he used to. In a flash, Fei Chen quickly grabbed Lu Ting's wrist like a chicken and said casually, What do you want to do? Lu Ting felt the pain and struggled to shake off Fei Chen's hand, but found it didn't budge. His face flushed red as he yelled at Fei Chen. Who the hell do you think you are? The reporters around were so stunned by this sudden change that they forgot to press the shutter button for a moment. Zhang Yuan, who was standing outside the crowd, watched this scene and cursed Lu Ting in his heart as a fool. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan pushed through the crowd and squeezed in, pretending to be heartbroken, and said, Hey, you all misunderstood Dr. Chun. When Lu Ting saw Zhang Yuan, his eyes lit up first. Then he saw him winking at him and realized what was going on. Who are you? He even seduced my wife. And you say I misunderstood him? He pretended to glare at Zhang Yuan fiercely. I was the original attending physician for patient 603. Dr. Chen only helped the mother and daughter out of pity. Zhang Yuan sighed with an expression that said, I know everything. And Dr. Chen is the best doctor in our hospital. He expressed his interest in the condition of patient 603, so he volunteered to be his attending physician. Zhang Yuan's words seemed to be speaking in favor of Chun Fei, but in fact they implied that Chun Fei was bullying others and using his status and position to satisfy his own selfish desires. After all, who would be so nice to a stranger for no reason? The eyes of the reporters around them turned to Chun Fei with a subtle look, and they all speculated about the background of this young doctor. Chun Fei looked at the farce in front of him and sneered in his heart. The photos, the surveillance footage, and the sudden appearance of Zhang Yuan All of these were so deliberate that anyone with a discerning eye could tell that someone was behind this. Chen Fei knew exactly who this person was. Zhang Yuan, this kid, holds a grudge against his father for being kicked out of the hospital and wants to take this opportunity to take revenge on himself. Unfortunately, despite all his calculations, he never expected that Zhao Wanwan was actually his cousin. Zhao Wanwan looked at Lu Ting's ferocious look and felt a chill in her heart. She must have been blind to fall for such a scumbag. Lu Ting, stop slandering me here. Dr. Chun and I are just relatives. He is my cousin. Zhao Wanwan pointed at Chun Fei and said loudly, but all you do is gamble all day long. When you lose money, you come home and beat me up. How dare you criticize me? When Lu Ting and Zhang Yuan heard this, their faces changed. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Ting became angry and pointed at Zhao Wanwan's nose and cursed. Stop making fun of me. When did I ever hit you? Stop acting so pitiful. You know clearly whether I have arranged this for you or not. Zhao Wanwan retorted without showing any weakness. Her words were like pouring a bucket of cold water into a frying pan, causing it to explode immediately. Yes, I've seen it several times. Lu Ting beat Zhao Wanwan at the hospital entrance. He was really ruthless. Once she even pushed Zhao Wanwan into a flower bed. If I hadn't passed by and helped her up, she would have probably been in the hospital for 10 days or half a month. The noise here attracted many people. Among the crowd watching at this time, many were patients and their families of the hospital. They had often seen Lu Ting being violent towards Zhao Wanwan and had long been fed up with him. Seeing that Zhao Wanwan finally stood up for once, they all stood up to speak for her. Lu Ting looked at the contemptuous eyes of the people around him and listened to their accusations against him, and suddenly became angry and embarrassed. He pointed at Zhao Wanwan's nose and cursed. You stinky bitch, how dare you slander me? I slandered you. Zhao Wanwan sneered. Lu Ting was speechless after being confronted by Zhao Wanwan. In a rage, he raised his hand again and wanted to hit Zhao Wanwan. Chapter 132, Resign Yourself. Stop. Chun Fei was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed Lu Ting's wrist and twisted hard. Ah! Lu Ting screamed like a pig being slaughtered and fell to his knees. Security guard. Fei Chun shouted to the crowd outside. The security guards finally squeezed in and controlled Lu Ting, the troublemaker. This guy's like a mad dog, biting whoever he catches. If we didn't have so many people, we might not be able to control him. Lu Ting was still shouting there, and his saliva sprayed all over the security guard's face. The security guard felt sick, but he still escorted him diligently. When Zhang Yuan saw that something was wrong, he wanted to run away, but was caught red-handed by the sharp-eyed dean. Stop! Where are you running to? The dean shouted, and Zhang Yuan trembled and almost wet his pants. The two security guards immediately understood and took Zhang Yuan under control as well. Dean, what are you doing? I just came to... Zhang Yuan wanted to argue, but the dean glared at him and glared at him. Shut up. You know what you did. The dean pointed at Zhang Yuan's nose, and his beard stood up in anger. Seeing the blockade all around, the normal operation of the hospital has been affected. He asked someone to take the reporters to the lounge first, and then pointed at Zhang Yuan and the other three. Bring them all to my office. A few minutes later, the atmosphere in the dean's office was as solemn as the calm before the storm. Lu Ting and Zhang Yuan lowered their heads, like two defeated roosters, not daring to make sound. Zhao Wanwan stood beside Chen Fei, her eyes red, obviously having suffered a great injustice. The dean sat behind his desk with a sullen face and several photos in his hands, which are the photos taken by the reporters before. Tell me, what's going on? The dean slammed the photo on the table and asked angrily. Dean, this is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Zhang Yuan was the first to react and quickly explained. I just saw Dr. Chun and this lady acting so intimately, and I was worried he might make a mistake, so... Fart. The dean slammed the table and roared before he could finish. Do you think I don't know your little tricks? You just want to take revenge on Dr. Chun because your dad was kicked out of the hospital. Zhang Yuan was so frightened by the dean's sudden anger that his face turned pale and he couldn't say a word. He didn't expect the dean to be so protective of Fei Chun. It seemed like he had hit a wall this time. Seeing this, Lu Ting knew that this matter could not be resolved peacefully today. He could only bite the bullet and say, Dean, the person in the photo is my wife. I suspect she has an affair with Dr. Chun. So, seeing that Lu Ting wanted to explain himself further, the dean interrupted him impatiently. That's enough. I believe the police will find out the truth. I've already called the police, So just wait here for them to handle the matter. When Lu Ting heard the words call the police, he immediately panicked. Although he was arrogant and unreasonable, he also knew that spreading rumors and slander would result in legal liability. If he were really caught by the police, he would be completely finished. He felt his knees in front of the dean, crying with tears and snot. "Dean, I was wrong. I was confused for a moment. Please don't hold a grudge against me, and forgive me this time." The dean frowned in disgust and took a step back to avoid Lu Ting's snot attack. "If you do something wrong, you must bear the consequences. You are not sorry to me, but to Dr. Chun." The dean said this and looked at Fade Chun, his face full of apology. "Dr. Chun, I'm so sorry for making you feel wronged. How do you want to handle this matter?" Chun Fei looked down at Lu Ting, who was kneeling on the ground, crying despite his age, and then looked at Zhao Wanwan, who was standing aside with her head down and not saying a word. He felt mixed emotions. He understood why the dean called the police. After all, Lu Ting was not an employee of their hospital, and the dean could not deal with it directly. Logically speaking, a scum like Lu Ting should be punished by law. But when he thought of Zhao Wanwan, Fade Chun hesitated again. After all, they're still a legal couple. If Lu Ting is really arrested, what will happen to Zhao Wanwan? After thinking for a moment, Fade Chun walked up to Lu Ting, looked down at him, and said coldly, "Lu Ting, I'll give you a chance. As long as you agree to divorce Zhao Wanwan, I can let bygones be bygones for what happened today." Lu Ting raised his head, glared at Fade Chun fiercely, and said with gritted teeth, "You're dreaming. I'm telling you, even if I die, I won't divorce you." Chun Fei was so angry at Lu Ting's attitude that he was speechless. He didn't expect that at this time. Lu Ting was still so stubborn. "Well, you asked for it." Chun Fei laughed out of anger. "Since you want to go in so badly, I'll help you." He turned and said to the dean, "Dean, please tell the police that I insist on holding him accountable." Hearing Chun Fei's insistence on holding someone accountable, the dean nodded. "Let the security guard outside come in and control Lu Ting's Xian and wait for the police to arrive." After dealing with Lu Ting, the dean's gaze turned again to Zhang Yuan, who was standing aside, pale and silent. "Zhang Yuan." The dean's tone was cold and emotionless. "As a hospital employee, you don't strive for progress, but instead dwell on these crooked ways all day long. You are fired." Zhang Yuan panicked when he heard this. He raised his head and argued loudly, "Dean, this is unfair. I didn't do anything. Why are you expelling me?" The dean sneered. "Do you really think I don't know what good things you've done? Do you think no one knows about the dirty things you've done?" When Zhang Yuan heard this, his heart skipped a beat, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to his heart. Only then did he remember that in order to get evidence of Chun Fei and Zhao Wanwan being together, he had gone to great lengths to get those photos from the monitoring room. I just, Zhang Yuan stammered, but couldn't utter a complete sentence. "Ow!" The dean took a step closer, his tone becoming even more stern. "Do you want me to call the staff in the monitoring room over and confront them face to face?" When Zhang Yuan heard this, he was shocked. He understood that the dean knew everything. The dean coughed lightly. "Zhang Yuan, I know your family has been in turmoil lately. This matter isn't a big deal, but it's not a small one either. You should resign as soon as possible and save some face." Zhang Yuan slumped in the chair, his face pale. He knew that the dean was giving him a way out, but would everything be over if he resigned? His father had offended that big shot, and their family's path in Jiangdu was almost coming to an end. Chapter 133, still so arrogant. With his current abilities, if he leaves this hospital, who else would want him? Zhang Yuan suddenly raised his head and looked at Chun Fei with resentment, pouring all his hatred on this man. If it weren't for Fade Chun, how could he have ended up in such a situation? "Okay, I quit." Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth and said these 3 words, then stood up suddenly. He glared at Fade Chun fiercely, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Then he left the office without looking back. Only Chun Fei, Zhao Wanwan, and Dean Liu were left in the office, and the atmosphere was silent for a moment. The dean rubbed his brows and looked at Fade Chun, his tone filled with fatigue and inquiry. "Dr. Chun, look at what those reporters are holding." He knew that the key to this matter lay in the photos and videos in the hands of the reporters. As long as those things are still there, this matter has the potential to ferment. "I've asked someone to put them in the lounge first." The dean looked at Fade Chun with a hint in his tone. Look, he believed that with the relationship between Fade Chun and the Qin family, it should not be difficult to resolve this matter. Fade Chun gently patted the back of Zhao Wanwan's hand and said softly, "Wanwan, don't worry. I will take care of this matter." He turned to look at the dean. Don't worry, Dean. I will deal with those photos and videos. They won't bring any negative impact to the hospital or Wanwan. The dean nodded, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. That's good, that's good. Xiao Chun, if you need anything, please feel free to ask. The hospital will fully cooperate with you. Chun Fei and Zhao Wanwan walked out of the dean's office and went straight to the lounge. As soon as I entered the door, a strong smell of cigarettes hit me in the face. Several reporters were sitting around a table smoking. Cigarette butts and empty coffee cups were scattered on the table. It was obvious that they had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Chun Fei and Zhao Wanwan come in, several reporters immediately became excited and stood up, their eyes flashing with excitement, as if they had discovered some big news. Dr. Chun, what is your relationship with this lady? Why are you guys here in the obstetrics and gynecology department? Are you closely related, as the rumors say? What explanation do you have for this matter? Do you admit that you had an improper relationship with this woman? Facing the reporter's barrage of questions, Fei Chen remained calm and spoke in a cold tone. Everyone, I'm here today for only one thing. To ask you to delete all photos and videos of Wanwan and me, and to promise not to report this. A reporter wearing glasses and looking smart and capable pushed up his glasses and asked sharply, Dr. Chen, why should we listen to you? Do you know that as journalists, we have a responsibility to make the truth public? The truth, Fei Chen sneered. Is your so-called truth nothing more than groundless speculation and malicious fabrication? Are you willing to destroy a person's reputation just to attract attention? Another short, fat reporter waved his hand impatiently. Dr. Chun, please stop talking to us about this nonsense. Fei Chen's eyes turned cold, and his tone became even tougher. I'll say it again, the photos and videos must be deleted, otherwise. What else? The short and fat reporter puffed out his belly and looked at Fei Chun with a provocative look. What do you want? Do you want to hit someone again? Just then, the door of the lounge was pushed open again, and a familiar voice came in. What's going on? It's so noisy. Mr. Song, why are you here? Chun Fei looked at the person who came with some surprise. The person who came was Song Zhan's brother, Song Lin. These reporters did not know Song Lin. They just looked at the uninvited guest who suddenly appeared with curiosity. Song Lin ignored Fei Chun and turned his gaze towards the reporters. He said sternly, Which media outlet are you from? Do you know what you're doing? Who allowed you to mess around here? Several reporters were startled by Song Lin's sudden scolding. They looked at each other, and no one dared to respond for a moment. The short, fat reporter came to his senses and said with his neck stiff, Who are you? What does our interview have to do with you? Go somewhere cool and don't delay our work. Work? I think you're tired of living. Song Lin's face darkened. He slammed the table and roared. With your baseless accusations and malicious rumor-mongering, how dare you call yourself a journalist? I'm telling you, you must give Dr. Chan an explanation for what happened today, or none of you will have a good life. Seeing Song Lin being so strong, several reporters were a little scared, but they still refused to give in because they relied on their numbers. Hey, you're so arrogant. I want to see how you make things difficult for us. The short and fat reporter sneered. I'm telling you, even if the Jade Emperor comes, we'll report what happened today. That's right, we have freedom of the press. Stop trying to scare us. Song Lin laughed in anger, pointing at the short, fat reporter's nose and cursing. Freedom of the press? I think you're so used to being so lax that you've even lost your basic professional ethics. I'm telling you, if you dare write even one word about this matter today, I'll make sure you're in big trouble. These reporters took advantage of the fact that Song Lin was standing at the door in the dim light behind him, so they did not see the middle-aged men standing not far behind him. These middle-aged men are the owners of several large media outlets in Jiangdu. They were originally working at the TV station when they received a call from the mayor, asking them to assist a Mr. Song in handling an incident. Everyone was curious about what could have caused the mayor to give the order personally. As a result, as soon as they entered the door, they heard those useless little bastards of their own family dared to be so rude to Song Lin, and they were immediately scared to death with cold sweats. Although they didn't know Song Lin's identity, they knew the mayor's attitude towards him. Didn't you see that the mayor's tone was full of respect when he talked about Mr. Song? Damn it, these little bastards are really tired of living. They even dare to scold Mr. Song. I think they think their lives are too long. That's right. Don't you think about your own weight? What is Mr. Song's identity? Can they just make up stories about him? No, I have to go in and stop them quickly. Otherwise, if something really goes wrong, we'll all be in trouble. Several media bosses were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They no longer cared about anything else and rushed into the lounge. Shut up. You bastards, just shut up. Who gave you the guts to talk to Mr. Song like that? Why don't you apologize to Mr. Song quickly? Several reporters were stunned by this sudden change and had not yet reacted to what was happening. Chapter 134. You should apologize to Mr. Chun. He was scolded by his boss and was stunned. Boss, why are you here? The short and fat reporter stammered, his face full of confusion and puzzlement. Why am I here? If I didn't come, would you guys poke a hole in the sky? A media owner said angrily. Do you know who this is? This is Mr. Song, a distinguished guest from the city. You blind bastards, why don't you kneel down and apologize? A media owner pointed at Song Lin and shouted at the reporters in a stern voice. Several reporters were stunned by their boss's sudden action. They looked at each other, completely confused about what was going on. The short, fat reporter asked with a puzzled look on his face, Boss, who? Who is this person? I've never seen this distinguished guest from the city before. Who do you think you are to meet Mr. Song? Another media boss scolded mercilessly. I'm telling you, Mr. Song is a big shot from the city. If you offend him today, not only will you lose your job, but I'll be in trouble too. Several media bosses took turns to scold those reporters, scaring them so much that they broke out in cold sweats and their legs went weak. One of the bosses saw that Song Lin had no intention of saying anything, so he quickly explained with a smile. Mr. Song, I'm so sorry. These are new here and don't know the rules. Please don't bother with them. Song Lin glanced at the trembling reporters and spoke calmly. You're mistaken. The person they should apologize to is not me, but Mr. Chun. Several media bosses were stunned for a moment and followed Song Lin's gaze. Only then did they notice Chun Fei, who had been standing in the corner without saying a word. This is Mr. Chun, the Mr. Chun that Mr. Song mentioned. The assistant behind Song Lin explained. Several media bosses suddenly understood what was going on. They hurriedly nodded and walked up to Chun Fei, bowing one by one with the utmost respect. Mr. Chun, I'm sorry. We were blind and offended you. Please forgive us this time. Seeing this, the reporters realized that they had really hit a wall this time. Their faces turned pale, their legs became weak, and they no longer cared about their face. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed for mercy. Mr. Chun, we were wrong. We shouldn't have spread rumors or made irresponsible reports. Please forgive us this time. Fei Chen looked at the group of people kneeling in front of him, a playful smile on his face, and asked calmly, Oh, do you know you're wrong now? Then can you delete what you wrote before? When the reporters heard this, they felt as if they had been pardoned and quickly took out their mobile phones and cameras. In front of Chun Fei, he deleted all the photos and videos he had taken before and promised that he would never write or report anything else again. Mr. Chun, do you think this is satisfactory? Seeing Chun Fei nodded. Those reporters seemed to have been pardoned. They got up in a panic and ran away without a trace. In the originally crowded lounge, only Chun Fei, Song Lin, and Zhao Wanwan were left. After watching the media people leave in disgrace, Fei Chun withdrew his gaze, turned to look at Song Lin, and said with a smile, Mr. Song, thank you for what you did today. Song Lin quickly waved his hands. Mr. Chun, what are you talking about? This is just a trivial matter. Compared with the great kindness you have shown to our Song family, it is simply insignificant. Song Lin paused and continued, My mother and my brother have been talking about wanting to thank you in person. When Song Zhan is discharged from the hospital, if you're free one day, our family would like to treat you to a meal. You must do me the honor. Fei Chen smiled faintly. No need to eat. Song Zhan's health is more important. How can that be? I can't repay you for saving my life, but I still have to eat. Song Lin's tone was sincere, and it was obvious that he really wanted to thank Shin Fei. Okay, let's talk about it after Song Zhan is discharged from the hospital. Fei Chen nodded, agreeing. When Song Lin saw Chun Fei agreed, a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. He looked at Zhao Wanwan, who had been standing silently by the side. He said tactfully, Dr. Chun, please go ahead and do your work. I won't bother you anymore. This is my business card. If you need anything in the future, feel free to call me. Fei Chen took the business card and put it in his pocket. Okay, Mr. Song, take care. After Song Lin left, Zhao Wanwan raised her head and looked at Chun Fei, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Let's go see my aunt. Fei Chen glanced at her, then turned and walked towards Ward 603. In the ward, Zhou was lying on the bed, pale and weak. Seeing Chun Fei and Zhao Wanwan come in, she struggled to sit up, but Chun Fei held her shoulders. Auntie, you should have a good rest. You don't need to get up. Fei Chen sat down beside the bed and carefully observed Zhou Mei's complexion. His already pale face now looked even uglier, with sunken eye sockets and chapped lips. There was a lingering sense of weakness all over his body. He reached out and touched Zhou Mei's forehead. The temperature was normal, but Chun Fei frowned even more tightly. Zhao Wanwan stood aside, watching Chun Fei's actions nervously, her heart beating fast. Although she didn't know medicine, she knew what Chun Fei's expression meant. She bit her lip, wanting to ask, but afraid of hearing the cruel answer. Auntie, are you in a bad mood recently? Fei Chun withdrew his hand and asked calmly. Zhou Mei forced a smile and said casually, No, I'm fine. Don't listen to Wanwan's nonsense. This girl just loves to make a fuss. Aunt, please don't hide it from me. Fei Chun sighed, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. For a disease like stomach cancer, besides treatment, your mood is also very important. If you have any concerns, speak up. Keeping them inside will only make the condition worse. I'm really fine. Zhou Mei wanted to explain herself, but was interrupted by Chun Fei. Aunt, Fei Chen's tone became more serious, with a hint of severity in his eyes. If you really regard me as your family, don't hide it from me anymore. Zhou Mei's heart trembled when she saw Chun Fei's eyes. She opened her mouth, but finally gave in. She sighed, her eyes slightly red, and said in a low voice, Xiao Fei, is your aunt dragging you and Wanwan down? When Zhao Wanwan heard this, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. She rushed to Zhou Mei's bedside and said with a sob, Mom, what are you talking about? How can you be a burden? My cousin, and I hope you get better. You will definitely get better. Zhou Mei reached out and touched Zhao Wanwan's hair, and the tears in her eyes finally couldn't help but fall. Chapter 135, Is it hard to make money for me? Silly child, I know my own body. The doctor said my illness. Don't listen to those quacks. After hearing this, Chun Fei understood. The previous doctors had said that she was incurable, and Zhou Mei herself felt that she would not live long, so she was in a bad mood. He interrupted Zhou Mei's next words. Just because they can't cure you doesn't mean I can't. I will definitely cure you, don't worry. Zhou Mei looked at Fei Chen's determined eyes and was deeply moved, but she still shook her head and said with a wry smile, Xiao Fei, Annie knows you are a good child and you are doing this for my own good, but some things cannot be changed by hard work alone. Aunt, Xiao Fei, stop trying to persuade me. Zhou Mei took a deep breath, suppressed the bitterness in her heart, and spoke slowly. Actually, there's something I've been worried about. She paused and turned to Zhao Wanwan, her eyes filled with worry and reluctance. Wanwan, what will she do after I'm gone? Zhao Wanwan cried inconsolably, holding Zhou Mei's hand tightly, unable to say a word. Chun Fei looked at Zhou Mei. Her already haggard face was now filled with sorrow. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes seemed to be cut by a knife, deeply hurting his heart. He knew that although Zhou Mei said she believed in him, she was probably already in despair in her heart. Auntie, just trust me and leave it to me. Fei Chen's tone was too firm. Xiao Fei, Annie knows you're a good boy, but Zhou Mei wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Chun Fei. No buts. If I say it can be cured, it can be cured. Aunt, don't worry. As he spoke, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. It was the confidence of a doctor and the pride of being a descendant of the Chun family. But the doctors all said. Zhao Wanwan couldn't help but speak, but before she could finish her words, she was frightened back by Chun Fei's sharp eyes. Fei Chen sneered. Just because they can't cure it doesn't mean I can't. But I. Fei Chun wanted to say the words successor of the medical saint, but he swallowed them back when they reached his lips. He knew that no one would believe him. Auntie, Wanwan, please believe me. I will definitely cure you. Chun Fei made repeated assurances. Okay. Auntie believes you. Zhou Mei looked at Chun Fei's angry eyes and didn't dare to refute him again. Cousin, I believe you. Zhao Wanwan also followed suit. She was not angry because she knew that her cousin did it for their mother. Fei Chen nodded. He had already thought of a treatment plan and decided to gradually regulate Zhou Mei's body through a combination of acupuncture and medicated diet, and then prepare an antidote for her. Although this method is troublesome, it is the most gentle and effective. Aunt, you take a rest first. I'll go out for a while and come back to see you later. Chun Fei said, then stood up and walked out of the ward. He felt that no matter how much he said, it would be better to put the facts directly in front of them. Chun Fei is going to prepare the medicinal herbs needed to treat Zhou Mei and attend the traditional Chinese medicine exchange conference tomorrow. According to the ancient recipe passed down by the medical saint, several precious medicinal herbs are needed to treat my aunt's illness. According to his memory, he came to an old pharmacy called Huachuntang. As soon as you step into the store, a strong medicinal fragrance hits your nose, which makes you feel refreshed. Behind the counter, an old man in his 50s was lowering his head, carefully grinding the medicinal herbs. "Old sir, do you have any century-old ginseng here?" Fei Chen stepped forward and asked. The old man raised his head, looked at Fei Chun with his cloudy eyes, and said slowly, "Yes, there are, but the price is not cheap. The price is negotiable, as long as it's genuine." Chun Fei said as he placed the bank card he had prepared in advance on the counter. Looking at the bank card, a gleam of light flashed in the old man's eyes. He nodded, turned around, and took out an exquisite wooden box from the medicine cabinet behind him. "Young man, look at this." The old man opened the wooden box, and a century-old ginseng, shaped like a human, with long and dense beard and emitting a faint fragrance, appeared in front of Chun Fei. Chun Fei carefully identified it and confirmed that it was authentic. Just as he was about to pay, a sarcastic voice suddenly came from behind him. "Wait, I want this ginseng." Fei Chun frowned slightly and turned around, only to see a woman dressed glamorously and wearing heavy makeup standing behind him, her face full of arrogance and disdain. "Tang Linea." Chun Fei recognized the person at a glance. "Hey, isn't this Fei Chun? Why? Are you also interested in this century-old ginseng?" Tang Linner looked Fei Chun up and down, a sarcastic smile on her lips. "What's it to you?" Fei Chun replied coldly, not wanting to get entangled with her any further. "How is it none of my business? I want to buy this ginseng for my brother's medical treatment. Who do you think you are to snatch it from me?" Tang Linner said as she pushed Chun Fei away and walked to the counter, speaking arrogantly. "Old man, I want this ginseng. Name your price." The old man looked at Fei Chun, then at Tang Linner, with a look of embarrassment on his face. "Miss Tang, this. Why? Is it hard to make money from me?" Tang Linner raised her eyebrows, and there was a hint of threat in her tone. The old man was suddenly speechless. "Old sir, I was the first one to see this ginseng. Please follow the first come, first served rule." Chun Fei suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Rules? Humph, in Jiangdu City, I am the rules." Tang Linner sneered, took out a bank card from her bag, and slapped it on the counter. "Here's 100,000. Is that enough to buy your broken ginseng?" Looking at the glittering golden bank card, the old man's breathing stagnated, his eyes filled with greed. Chen Fei smiled coldly, ignoring Tang Linner's provocation. He turned to the old man and said, "Old sir, do you have any century-old ginseng? I'm willing to pay a higher price." The old man's eyes rolled. This was a once-in-a-century opportunity to make a fortune. So he said with a smile, yes, young man, you have a good eye. I have another one in the warehouse that is even older and more effective. The only problem is the price. Price is not an issue." Fade, Chen interrupted the old man directly. He knew that the old man wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune from him. "Okay, great. Come with me, young man." The old man immediately smiled happily and took Fade Chun to the warehouse. Seeing this, Tang Linner felt confused. She wanted to see what tricks Fade Chun could come up with, so she followed him. The warehouse was located in a small courtyard behind the pharmacy. The light was dim, and the air was filled with a musty smell. The old man opened the door of the warehouse, and an even stronger medicinal fragrance wafted towards him. Fei Chen took a deep breath and thought to himself, this old guy does have a lot of good stuff. Chapter 136, Hand Over the Money. "Young man, please wait a moment. I'll go get that century-old ginseng." The old man said this and turned and walked deeper into the warehouse. Chun Fei stood there waiting quietly, while Tang Linner looked around impatiently. He even taunted her. "Fei Chun, you weren't fooled by this old guy, were you? You can actually afford a century-old ginseng? Stop embarrassing yourself here." Fei Chun ignored her. He knew that Tang Linner was deliberately trying to provoke him, and he wouldn't be fooled. Time passed minute by minute, and the old man still didn't come out. The warehouse was quiet, with only Tang Linner's impatient complaints. Could this old guy have run away? Tang Linner was getting a little impatient and was about to go in to check what was going on when suddenly the warehouse door slammed shut. "What's going on?" Tang Linner was startled and turned around to open the door, but found that it was locked from the outside. Damn it! Tang Linner banged on the warehouse door, but to no avail. At this moment, footsteps were heard from deep within the warehouse, and then several figures walked out of the darkness and surrounded the two men. Tang Linner's usual arrogance had long since disappeared, and her face was pale. You, what do you want to do? I'm the eldest daughter of the Tang family. If you know what's good for you, let me go. Tang Linner shouted in a timid tone, trying to scare these rough men by using her family name. A scarred man grinned fiercely, revealing his yellow teeth. He said in a gruff voice, Tang family? I don't care what family yours is. If you fall into our hands today, even the gods can't save you. Chun Fei stood aside, observing the group of people coldly, thinking secretly in his heart. These people were obviously well prepared, and their targets seemed to be him and Tang Linner. Could it be that Tang Linner offended someone? That's not right. If he was coming for her, why did he trap himself here? Brothers, is there any misunderstanding? I'm just an ordinary person, and I am not familiar with this lady. Please let me go, and I promise not to say anything nonsense. Chun Fei decided to test the other party's background first. Stop talking nonsense. It's already this late, and you're still pretending. Another tall and thin man impatiently waved the iron rod in his hand, pointed at Chun Fei's nose and cursed. If you know what's good for you, hand over all the money you have, or don't blame us for being rude. Chun Fei suddenly realized that these people seemed to be here for the money. You dare. I'm telling you, my brother is Tang Tianhao. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, he will definitely not let you go. Seeing that the other party was unmoved by her threats, Tang Linner was so scared that she became incoherent and could only bring up her brother to scare the other party. Tang Tianhao. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Does he have the guts to challenge our boss? The scar man pointed at Fade Chun and said as if he had heard some huge joke. I'm telling you, even if Tang Tianhao comes today, he'll have to kneel down and call me grandpa. Chun Fei's heart moved. It seemed that the power behind this group of people was not simple, and even the Tang family was not taken seriously. He became more certain of his guess. These people were most likely coming for him, but he didn't know why they were targeting him. Was it because of what happened in the hospital before? Who was your boss? Chun Fei decided to find out the other party's identity first. You are not qualified to know who our boss is. The scarred man snorted coldly and waved his hand impatiently. Stop talking nonsense with him. Destroy this guy first. As soon as he finished speaking, several big men rushed towards Chun Fei with ferocious looks. A hint of sneer appeared on Fei Chen's lips. Facing the aggressive man, he showed no fear at all. He just flashed around and shuttled through the crowd like a ghost, punching and kicking like raindrops, as fast as lightning and extremely cruel. Bang, bang, bang. Dull crashing sounds rang out one after another, mixed with a few screams, and the warehouse was suddenly in chaos. Tang Linner was originally terrified, thinking that she was doomed today, but she didn't expect Chun Fei to be so fierce. He knocked these ferocious men to the ground in a few seconds. They hugged their arms and covered their stomachs and wailed. She stared at the scene in disbelief with her eyes wide open, as if she was meeting Fade Chun for the first time. This man who usually looks taciturn and even a little cowardly actually has such amazing skills. Fade Chun clapped his hands, looking relaxed, as if he had just done something insignificant. He walked up to Scarface, looked down at him, and asked coldly, Tell me, who sent you here? Scarface clutched his stomach, grimacing in pain, but his eyes were still filled with malice and ferocity. Kid, you just wait. Our boss won't let you go. It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. A cold light flashed in Chun Fei's eyes. He raised his foot and stepped on Scarface's wound, gently pressing it a few times. Ah! The screams like a pig being slaughtered resounded throughout the warehouse. Scarface was sweating coldly from the pain, and his face turned pale. I'll ask you one last time. Who sent you here? Fei Chen's tone was cold and emotionless. I said, will you really let me go? Scarface was so frightened by Fei Chen's ruthless methods that he began to stutter. I keep my word, Fei Chen said lightly. Scarface hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist the fear of death and said in a trembling voice, It's Joe. Joe what? It's Xiao. Xiao Zhifei, young Master Xiao. Scarface almost fainted from the pain and uttered the name incoherently. Xiao Zhifei. When Tang Linner heard the name, she couldn't help but exclaim, How could it be him? Xiao Zhifei, the son of the Lingyao group, is a notorious playboy in Jiangdu. He relies on his family's power to bully men and women and do all kinds of evil. Tang Linner had once met him at a banquet and still remembered his arrogant and domineering look vividly. When Chun Fei heard the word Xiao, he already guessed the answer. The only connection he had with Xiao Zhifei was Qin Bingyan. It seemed that Xiao Zhifei was really determined to find someone to deal with him. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be that idiot. Fei Chun sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He didn't take people like Xiao Zhifei seriously at all. He loosened his foot, looked down at Scarface, and said coldly, "Go back and tell Xiao Zhifei to clean his neck and wait. I'm not done with him." After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the warehouse without even looking at the people on the ground. Seeing this, Tang Linner hurriedly followed. Chapter 137, Let You Marry Xiao Zhifei. Chun Fei ignored Tang Linner behind him and walked straight to the store in front. When the old man saw them coming, his cloudy eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen a ghost, and he stammered, How are you okay?" Chun Fei sneered. This old man called him the first time he saw him. He was obviously Xiao Zhifei's lackey. Now that I was standing in front of him unharmed, he was of course terrified. Seeing this, Tang Linner quickly stepped forward and explained in a low voice, "Fei Chun, this shop belongs to the Qiao family." Chun Fei suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the old man was so active in informing Xiao Zhifei. But he didn't intend to argue with an old man. He just glanced at him lightly and ignored him. "100-year-old ginseng, are you still buying it?" Fei Chen picked up the century-old ginseng on the counter and turned to look at Tang Linner. Tang Linner looked at the century-old ginseng with complicated eyes and finally shook her head. She had been determined to get this ginseng just to go against Fei Chun. Fei Chun nodded, handed the bank card to the old man again, and asked calmly, "Sell it?" The old man looked at Fei Chen's cold eyes, as if he saw the thugs lying on the ground wailing in the warehouse. He was immediately frightened and nodded quickly. "Sell, sell, sell? Of course." Fei Chen interrupted him impatiently and said coldly, "Swipe the card, get the goods, and leave." The old man didn't dare to say another word. He took the bank card with trembling hands and completed the transaction at the fastest speed of his life. Chun Fei took the packaged ginseng, turned around, and left without even looking at the old man. "Fei Chun, wait for me." Tang Linner was so angry that she stomped her feet when she saw Chun Fei buy ginseng and leave. "This guy, why does he not take me seriously?" She glared fiercely at the glittering golden plaque of Hua Chun Tang at the door of the store. Tang Linner angrily got into her sports car, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed out like an arrow. At the entrance of Huichun Hall, the annoying figure had disappeared, leaving only a faint herbal fragrance in the air. "Fei Chun, just wait." Tang Linner growled with gritted teeth, and her exquisite makeup couldn't hide her anger at the moment. After returning to the Tang family villa, Tang Linner angrily pushed open the door of the living room and saw her brother Tang Tianhao slumped on the sofa, holding a game console in his hand, looking nonchalant. Tang Tianhao. Tang Linner was already furious, and she became even angrier when she saw her brother acting as if it had nothing to do with her. She raised her hand and threw the bag in her hand at him. Ouch! Tang Tianhao was unable to dodge and was hit directly. He immediately started yelling in dissatisfaction. "Hey, Annie, why are you so mad? Who messed you up again? Who else could it be? It's your good brother, Xiao Zhifei." Tang Linner sat on the sofa angrily, her delicate face full of anger. "Xiao Zhifei? What happened to him?" Tang Tianhao immediately became interested, put down a game console, and asked curiously. "What else could he do? He relies on his family's little money to do evil and act lawless." Tang Linner was so angry that her chest heaved violently, and she recounted what had happened today in a burst of rapid-fire language. After hearing this, Tang Tianhao's expression gradually became serious. He stood up suddenly and asked in disbelief, "Are you saying that Xiao Zhifei hired someone to rob you of your money?" He paused and didn't continue, but Tang Linner knew that her brother had understood what she meant. What's even more infuriating is that bastard Fei Chun actually... Tang Linner paused, as if she found it difficult to speak. Her pretty face flushed with embarrassment, but she continued through gritted teeth. "He actually ignored me." When Tang Tianhao heard the first part, he thought it was a big deal, but when he heard the last part, he burst into laughter. "My dear sister, is that all? You can't stand this? I thought it was a big deal." Tang Linner stamped her feet in anger. "You're still laughing? You're still laughing. Do you know that this is the second time he's done this to me?" Tang Tianhao had laughed enough before he finally stopped smiling and said, "My dear miss, don't you see what the situation is like now? You can't even protect yourself, and you still have the mind to care about that loser." Tang Lineva stunt. "I can't even protect myself? What do you mean? Don't you know yet?" Tang Tianhao lowered his voice in a mysterious manner. "Dad has already decided to let you marry Xiao Zhifei." "What? Tang Linner was suddenly struck by lightning and was completely stunned. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Tang Linner stood up suddenly and shook her head in disbelief. There was no love between her and Xiao Zhifei, let alone marriage. How is it impossible? Tang Tia now stood. I heard with my own ears that Dad was talking to the old man from the Qiao family on the phone. He said he wanted to set a date for your wedding as soon as possible. I don't believe it. I'm going to ask Dad for the truth. Tang Linner said this, grabbed her bag, and rushed out. Hey, wait a minute. Tang Tianhao grabbed Tang Linner and pushed her back onto the sofa, whispering, Are you crazy? Going to Dad now will only make him even angrier. By then, you won't even have the slightest bit of wiggle room. Hearing this, Tang Linner's eyes suddenly turned red, tears welling up in her eyes. She said aggrievedly, What should I do? Am I really going to marry that bastard, Xiao Zhifei? Seeing this, Tang Tianhao immediately softened his heart. Of course, he also knew what kind of person his friend was. He sighed and soothed softly. All right, my dear lady, don't cry. I'm trying to figure out a solution, isn't it? Don't worry, I'll definitely help you sort this out. Real. Tang Linner looked at him with tears in her eyes. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Tang Tianhao patted his chest and promised. Just wait at home peacefully. I'll go and ask around for you and see if I can find a solution. Tang Linner then burst into laughter and nodded. On the other side, after coming out of Huichun Hall, Fei Chen rushed back to the Qin family villa without stopping. He held the century-old ginseng tightly in his hand. He didn't have to worry about other medicines, as they were all available in the small pharmacy in the villa. As soon as he entered the door, a fragrant breeze blew into his nose, and a soft body rushed towards him. Fei Chen, you're finally back, Li Yanran said in a tender voice, with a hint of excitement that was hard to conceal in her tone. Fei Chen was startled and quickly took a step back, avoiding Li Yanran's passionate hug. He said awkwardly, Ms. Li, what are you doing? Li Yanran seemed to realize that her actions were a bit abrupt, and her pretty face blushed slightly. But she quickly regained her composure and said with a smile, Nothing, I'm just so happy to see you back. Chapter 138, A New Look. Oh, Chun Fei responded, thinking about the unlucky accident she had encountered today, and deep down he didn't want to have too much contact with her. He looked at the century-old ginseng in his hand and said, I have something else to do, so I'll go upstairs first. Li Yanran followed Fei Chen's gaze and noticed the box in his hand. It was an antique wooden box, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Are you going to make medicine? Li Yanran asked curiously, with a hint of barely perceptible excitement in her tone. Fei Chen nodded without saying anything more. He never liked to explain too much to others, especially when facing Li Yanran. He and Qin Bingyan still didn't understand what they wanted to do. Can I go and have a look? I'm very interested in Chinese medicine. Li Yanran's eyes sparkled, and there was a hint of pleading in her tone. Fei Chen frowned slightly and looked at Li Yanran in front of him again. Ever since the last auction, he discovered that Li Yanran's knowledge of medicinal herbs far exceeded that of ordinary people. She's not the kind of rich girl who's just playing around. Let's go. Thinking of this, Fei Chen did not refuse. After all, the prescription was not a secret. Besides, if he watched, he would avoid this woman from causing any more trouble. Upon hearing this, Li Yanran's face immediately broke into a bright smile. Chun Fei brought Li Yanran to the corner of the villa, where there was a small pharmacy specially prepared for him. The room was filled with various medicinal herbs, emitting a rich medicinal fragrance. As soon as Li Yanran entered the room, she was attracted by the room full of medicinal herbs. She looked around curiously and exclaimed from time to time, This Ganoderma is so well preserved. Wow, the scent of this agarwood is so special. Chun Fei ignored Li Yanran's startled reaction and walked to the medicine cabinet and began to select the necessary herbs. He weighed each medicinal ingredient with skillful movements. Li Yanran circled around him like a curious baby. Hey, this is astragalus, right? It's for replenishing qi. Why is it used together with atractalodes? Don't the properties of these two herbs conflict? Without even looking up, Fei Chun replied calmly, strengthening the spleen and replenishing qi will promote each other. Li Yanran curled her lips, obviously not satisfied with this perfunctory answer. But she soon found a new target and pointed at a small black thing on the table and asked, What is this? It looks so strange and smells a bit. Chun Fei glanced at it and said casually, Prepared strychnine, fighting poison with poison. Li Yanran was startled and exclaimed, Poison? Who are you trying to poison? Chun Fei said angrily, Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. This thing can cure diseases and save lives if used properly. Li Yanran closed her mouth awkwardly, but her eyes still couldn't stop wandering among those bottles and jars. She discovered that many of the herbs used by Chun Fei were ones she had seen in books. But the matching technique was indeed something she had never known before. Hey, Fei Chun, you haven't told me what disease you want to treat yet? You're being so mysterious. Li Yanran couldn't help but ask again. Fei Chun placed the prepared herbs into the casserole one by one, added water, and then said slowly, curing illnesses and saving lives is my business. It has nothing to do with you. TSK, you cheapskate. Li Yanran grumbled in dissatisfaction, but did not ask any further questions. She held her cheek and watched Chun Fei skillfully light the fire and boil the medicine, and her curiosity about him grew even more. At this moment, Li Yanran's eyes suddenly fell on the prescription that Chun Fei placed aside. She rolled her eyes, and while Fei Chun wasn't paying attention, she snatched the prescription and pretended to read it. Cotinopsis palacula, Atractylodes macrocephala, Poria cocos. Astragalus membranaceous, coix seed. Hey, why are there also Scutularia barbata and Hediotis diffusa? Li Yanran frowned as she muttered. These medicines seem to be... She suddenly raised her head and looked at Fei Chun, her eyes full of surprise. Are you making medicinal food to treat stomach cancer? Fei Chun paused while decocting the medicine, then looked up at Li Yanran, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. How did you know? Li Yanran proudly shook the prescription in her hand and said with a smile, It's written clearly here. You don't think I can't understand it, do you? Chun Fei thought about the question she had just asked him, and then he realized that he had been fooled. He shook his head helplessly. Li Yanran saw Fei Chun shaking his head and thought he didn't believe her judgment. So she said confidently, Let me tell you, I've loved reading medical books since I was a child. I wouldn't say I'm proficient in them, but I can still understand common prescriptions. Although the combination of your herbs is strange, I'm sure they're definitely used to treat stomach cancer. Fei Chun raised his eyebrows. This was beyond his expectation. It seems that Li Yanran does have some real skills. Then tell me, what is so special about this prescription? Fei Chun asked with interest. When Li Yanran heard Chun Fei's question, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. I knew you'd be curious. She drawled her words out, then cleared her throat and began to speak with an air of expertness. This Cotinopsis palacula strengthens the spleen and replenishes qi, and is the main ingredient of the prescription. Atractylodes macrocephala strengthens the spleen and eliminates dampness, and Poria cocos strengthens the spleen and eliminates dampness. The two complement each other and are the auxiliary ingredients. Astragalus membranaceous replenishes qi and raises yang, and coix seed strengthens the spleen and eliminates dampness. They are adjuvant ingredients used to enhance the effects of the main and auxiliary ingredients. When she said this, she paused deliberately to observe Chun Fei's reaction. Fei Chun remained silent and continued to listen to her explanation. Seeing that Fei Chun didn't interrupt, Li Yanran became even more excited. She pointed at the two inconspicuous herbs on the prescription with a hint of pride in her tone. The best ones are the Scutularia barbata and Hediotis diffusa. These two herbs are commonly used in folk medicine to treat gastric cancer. They have the effects of clearing away heat and detoxifying, promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. They complement the previous herbs very well. Li Yanran finished speaking her opinion in one breath, then looked at Chun Fei expectantly, waiting for his praise. He nodded and commented calmly, Not bad. You have a very good understanding of the medicinal properties. Of course. Li Yanran raised her chin proudly, her heart beaming with joy. She secretly glanced at Fei Chun and saw that he seemed to look at her with new eyes, which made her feel even more proud. I think the method my grandfather provided me is really good. It seems that in order to approach this taciturn person, we have to start with topics that interest him. Li Yanran was so immersed in her own little thoughts that she completely missed the fleeting, deep meaning in Chun Fei's eyes. Chun Fei looked at the smug girl in front of him, a meaningful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. You're right. This recipe for treating stomach cancer is indeed quite unique. Chun Fei pretended to be profound and seemed to be showing off his abilities in front of Li Yanran. He asked, Have you ever heard of the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill? Chapter 139 Purpose. Li Yanran was originally immersed in self-indulgence when she heard the 5 words, 9-turn golden pill. Suddenly, my breathing became rapid. She took a deep breath, trying to control her heaving chest, and make herself look calmer. 9 Transformation Golden Pill. I've never heard of it. Li Yanran pretended to be calm and shook her head, but her eyes flickered and she didn't dare to look directly into Fei Chen's eyes. Chen Fei looked at her like this and laughed in his heart. I heard that this 9 Revolutions Golden Pill is an ancient, miraculous recipe that can not only cure stomach cancer, but also bring the dead back to life, and even... Fei Chen deliberately prolonged his voice, observing Li Yanran's reaction. Sure enough, when Li Yanran heard this, she couldn't help herself any longer. She grabbed Fei Chen's arm and asked anxiously, "Even what? Tell me now. I don't even know anymore." Fei Chen shook his head in a pretentious manner. Li Yanran widened her eyes, as if she had heard something incredible. "You don't know? Didn't you say? When I was a child, I read about the 9 Transformation Golden Pill in an ancient book. It said it was some kind of healing elixir that could cure all ailments. Unfortunately, it's been so long that I can't remember it clearly." Fei Chun waved his hands with an expression that said, "I'm helpless too." Li Yanran was stunned for a moment, and the expectation on her face instantly turned into disappointment, and she pouted. He muttered dissatisfiedly, "Tiske, I thought you really knew. I was so happy for nothing." After saying that, he ignored Fei Chun and turned away angrily. Chun Fei looked at Li Yanran's departing back with a playful smile on his face. "This guy's acting is so poor. Do you really think he's a fool? It seems that the Li family is coming for him." Fei Chun withdrew his gaze and continued fiddling with the herbs in his hand, but his mind drifted away. The Li family. He remembered that the name Li Yinjia did not seem to be on the list. He originally planned to start with Tang Guanghua. After all, the past of the Tang family and the Chun family was the most entangled. But now, people from the Li family suddenly came up, forcing him to change his plan. "It seems that I have to meet the people from the Li family first." Fei Chun muttered to himself. Li Yanran walked out of the room angrily and went straight to Mr. Li's room. The Li family's grandparents and grandchildren moved into the Qin family, under the pretext of it's been a long time since the two families have gotten so close. In fact, Sima Zhao's intention was known to everyone. "Grandfather." As soon as Li Yanran entered the room, she saw Mr. Li sitting by the window sipping tea. The sunlight shining on his wrinkled face made him look even more shrewd and calculating. "Yanran is back. Come and sit down." When Mr. Li saw his granddaughter, a kind smile immediately appeared on his face, and he pointed to the seat next to him. Li Yanran didn't hesitate and sat down. He casually picked up the teacup on the table, gulped down a big gulp, and then said, "Grandpa, I'm so angry." Mr. Li was not in a hurry. He took a sip of tea slowly before asking, "What's wrong? Who made our eldest daughter angry?" "It's still that Chun Fei." Li Yanran became furious whenever she mentioned Chun Fei. "Grandpa, do you think he's playing a trick on me?" Mr. Li put down his teacup and asked, "Oh, how'd he trick you?" Li Yanran told Mr. Li everything that had just happened between her and Fei Chun in the pharmacy. Finally, he said indignantly, "He must be testing me on purpose. Maybe he already knew our plan." After listening to this, Mr. Li nodded without comment and did not respond. He looked at the spoiled granddaughter in front of him, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. This girl is still too young. Her behavior is so obvious that the 3 members of the Qin family must have begun to doubt them. "Grandpa, what do you say we should do now? Should we continue?" Li Yanran felt a little uneasy when she saw that Mr. Li didn't say anything. Mr. Li pondered for a moment and asked, "Yanran, what do you think of this Chun Fei?" Li Yanran was stunned for a moment, carefully recalled the scenes of her several interactions with Chun Fei, and curled her lips. "Your medical skills are quite impressive, but..." "But what?" Mr. Li asked. "He doesn't seem very interested in me, though." When Li Yanran said this, there was a hint of grievance in her tone. "I deliberately showed off my knowledge in front of him, but he didn't react at all and even deliberately tried to test me with words." Mr. Li took a deep breath of the tea and ignored Li Yanran's complaints. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and said slowly like an old fox, "Yanran, your senior brother will be arriving in Jiangdu soon." "Brother? What is he doing here?" Li Yanran looked confused and obviously didn't take this senior brother whom she had never met seriously. Mr. Li did not answer but asked again, "Yanran, do you think the Qin family is an easy bone to chew?" This, Li Yanran azitata. The Qin family was deeply rooted in Jiangdu and had complicated connections. It was not easy to deal with them. "Grandpa, you mean? It's time for us to take action." A gleam of light flashed in Mr. Li's eyes. "Go ask your father about the layout in Jiangdu." Li Yanran's heart trembled. It seemed that her grandfather was going to be serious. But she was still a little worried. Grandpa. After all, the Qin family has been in Jiangdu for so many years, and the foundation is solid. Haha, Yinran, you still underestimate Grandpa. Mr. Li waved his hand, a confident smile appearing on his face. It's time for the weather in Jiangdu to change. Seeing Mr. Li's confident look, Li Yinran felt much more at ease. She responded respectfully and left the room. Walked out of the room. Li Yinran drove to a private estate on the outskirts of Jiangdu. This is Li Wenqing's base camp in Jiangdu. Far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, it is particularly quiet. As soon as she entered the gate, Li Yinran saw her father Li Wenqing standing in the garden. He was holding a satellite phone in his hand, his brows furrowed, as if he was having an important call with someone. Dad, who are you talking to? Li Yinran walked forward and asked softly. Li Wenqing put down the phone, turned around, and saw that it was his daughter, and a smile appeared on his face. It's at the overseas branch. There's something that needs to be taken care of. Overseas branch? Li Yinran's heart moved. Dad, it seems your layout in Jiangdu is even bigger than I thought. Li Wenqing smiled and did not deny it. Yinran, your grandfather has entrusted me with the full responsibility for Jiangdu's affairs, so I will naturally give it my all. The father and daughter walked into the living room. After the servants served them tea, Li Wenqing told them all the Li family's plans in Jiangdu. Our Li family started planning our presence in Jiangdu as early as 20 years ago. However, your grandfather was concerned about the Qin family at the time, so he never made our presence known. A cold light flashed in Li Wenqing's eyes. Chapter 140 Airport Pickup. Over the years, we have secretly acquired many companies, and our industrial chain spanned various fields, even including some core industries of the Qin family. What? Li Yinran covered her mouth in surprise. Dad, do you mean that we have infiltrated the Qin family? That's right. Li Wenqing nudda confidently. Moreover, I have secretly won over many of the Qin family's partners. They are all dissatisfied with the Qin family's domineering style over the years. As long as we provoke them a little, they will turn against us. Li Yinran's heart was filled with emotion when she heard this. She had always thought that the Li family had just arrived in Jiangdu, but she didn't expect that they already had such a deep foundation. Dad, when are we going to take action against the Qin family? Li Yinran asked impatiently. In a month. A gleam of light flashed in Li Wenqing's eyes. In a month, it will be Mr. Qin's 80th birthday. Then, our Li family will give him a big gift. Li Yinran clenched her fists, her eyes filled with excitement. Okay, I will definitely cooperate with you and completely defeat the Qin family. Li Wenqing nodded with satisfaction. Yinran, you have to remember that the Qin family is only our Li family's first target. Yes. Li Yinran's eyes were firm, as if she had already seen the moment when she stood on the top of Jiangdu and overlooked all living beings. After leaving the manor, Li Yinran's heart could not calm down for a long time. She originally thought that it would take some effort to deal with the Qin family, but she didn't expect that her father had already laid a tight net and was just waiting for the right time to catch the Qin family in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Li Yinran's attitude towards Chun Fei also underwent a subtle change. The corners of her mouth curled up dangerously. Then don't blame me for being cruel. Chun Fei carefully wrapped the last medicinal ingredient, put into a brown paper bag, and went to the hospital to hand it to Zhao Wanwan, who looked nervous. Here, take 1 dose a day, once in the morning and once in the evening. Simmer over low heat for 3 hours. You don't need too much water, just 1 bowl will do. Zhao Wanwan took it with both hands, as if she were holding a valuable treasure, and asked nervously, Fei Chun, can this medicine really cure my mother's illness? Don't worry. Fei Chun waved his hand casually, his tone full of confidence. When have I ever lied to you? If this doesn't work, you can come and settle the score with me. Zhao Wanwan felt a little more at ease when she saw Chun Fei's relaxed look. Okay, don't worry, your mom will be fine. Fei Chun patted Zhao Wanwan on the shoulder, turned around, and left the ward. After leaving the hospital, Chun Fei drove to Jiangdu International Airport. In his mobile phone, there was a message sent by Muyun with only a name and flight number on it. Su Jitong, MU 5688. Su Jitong. Chun Fei was not unfamiliar with this name, as one of the most popular live-streaming hosts nowadays. Su Jitong can be said to be synonymous with traffic, and his name appears on the hot search list of major platforms every now and then. Although Chun Fei didn't care much about these internet celebrities, he couldn't help but hear people discussing them. Ever since Bai Muyan finished talking with Chan Fei last time, he has been working tirelessly to make arrangements for Shinno. So, in order to solve the problem of Zhao Wanwan selling goods through live streaming, he specially asked a friend to introduce this famous anchor. Come and give Zhao Wanwan one-on-one guidance. This kid is really nice. When Fei Chen thought of this, a smile appeared on his face. Flight MU-5688 arrived on time, and Chun Fei recognized Su Jidong from the crowd at a glance. There's nothing I can do about it, because this guy's short gray hair makes him stand out in the crowd. Before Fei Chun could step forward, Su Jitong also saw him, his face full of smiles, and he extended his hand from a distance. Brother Fei, I've heard a lot about you. Chun Fei smiled and walked over to him, shaking his hand. Mr. Su, you're too polite. Just call me Chin Fei. Calling me brother is too much of an insult. Su Jitong laughed heartily. Brother Fei, regardless of anything else, just based on your medical skills, you deserve to be called brother. The two chatted along the way and soon discovered that they were both passionate people. He was very straightforward in his words and deeds, and after just a few words, we became much more familiar with each other. Chun Fei brought Su Jitong to the hotel they had booked long ago and asked casually on the way. Mr. Su came alone this time? Su Ji slapped his forehead. That's right. I'm not afraid of Brother Fei laughing at me for saying this, but everyone in my team is so arrogant. If I hadn't been holding them back, they would have probably formed a group to trouble you this time. After hearing this, Chen Fei had a better impression of Su Jidong. This young man is easy to get along with. After arranging the room, Fei Chun looked at the time. It was already past 7 in the evening. Thinking that he still had things to do tomorrow, he planned to invite Su Jitong to dinner tonight and discuss business tomorrow. Mr. Su, how about this? I have something to do tomorrow. How about I treat you tonight and we have dinner first? What do you think? Su Jidong naturally had no reason to refuse. Brother Fei, just make the arrangements. I'm not picky about other things, but I'm not picky. Chen Fei smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to call to make a restaurant reservation, he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten about Zhao Wanwan. The original plan was to have her meet with Su Jidong to discuss the live broadcast. As a result, he was so busy chatting with Su Jidong that he forgot about it. How about I call another friend over? Fei Chun asked tentatively. Su Jitong was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Brother Fei's friends are my friends. It's more fun with more people, so of course there's no problem. Chen Fei quickly called Zhao Wanwan, but Zhao Wanwan on the other end of the phone obviously hadn't reacted yet. Cousin, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the medicine? There's nothing wrong with the medicine. It's me who has the problem. Fei Chen smiled helplessly. I forgot about you. I'm having dinner at the Century Hotel right now. Come over quickly. Zhao Wanwan was confused. Eat? Now. Ahem, I just remembered this. Fei Chen coughed twice awkwardly. Although Zhao Wanwan was full of doubts, she still agreed. Anyway, my mother is now being taken care of by the nurse hired by Chun Fei, so I don't have to go to my job at the convenience store. I might as well go and see what my cousin is up to. An hour later, Zhao Wanwan rushed to the hotel. As soon as I entered the private room, I saw a young man with gray hair sitting opposite Chun Fei, chatting and laughing with him. Cousin, is there something? Before Zhao Wanwan finished her question, Fei Chun introduced her with a smile. This is Su Jitong, your teacher from now on. When Zhao Wanwan heard this, her eyes widened and she looked at Su Jitong in disbelief. She just said that this person looked familiar. I didn't expect that it was really the person I thought of. Su Jitong. He's a big shot in the live streaming world. How could he? Chapter 141, Moving Away. As if he could see Zhao Wanwan's confusion, Fei Chen explained with a smile. Wanwan, didn't I say before that I would help you sell goods through live streaming? This Mr. Su is the one Mu Yun invited to help you. Zhao Wanwan stood there in a daze. It took her a while to find her voice again, and her voice was trembling. Cousin, you're not kidding, are you? Mr. Su is a very busy man. She originally thought that Chun Fei just randomly found a small anchor to guide her. After all, when I was working in a convenience store, I saw a lot of videos of anchors selling goods in my spare time. Each of those anchors would like to carve the words, want to make money, on their foreheads. But Su Jidong seems quite kind. Looking at Zhao Wanwan's bewildered look, Fei Chen couldn't help but smile and rubbed her head. Silly girl, why are you panicking? Master Su's time is precious. He agreed to help us, which means he thinks highly of us. Don't let me down. Only then did Zhao Wanwan realize that her behavior, just now, seemed a little too cowardly. He quickly straightened his back and tried to make himself look more confident. I understand, cousin. Su Jidong looked at Zhao Wanwan's nervous expression and said with a smile. Wanwan, right? Don't listen to your cousin's nonsense. Don't worry, I have plenty of time. Zhao Wanwan became even more nervous after hearing this. She thought Su Jidong was that high-ranking anchor. I didn't expect that he was so approachable in private. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Seeing Zhao Wanwan's bewildered look, Fei Chen shook his head helplessly. Okay, stop standing and sit down first. Fei Chen asked the two to sit down, then picked up the menu and handed it to Su Jidong. Mr. Su, please order whatever you want. It's my treat today. Su Jidong was not polite and took the menu and started flipping through it, speaking as he did so. Brother Fei, speaking of which, I have great confidence in your miracle agricultural product. Young Master Bai gave me some a try, and I gave some of my family and friends, and they all said it works great. Chen Fei smiled, but said nothing. He knew that Su Jitong was praising him in disguise, but he didn't intend to explain anything. After all, some things become more confusing the more you explain them. Wanwan, I heard you worked in a convenience store before. Su Jidong closed the menu and turned to look at Zhao Wanwan. Zhao Wanwan nodded. Yes, but I have resigned now. Well, live streaming sales, to put it bluntly, is just taking your face-to-face sales methods from a convenience store and selling them online. So, you do have some relevant experience. Su Jidong took a sip of tea and continued. It's just that now I'm not dealing with a few customers, but netizens. Zhao Wanwan nodded, not quite understanding. When she worked at a convenience store, she was often forced by the store manager to sell expiring products to customers. But you don't have to worry. Su Jitong noticed Zhao Wanwan's uneasiness from the beginning and comforted her with a smile. Your cousin's company's products are all good stuff. You won't have to waste your breath when the time comes. Those people in a live broadcast room will rush to place orders on their own. Yeah, Wanwan, just treat the live broadcast as a chat with netizens. Fei Chen also encouraged from the side, but I'm afraid I won't be able to do it well. Zhao Wanwan was still a little hesitant, for she was afraid of disappointing her cousin. I've never done a live stream before, and I'm afraid I'm going to mess it up. What are you afraid of? Su Jitong waved his hand. I'm here. I'll teach you. Let me tell you, when I first started live streaming, it was so miserable. My mom was the only one in the room, and she was cheering for my son all over the screen. Su Jitong began to talk incessantly about the embarrassing things that happened during his early years of live streaming. Zhao Wanwan was originally a little nervous, but she relaxed after Su Jitong's humorous and witty narration. Chen Fei sat aside, watching Zhao Wanwan and Su Jitong chatting happily, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. He knew that Zhao Wanwan had always longed to be independent, and now it seemed that she was also interested, so Chen Fei was happy for her. After finishing the meal, more than an hour had passed. Chen Fei checked the time, stood up and said, Okay, let's stop here for today. Wanwan, you will start studying hard with Master Su tomorrow. Okay, cousin. Zhao Wanwan nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Brother Fei, I'll take Wanwan back first. Su Jitong also stood up. Okay, just tell her to come directly to me tomorrow. Okay, thank you for troubling me then. Chen Fei said with a smile. In the car, Chen Fei glanced at Zhao Wanwan through the rearview mirror and said, Wanwan, I may not have time to go with you tomorrow. There's a Chinese medicine exchange meeting, and I have to go. Zhao Wanwan was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and nodded obediently. It's okay, cousin. You go about your business. I can handle it myself. She actually felt a little disappointed, but she was more understanding and sensible. After all, Chen Fei had been helping her, and she couldn't become a burden to him. Chen Fei saw Zhao Wanwan's sensible look in the rearview mirror and felt relieved. To be honest, he was a little worried at first that Zhao Wanwan was not suitable. After all, he also noticed that she was a little introverted, probably because of her experiences over the years. However, after seeing Su Jidong today, he felt a lot more relieved. His personality seems to complement Zhao Wanwan's perfectly, and he is also very enthusiastic. By the way, Wanwan, if you have any questions tomorrow, feel free to call me. Don't be embarrassed to bother me. Fei Chen still gave a worried reminder. I understand, cousin, don't worry, Zhao Wanwan said with a smile, a warm feeling welling up in her heart. Arriving at the hospital entrance, Fei Chen stopped the car and watched Zhao Wanwan walk into the hospital gate. Then he turned the car around and drove towards the Qin family. When I returned to the Qin family, the villa was quiet and Qin Bingyun had not returned yet. Fei Chen parked the car and walked into the living room. He was surprised to see Li Yinjie and Li Yanran, the grandparents and grandchildren sitting on the sofa, talking to old man Chin. Fei Chun, you're back. Li Yin saw Chun Fei on the street and forced a smile on his face. Fei Chen responded calmly, his eyes sweeping over Li Yinjie and Li Yanran, finally landing on old man Chin. Grandpa, what's going on? Old Master Chin sighed, waved his hand and said, It's nothing serious. It's just that Yinjie and Yanran are moving out tomorrow. Move out? Fei Chen raised his eyebrows and asked calmly, Why did you suddenly want to move out? Are you not used to living here? Li Yinjie put down the teacup in his hand and said with a smile, Mr. Chun, you are joking. Living in this Chin family villa is so comfortable. How can you not get used to it? Chapter 142, someone is behind this. What's the reason? Fei Chen asked. Mr. Chin doesn't know this. Li Yinjie put down the teacup with a smile on his face, but his look made people feel uneasy. My disappointing son finally managed to repair the old house. Look, the whole family is looking forward to moving back. Speaking of which, I've been bothering the Chin family for some time, and it's really thanks to you guys taking me in. As he spoke, he glanced at Fei Chen meaningfully. That look seemed to be saying, See, our Li family also has roots. Old Master Chin didn't care about these things. He just said with regret, Leaving so soon? I told you that we could have a meal together after a while. It would be fun. Oh, this is wonderful. Once we're settled, we'll definitely have a banquet to thank everyone for their care during this time. Li Yinjie responded with a smile. Li Yanran sat aside, with her head lowered the whole time, saying nothing, but her eyes would glance at Chun Fei from time to time. Chun Fei pretended not to see it. He had always been suspicious of the two men's intentions. When I heard that they were leaving, I felt relieved. However, he glanced at the time and found that it was already past working hours, and Qin Bingyan had not returned yet. Grandpa, I'm going to pick up Bingyan. I'm leaving first. Fei Chun greeted Mr. Qin. He ignored the Li family's grandfather and grandson and turned away. After Fei Chun left, old man Qin smiled and shook his head. His favorable impression of Chun Fei, his grandson-in-law, increased again. Seeing this, Li Yinjie rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Brother Qin, I see your grandson-in-law really cares about your granddaughter. It's already so late, and he still goes to pick her up in person. Wow, I'm really enviable. Old Master Qin glanced at him and said calmly, Young people, it's normal for them to have good relationships. Unlike some people who are old and still think about trivial things. The smile on Li Yinjie's face froze. He didn't know whether Mr. Qin said this on purpose or just casually. He could only cough twice and didn't respond. Li Yanran, who was standing next to them, heard their conversation and her face turned pale for a moment. Seeing Chun Fei go to pick up Qin Bingyan, she seemed a little unhappy. After leaving the Qin family villa, Fei Chen drove directly to the Qin group. At this time, night had fallen and the lights were on, but the Qin group's building was still brightly lit. Fei Chen parked his car in the underground garage and took the elevator to the president's office on the top floor. He knocked on the door gently, and Qin Bingyan's cold voice came from inside. Come in. Chun Fei pushed the door open and saw Qin Bingyan sitting at her desk, processing documents with her head down. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, as if she had encountered some difficult problem, and her delicate face was full of fatigue. Chun Fei did not make a sound to disturb her, but stood quietly by the side, waiting for Qin Bingyan to finish her work. After a while, Qin Bingyan put down the documents in her hand and rubbed her sore temples. He looked up at Fei Chun with a hint of doubt in his tone. Why are you here? Fei Chun walked up to her and asked with concern, Since you haven't come home yet, I came to pick you up from get off work. Well, we'll be done in a little while. Qin Bingyan nodded, pointed to the documents on the table, and continued. I have a lot of things to do today, so I was delayed for a while. Chun Fei picked up the document and took a look and found that it was a report on an overseas investment project. He asked casually, Are you in any trouble? Qin Bingyan sighed and said, This project was going smoothly, but recently some problems have suddenly appeared. I suspect someone is behind this. Oh, who dares to tamper with Tai Sui? Fei Chen raised his eyebrows. It's not clear who it is yet. Qin Bingyan shook her head and said, I have asked someone to investigate, and I believe there will be results soon. Fei Chen nodded and said, In that case, go ahead and get busy. I'll wait for you here. Qin Bingyan responded and then continued to work on the documents with her head down. Seeing this, Fei Chun stopped disturbing her and walked to the sofa beside her, sat down, and waited quietly. In the office, for a moment, the only sound were the sound of Qin Bingyan flipping through documents and the sound of typing on the keyboard. The atmosphere seemed a little quiet. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Bingyun finally finished the work at hand and stretched. He stretched his stiff body, then looked at Fei Chun and asked, "Have you had dinner?" Fei Chun glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 11 o'clock. He wanted to say that he had eaten, but looking at Qin Bingyun's tired expression, I knew she definitely hadn't eaten yet. Not yet. Fei Chun shook his head. Qin Bingyun rubbed her temples and said softly, "Let's go and have something to eat together." Chun Fei did not call a driver, but drove his own car directly and took Qin Bingyun away from the Qin group. Driving through the bustling city at night, the car was unusually quiet. While waiting for the red light, Chun Fei reached out and held Qin Bingyun's hand. Qin Bingyun was startled and subconsciously wanted to pull her hand back, but she felt the warmth of Chun Fei's palm and ultimately did not break free. Ever since the Li family's grandparents moved into the Qin family, such intimate behavior has not occurred for a long time. Chun Fei felt Qin Bingyun's relaxation, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He simply asked the driver to go back first. The car drove slowly and finally stopped beside a quiet street. "What do you want to eat?" Fei Chun turned around and asked. Qin Bingyun shook her head and said softly, "I don't have much appetite." Chun Fei knew that she had something on her mind, so he didn't ask any more questions. He just took her through twists and turns and ended up in a quiet alley. "Why did you bring me here?" Qin Bingyun asked doubtfully. The alley was dark and narrow, with old residential buildings on both sides, and it looked a bit messy. Fei Chen smiled mysteriously and did not answer. He just pulled her forward. Deep in the alley, an inconspicuous little restaurant emits dim lights. An enticing aroma wafted out from inside, instantly arousing one's appetite. This is... Qin Bingyun looked at the small shop in front of her in surprise. It is totally unimaginable that there is such a restaurant hidden in this alley. Go in and try it. Their noodles are amazing. Fei Chen pulled her in. The shop is not big, with only a few tables and simple decoration, but it is clean and tidy. The boss was a middle-aged man. When he saw them come in, he greeted them warmly. "What would you two like to eat? Our signature beef noodles are famous far and wide." 2 bowls of beef noodles with extra cilantro and chili. Chun Fei skillfully ordered the food and turned to look at Qin Bingyun. Chapter 143, The Man in the Peaked Cap. "Try it. I guarantee you'll want to eat more." Qin Bingyun looked at the steaming beef noodles in front of her, and her originally depressed mood seemed to relax a lot. She picked up the chopsticks and took a sip. The rich soup mixed with the chewy noodles instantly conquered her taste buds. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Chun Fei asked with a smile. Qin Bingyun nodded, a rare smile on her face. "Well, it tastes very good." The two of them ate and chatted, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. "By the way, I received some photos today." Qin Bingyun suddenly spoke, with a hint of hesitation in her tone. "Photo?" Fei Chun was stunned for a moment. Qin Bingyun looked at Fei Chen's stunned expression and couldn't help but chuckle. She pulled out a pale yellow envelope from her exquisite leather bag and handed it over. "Here, take a look." After saying that, Qin Bingyun lowered her head and continued to deal with the beef noodles in the bowl. Maybe because there was too much chili pepper, she was sweating from the tip of her nose after eating it. "I also occasionally sneeze a few cute times, temporarily forgetting the troubles in the company." Chun Fei took the envelope suspiciously and opened it quickly. What caught his eye was an intimate photo of himself and Li Yanran while shopping. In the photo, he is carrying a lot of bags in one hand. With one arm around Li Yanran and a doting smile on his face, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they are a couple in love. This, Chun Fei suddenly panicked and hurriedly explained. "Bingyun, things are not what you think. Li Yanran and I just drove over, and I gave her a hand." The photo was taken with a borrowed angle. Looking at Fei Chun, who was at a loss and eager to explain. Qin Bingyun's worries that had been lingering in her heart were largely dissipated. She put down her chopsticks, took out a tissue, gently wiped the oil stains from the corners of her mouth, and said lightly, "I know." Hearing the words, "I know," Fei Chun felt a little relieved. "Do you know who sent it?" Qin Bingyun shook her head, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. "I asked the front desk, and they said it was a man wearing a baseball cap, but I don't know anything else." The man in the peaked cap. Fei Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. Both of them thought of the Li family tacitly. After all, apart from them, it seems that no one else would be so deliberate in sowing discord. Come to think of it, Li Yanran was there this afternoon when I was making medicine at the pharmacy. She seemed very interested in my Chun family's prescriptions. Thinking of something, Chun Fei told Qin Bingyun everything that happened in the pharmacy in the afternoon. Do you think she did it on purpose? Deliberately? A cold light flashed in Qin Bingyun's beautiful eyes, and she smiled coldly. She wants to play, so I'll play along. Outside the small restaurant, a black Maybach was parked quietly on the side of the road. It seems out of tune with the surrounding environment, like a beast lurking in the dark night. Xiao Zhifei sat in the car with a terribly gloomy face. Those originally clear eyes were now bloodshot, flashing with a heart-pounding cold light. He stared at the two people who were chatting and laughing in the restaurant, his fists clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. His knuckles were blue and white from the excessive force. Through the hazy glass window, he could see the disgusting smile on Fei Chen's face. What was even more glaring was that Qin Bingyun actually gave this boy a rare smile. Damn waste what? Xiao Zhifei growled with gritted teeth, as if a raging fire was burning in his heart. Jealousy and anger almost consumed him. Think about Xiao Zhifei, the eldest son of the Qiao family, who can get whatever he wants. In what way is he not 100 times better than Chun Fei, a down-and-out guy? If this kid hadn't shown up halfway, Qin Bingyun would have been in his pocket long ago. The thought of the goddess who was once within his reach, now showing concern for another man, makes him feel uncomfortable. Qin Bingyun, you can only be mine. Xiao Zhifei growled with gritted teeth, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. He decided not to use any roundabout tactics anymore. He wanted to cut the Gordian knot and snatch Qin Bingyun away directly. Xiao Zhifei turned around abruptly, winked at the man in black behind him, and coldly spat out two words, action. The man nodded expressionlessly, like an emotionless machine. Xiao Zhifei seemed to have seen the scene of his plan being successful, and he showed a determined smile. Imagine spending a wonderful night with Qin Bingyun tonight. He couldn't wait to see Fei Chen's desperate expression. He straightened his Armani suit, opened the car door, and strode into the restaurant. At this time, Qin Bingyun and Chun Fei had finished their noodles and were about to leave. Seeing Xiao Zhifei walk in, they both tacitly chose to ignore him and stood up to walk out. Xiao Zhifei was stunned for a moment. This was not the same as the script he had expected. Why didn't these two people react at all? Xiao Zhifei put on a hypocritical smile and completely ignored Chun Fei. He said to Qin Bingyun, "Boss Qin, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. Why are you eating in this shabby little place? Do you want me to recommend some good Western restaurants?" Qin Bingyun glanced at him coldly, as if she was looking at a buzzing fly. There was undisguised disgust in his tone. "No need, Mr. Qiao. Just keep your thoughts to yourself. You don't need to worry about what we like to eat." After saying that, Qin Bingyun took Chun Fei's arm and prepared to leave. Xiao Zhifei was frustrated and his face suddenly became a little ugly. He came here specially today, not to see Qin Bingyun show her affection in front of him. He had no choice but to reveal his cards in advance. "Fei Chun." Xiao Zhifei lowered his voice and spoke in a sinister tone that only the three of them could hear. "Don't you want to know how your Qin family went bankrupt?" Fei Chun paused, turned to look at Xiao Zhifei, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When Qin Bingyun heard the words, "Chun family goes bankrupt," she couldn't help but stop and looked up at Xiao Zhifei in surprise. Seeing Chun Fei's calm expression, Xiao Zhifei thought he was pretending. I felt even more proud in my heart. It seemed that this kid really cared about the Chun family. "Haha, what's wrong? Don't you want to know who was behind the destruction of your Qin family?" Xiao Zhifei continued speaking in that sinister tone. It was as if he was the mastermind behind the conspiracy back then. "I don't know what you're talking about." Fei Chen shrugged, looking indifferent. "Besides, what does our Chun family's affairs have to do with you? You are so concerned. Could it be you who did it?" Xiao Zhifei's face froze. He really didn't know anything about the Qin family. Chapter 144, I eavesdropped. These were just some fragments of conversation he overheard in his father's study yesterday. It seems to be something like Chun family or extermination of the whole family. Today he suddenly thought of using this incident to deal with Fei Chun. I was planning to take it out last, but I saw that the two people were ignoring me. I threw it out without thinking. Stop pretending here." Xiao Zhifei retorted in a timid manner. "Don't you want to know the truth? Don't you want to avenge your Qin family?" Fei Chun sneered, looking at Xiao Zhifei as if he were a fool, and said lightly, "I don't want to." Xiao Zhifei looked at Chun Fei in disbelief, as if he had heard some huge joke. He originally thought that he just had to throw out the bait himself. Chun Fei will definitely be eager to take the bait. Xiao Zhifei felt that his self-esteem had been seriously challenged. He glared at Fei Chen fiercely and spoke with gritted teeth. "Boy, don't be so shameless. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished, right? Fade Chun smiled contemptuously, as if he had heard some huge joke. What's going on? Young Master Chiao, are you going to take action? Are you going to stop pretending? Fuck, you're looking for death. Xiao Zhifei was completely enraged. He waved his hand violently and yelled at a burly man behind him. Come on, destroy him. The man had been waiting impatiently for a long time and heard Xiao Zhifei's order. With a snarl in his eyes, he pulled out an iron rod from behind his back and smashed it hard on the back of Fei Chen's head. Careful, Qin Bingyan exclaimed and subconsciously reached out to pull Chun Fei. However, Chun Fei was faster than her. He seemed to have eyes on his back and turned sideways without looking back. At the same time, he reached out and pushed Qin Bingyan to the side, easily avoiding the man's attack. Bang! The iron rod slammed heavily on the table behind Fei Chun, making a loud noise and sending wood chips flying everywhere. Qin Bingyan staggered and almost fell down after being pushed by Chun Fei. After she stood firm, she looked at the scene in front of her in shock, her heart pounding. Fortunately, it is already late at night due to this sudden change. There were no more customers in the small restaurant, and the owner was hiding in the back, trembling and not daring to come out. Damn it, beat him to death. When Xiao Zhifei saw that his men had failed, he became furious and pointed at Fei Chun and roared. The man didn't expect that he would miss. He rushed towards Fei Chun again, waving the iron rod. A cold light flashed in Chun Fei's eyes, and he dodged the man's attack by moving sideways. At the same time, he made a lightning-fast move and grabbed the iron rod swung by the man. Crack! With a crisp sound, the iron rod as thick as a bowl was broken by Chun Fei. Before the man could react, Fei Chun raised his leg and kicked him hard on the knee. Ah! The man let out a scream, his legs went limp, and he fell to the ground, unable to get up. Xiao Zhifei stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. He had never expected this. Chun Fei, this skinny-looking little doctor, actually has such skills. He suddenly felt scared and turned around to run away. Want to run? Chun Fei sneered, and in a flash, he appeared behind Xiao Zhifei. He grabbed his collar and pulled him back. Is this your method? Fei Chen looked down at Xiao Zhifei with a cold tone. Xiao Zhifei was frightened by Chun Fei's cold eyes and shivered all over. A chill went from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He stammered, You, what do you want to do? I'm warning you, my dad is. Bang! Chun Fei slapped him without hesitation, interrupting Xiao Zhifei's next words. Noisy, Fei Chen said coldly. Who do I care who your father is? If you mess with me today, you won't have an easy time. After saying that, Fei Chun threw Xiao Zhifei to the ground and carried him to the table like a chicken. Bang! Chun Fei pushed Xiao Zhifei onto the chair and sat opposite him, crossing his legs and looking at him with a half-smile. Now, let's talk about what you just said. Fei Chen's tone was grim. Xiao Zhifei was stared at by Chun Fei's cold eyes. He felt like he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and his back went cold. But when he thought of something, he suddenly felt that he was able to do it, and said with his neck stiff, Fei Chun, I'm warning you, don't mess around. I'm from the Qiao family. Qiao family. Chun Fei's mouth curled up in a mocking arc as if he had heard a joke. Can anyone from your Qiao family save you now? Xiao Zhifei was terrified when he saw Chun Fei's murderous look, but he remained tough on the outside. You don't try to scare me. To scare you. Fei Chen sneered and looked around. Finally, his eyes fell on the iron rod that he had broken before, and he bent down to pick it up. Seeing Chun Fei's actions, Xiao Zhifei's eyelids jumped suddenly, and an ominous premonition came to his heart. What do you want to do? Xiao Zhifei shouted in a timid tone, but his body couldn't help but shrink back. Fei Chen didn't say anything, but just waved the half-iron rod in his hand, and the smile on his lips became colder. Xiao Zhifei had never seen such a posture before. Since he was a child, he had always been the one bullying others. He swallowed hard and spoke in a trembling voice. I'm telling you. Actually, I heard it from my dad. He seemed to say that you have something in your hand that is very important to them. When he said this, Xiao Zhifei's voice became smaller and finally became almost the hum of a mosquito. What? Chun Fei spoke in a stern tone, tapping the table lightly with the iron rod in his hand. It made a dong 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 sound, knocking on Xiao Zhifei's heart again and again. I don't know. I eavesdropped. Xiao Zhifei was almost crying. If he had known earlier, he would not have provoked this plague god. Now he is in trouble. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Fei Chen's eyes. He wished he could destroy this uneducated, rich second generation right now. But he knew that would only alert the enemy. Roll. Chen Fei pushed Xiao Zhifei away and stood up. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Fei. Xiao Zhifei felt as if he had been pardoned. He crawled to his feet and tried to run away. Etc. Chen Fei suddenly called him. Do you have any other instructions? Xiao Zhifei asked with a sad face. Fei Chen pointed at the smashed table and chairs and said coldly, Pay me money. Yes, yes, yes. I'll pay. Xiao Zhifei didn't dare to refute and quickly took out a stack of bills from his wallet, handed it to the boss who was trembling behind the counter. No, if you're all right, I'll leave first. After paying the money, Xiao Zhifei turned around and wanted to run away. Etc. Fei Chun called him again and pointed at the man who was still kneeling on the ground. Chapter 145, The Li Family's Grandparents Leave. Take him with you. Xiao Zhifei was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Yes, I'll take away right away. After saying that, he dragged the man out of the restaurant and fled in embarrassment. Seeing that the matter was settled, Fei Chen stood up and pulled Qin Bingyun over to the side and prepared to leave. This time, no one stopped them. Qin Bingyun was also frightened by Chen Fei's fierce look just now. What are you looking at? Fei Chen felt a little uneasy when he was looked at. He touched his nose and asked in a nonchalant manner. Qin Bingyun did not answer and withdrew her gaze. You are good at fighting? After a long time, Qin Bingyun finally spoke. Chen Fei said vaguely, This I practiced a few times when I was a kid for self-defense. Qin Bingyun looked at Fei Chen's obviously perfunctory expression and realized that he didn't want to say more, so she didn't ask any more questions. They walked side by side on the way home, and the streetlights made their shadows longer and shorter. Like two intertwined lines, they finally converge. Who do you think they could be? Late at night, Qin Bingyun nestled in Fei Chen's arms and suddenly asked. Chen Fei smelled the faint fragrance of Qin Bingyun's hair, gently stroked her long hair, and spoke softly. No matter who he is, I won't let him go. Qin Bingyun raised her head and looked at the moonlight outside the window. She could see Chen Fei's resolute profile. But Qin Bingyun wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Chen Fei. Nothing to worry about. We can stop it if it comes. Stop overthinking and go to sleep. As Fei Chen spoke, he hugged Qin Bingyun tighter. Qin Bingyun felt the warmth coming from Chen Fei's body. He closed his eyes in peace, and soon the sound of even breathing began to sound. Fei Chen looked down at the person in his arms, a gentle smile on his lips. He kissed her gently on the forehead and closed his eyes. The next morning, Fei Chen got up early. He went downstairs and found Mr. Qin sitting in the living room with a middle-aged man drinking tea. The man was wearing a neat suit and his hair was combed neatly. Wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he looked smart and capable. Grandpa, good morning. Fei Chen greeted him. Xiao Fei is up. Come here, let me introduce him to you. When Mr. Qin saw Fei Chen coming down, he quickly waved him over. Chen Fei walked to Mr. Qin's side, and Mr. Qin pointed at the middle-aged man and said, This is your Uncle Li, Yinran's father. Oh, Uncle Li. Fei Chen extended his hand politely. Mr. Chen, I've long heard of your name. Li Wenqing also stood up and shook hands with Chen Fei. Uncle Li is here today. Fei Chen asked with some confusion. Li Wenqing pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and smiled gently. Mr. Chen, to be honest, I came here today to take my father and Yinran back to the Li family. Fei Chen raised his eyebrows, then thought of what they had said last night about leaving, and nodded to show his understanding. The three of them exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then Chen Fei accompanied Li Wenqing in the living room to wait. About 10 minutes later, Li Yinran helped Mr. Li come down from the stairs. Li Yinran was wearing a light pink dress today, with her long black hair draped over her shoulders, revealing a hint of charm in her purity. Old Master Li was leaning on a cane, and Li Yinran was supporting him on the other side. When Li Wenqing saw the old man, he quickly stood up, walked behind him, and protected him carefully. The three members of the Li family standing together are a heartwarming picture of loving father and filial son. Grandpa Yinran, let's go. Li Wenqing said softly. Li Yinran and Mr. Li nodded, turned to look at Chen Fei and Mr. Qin, and bowed deeply. Grandpa Qin, Brother Chen, thank you for taking care of me during this time. We are all family. There is no need to be polite. Mr. Qin said with a smile. Fei Chen nodded slightly and watched the three of them leave. Li Wenqing and his family of three got into the car and slowly drove away from the villa. Watching the car go away, old man Qin withdrew his gaze and turned to look upstairs. Qin Bingyun had not come down yet. When the old man looked at Fei Chen again, there was a meaningful smile on his face. Xiao Fei, did you sleep well last night? Chun Fei was confused by the old man's sudden question. I'm fine, what's wrong, Grandpa? Nothing, nothing. Old Master Qin waved his hand, but the smile on his face became even more ambiguous. Young man, you have a lot of temper. You need to control yourself. Chun Fei instantly understood what the old man was referring to, and his face turned red. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Bingyun and I. Ha ha ha. All right. No need to explain. Grandpa understands. Old Master Qin patted Fei Chun on the shoulder and said with a smile. As a young person, it's normal to fall in love, but you have to take care of your health and don't overwork yourself. Chun Fei was teased by the old man and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He could only touch his nose helplessly. At this time, the servants had already prepared breakfast, and Chun Fei accompanied the old man to eat. After breakfast, Fei Chen checked the old man's health as usual. Well, he's recovered well during this period, and all indicators are stable. Chun Fei said to Mr. Qin with a smile. Mr. Qin was in a good mood and asked cheerfully, Xiao Fei, am I fully recovered now, and can I go out for a walk? Chun Fei thought about it and felt that the old man had been stuck at home for a while, and it was indeed time for him to go out and get some fresh air. So he said, Grandpa, you are no longer in serious condition. Going for a walk will be more beneficial to your recovery. When Mr. Qin heard Chun Fei say this, his heart moved. In fact, he had wanted to go out for a long time. He was sick during this period and left all the company affairs to Qin Bingyun. As a grandfather, he should have gone back earlier to take charge of the situation. But these days I've been at home and have had the rare opportunity to enjoy my retirement benefits. He spent his days planting flowers and playing with birds, leading a leisurely life, and even forgot about the company's affairs. Qin Bingyun dealt with her uncles and aunts. I also suggested holding a banquet for the old man and letting him make a public appearance to prevent people outside from spreading rumors that he was dying. But Mr. Qin refused. He didn't want to be involved in those tedious social engagements just after recovering. Now Chun Fei also advised him to go out for a walk, and Mr. Qin agreed. Okay, let's go out for a walk today. Chun Fei was stunned for a moment, then realized that the old man was going to take power again. He nodded without thinking and said, Okay, then I'll accompany you later. Seeing that Fei Chun agreed readily, old man Qin had obviously forgotten that he had other things to do today and said to Fei Chun, Xiao Fei, you must be very busy at the hospital. You don't have to accompany an old man like me all the time. Just go and do your own thing. Chun Fei also reacted at this time. Chapter 146, Jiangdu Needle King. I said to the old man sheepishly, Okay, Grandpa, call me if you have anything. Old Master Qin nodded and watched Fei Chun leave. After Chun Fei left, the smile on his face gradually faded. After leaving the Qin family villa, Fei Chen did not go directly to the hospital, but drove to Jiangdu Hotel. There is a traditional Chinese medicine exchange conference today, and the dean specially gave him an invitation. Give him the opportunity to witness the 100 flowers blooming in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Chun Fei arrived at the hotel entrance and handed the invitation to the staff at the door. After the staff verified that everything was correct, they respectfully let you go. As soon as he entered the hall, Fei Chun felt a strong, academic atmosphere coming towards him. A group of old men and women wearing reading glasses gathered in twos and threes. They were discussing things like meridian acupoints and yin and yang and the 5 elements with great enthusiasm, as if they were back at the academic seminar of the last century. Chun Fei found a seat in a corner and sat down, observing the people around him boredly. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze blew by, and a tall woman in a white dress sat opposite Chun Fei. The woman had long black hair draped over her shoulders, and her delicate facial features were as perfect as sculptures. Her fair skin was so smooth that it seemed as if it were blown away, and her long, beautiful legs attracted the attention of all the men present. Beauty, are you alone? A greasy middle-aged man came up with a wine glass, a flattering smile on his face. The woman frowned slightly, glanced at him with disgust, and said coldly, Get out. The middle-aged man was frustrated and felt a little embarrassed, but when he saw the woman's cold and charming appearance. But he couldn't bear to leave, so he continued shamelessly. Beautiful lady, don't be so cold. We are both doctors. Maybe we can communicate with each other. I'm not interested in you. Get away. The woman interrupted him impatiently, her tone full of disgust. The middle-aged man wanted to say something else, but was frightened by the woman's cold eyes and dared not speak again. He could only walk away angrily. Seeing this scene, Fei Chen couldn't help but feel a little interested in this woman. Hello, my name is Chun Fei, and I'm a doctor at Jiangdu Rinxin Hospital. Because he finally saw a doctor who was about the same age as him, he took the initiative to greet the woman. The woman glanced at him indifferently, without saying anything, but nodded slightly. Fei Chen didn't care and continued. I see you seem very interested in traditional Chinese medicine. Which aspect do you know more about? The woman finally spoke, her voice as clear and cold as jade. It's none of your business. Fei Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this woman to speak so harshly. After hearing the woman's words, Fei Chen stopped asking questions and shifted his gaze elsewhere. Just then the woman suddenly stood up and pointed at an old man who was giving a speech not far away. He sneered. He's the one who calls himself the king of acupuncture in Jiangdu. That's hilarious. Even my nanny is better at giving those needles than him. Chen Fei followed the woman's gaze and saw an old man with a goatee talking on the stage. Many people in the audience listened with great interest and nodded in praise from time to time. He glanced at the old man who was giving acupuncture. Naturally, I also noticed something strange about it. He wanted to see if the woman was really capable. He pointed at the king of Jiangdu Needle, who was speaking nonstop on the stage. This old man's acupuncture skills are among the best in Jiangdu. He can cure many difficult and complicated diseases with just one needle. The woman sneered, then she stretched out her slender jade finger and pointed at the human body model on the stage. The needle he just inserted was said to guide the qi back to its origin, but he inserted it an inch above the acupuncture point. Isn't it obvious that he's going to make the patient's qi and blood flow backwards? With this level of skill, you still dare to call yourself the Needle King. You are simply misleading the students. The woman's voice was not lowered at all, which immediately attracted the attention of many people around. Everyone looked over here, whispering and talking. Who is this little girl? Why is she so arrogant? That's right. Mr. Zhao is a famous acupuncture expert. How dare she question his medical skills? Young people nowadays really don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. The king of Needle Jiangdu on the stage also noticed the situation here. He was already a little unhappy because his speech was interrupted. Hearing the woman's words at this moment, he was even more angry and fumed. Where did this little yellow-haired girl come from? How dare you talk nonsense here? The king of acupuncture in Jiangdu slammed the silver needle in his hand heavily on the table and walked down angrily. I've been practicing medicine for decades and have saved countless lives. How can you, a little girl like you, even know what acupuncture is? The woman faced the wrath of the Jiangdu Needle King without any fear. She stood up and confronted the Jiangdu Needle King head-on. Although I'm young, I know that treating illnesses and saving lives requires careful attention. The needle you just inserted clearly hit the wrong acupuncture point. If you continue, the patient won't get better, but will instead become more ill. The king of needlework in Jiangdu was so angry at the woman's words that his face turned blue. He pointed at the woman and kept saying you for a long time, but he couldn't say anything. You said I pierced the wrong acupuncture point. So tell me, where should I pierce it? Jiangdu Needle King took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and decided to teach this ignorant little girl a lesson. The woman sneered and pointed at the acupuncture point map on the stage, saying this acupuncture point should be pierced here. Chun Fei saw that this woman had a hot temper and was about to cause a bigger storm. He quickly reached out and pressed her shoulders, trying to stop her from continuing. The woman was startled by this sudden action and turned around to glare at Fei Chun. What are you doing? Fei Chun found her look amusing, but he still spoke patiently. Miss, I think we should not jump to conclusions and wait and see what happens. The woman sneered and shook off Fei Chun's hand. Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Chun Fei had expected that she would not give up easily, so he held her wrist tightly. Not letting her get away easily, he whispered in her ear, if you want to make a big deal out of this, I'll be there for you. But if you want to solve this problem properly, calm down first. The woman's struggle gradually weakened. She stared coldly into Fei's eyes, as if evaluating his words. Seeing that she had calmed down a little, Fei Chun let go of her hand and turned to walk up to the podium. When the king of Jiangdu Needle saw Fei Chun coming up on the stage, he thought he was there to support him. A hint of pride suddenly appeared on his face. Little brother, do you also know acupuncture? Fei Chun ignored his smugness. Chapter 147 Rescue. Instead, Fei Chun bowed deeply to the audience and spoke loudly. Everyone, I'm so sorry. I hope this young lady's words may have offended you. Please forgive me. The audience looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what Chun Fei was up to. Fei Chun continued. However, although this lady's words were somewhat direct, the issues she pointed out were not groundless. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the audience. The smile on Jiangdu Needle King's face froze. He pointed at Fei Chin's nose and said angrily, What do you mean? Are you questioning my medical skills? There's no question about it. Fei Chun shook his head and pointed at the acupuncture point diagram on the stage, speaking slowly. I just wanted to point out that the acupuncture point you just inserted, Mr. Zhao, seems to be a little off. Nonsense. The king of needle of Jiangdu suddenly became furious. I've been practicing medicine for decades and know all the acupuncture points on the human body like the back of my hand. How could I possibly make a mistake? Chun Fei ignored his roar and pointed at the acupuncture point map and talked freely. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Zhao, you just pierced the Qihai point, right? Yes, so what? Jiangdu Needle King snorted coldly. The Qihai acupoint should be located 1.5 inches below the navel, but the needle you inserted just now was 2 inches below the navel, which is more than half an inch off. Chun Fei said this while gesturing on the acupuncture point map with his fingers. Although it's only a half-inch difference for acupuncture, a slight error can lead to a huge mistake. The audience originally just wanted to watch the fun, but as Chun Fei explained, they gradually realized that what Chun Fei said seemed to make some sense. Jiangdu Needle King's expression gradually turned ugly as he listened to Chun Fei's words. He carefully recalled the acupuncture process and suddenly discovered, I did insert the needle 2 inches below the navel, not 1.5 inches. Could it be that I really pierced the wrong acupuncture point? Thinking of this, beads of sweat suddenly appeared on Jiangdu Needle King's forehead. He has never made such a mistake in public in all these years. If this gets out, he will lose all face. The woman standing on the other side, Yi Zihan, had a slightly changed expression, and her originally fair face now looked even paler. Because the needle insertion position she pointed out was half an inch different from what Chun Fei said. Just now she thought that Chun Fei was just trying to show off and stop her, but after listening to Chun Fei's well-reasoned explanation, she understood it instantly. If Chun Fei had not intervened in time, it would probably be Yi Zihan who would be standing on the stage embarrassed. Then the Yi family would lose all face. Now everyone was thinking about what the man said, so they ignored the place she had not just pointed out. Thinking of this, Yi Zihan felt a chill on her back. She bit her lip subconsciously, and a hint of fear and gratitude flashed in her beautiful eyes. Chun Fei stood aside, taking in the changes in Yi Zihan's expression, and sighed inwardly. I originally thought that since she could point out the mistakes of Jiangdu Needle King, she must have some real skills, but who knew? He turned his head and looked at Yi Zihan deeply, but found that the woman was lowering her head, as if thinking about something. Forget it. Who was it that provoked her into the stage? Fei Chin shook his head helplessly, smiling bitterly in his heart. At this time, the Jiangdu acupuncture king on the stage had a dark face and felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. The king of acupuncture in Jiangdu felt as if a thorn was on his back, and the eyes of the people below the stage looked at him differently. He swallowed hard and wanted to say something, but he found that his throat was dry and he couldn't make any sound. At this moment, clear applause came from the entrance of the venue. Pa pa pa. The sound seemed particularly abrupt in the silent conference hall. When everyone heard the sound and looked, they saw an old man with an immortal look slowly walking into the venue, surrounded by a group of people. Walking in front was a middle-aged man in a black suit with an extraordinary demeanor. He smiled and spoke loudly while clapping. Wonderful. Absolutely fantastic. I didn't expect to see such a fascinating debate at this exchange meeting. It was truly worth the trip. Everyone took a closer look and gasped. This middle-aged man is none other than the organizer of this Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference, the president of Jiangdu Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, Li Yongfu. As for the old man beside him, no one knew him. But judging from the aura of a superior emanating from him, and Li Yongfu's respectful attitude towards him, this person's identity is definitely not simple. Li Yongfu and the old man walked to the front of the stage side by side. His eyes swept across everyone on the stage and finally landed on Chun Fei, his eyes full of admiration. My dear friend, what is your name? Li Yongfu asked with a smile. Boy Chan Fei, meet President Li. Fei Chen replied, neither humbly nor arrogantly. Fei Chun. Li Yongfu repeated it in a low voice, then nodded with a smile. Heroes emerge from youth. You are so young, yet you have such a profound understanding of acupuncture. You are truly a formidable young talent. Li Yongfu, you're too kind. I only know the basics. Fei Chen said modestly. Haha, stop being so modest, kid. Li Yongfu smiled heartily, turned to look at the old man next to him, and introduced him. This is Mr. Yi from Kyoto. He's a leading figure in Chinese traditional medicine and acupuncture. He happened to be in Jiangdu today, so I invited him to attend this exchange meeting. I didn't expect to see you show off your skills. So, are you interested in hearing from Mr. Yi? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Mr. Yi from Kyoto? Could he be the legendary national master of medicine, Yi Baichao? Oh my god, it really is him. I heard he hasn't appeared in public for over 20 years. I didn't expect him to show up here today. It's said that Mr. Yi, with his masterful acupuncture skills, brought a seriously ill leader back from the brink of death. He became famous overnight and was hailed as the #1 Chinese medicine practitioner in China. Yes, it is said that Mr. Yi later became responsible for the health of those old leaders, and ordinary people could never see him at all. I never thought I would have the honor to see Mr. Yi today. It's such a blessing. Everyone present knows that even today, when Western medicine is becoming increasingly dominant, Yi Baichao still holds a very important position in the Chinese medical world and can be described as a legendary figure. Chapter 148 Study. I heard Li Yongfu actually said that he wanted Yi Baichao to give Chun Fei some advice. The eyes of the people around looking at Chun Fei were suddenly filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. You know, even these old Chinese medicine practitioners who have been famous for a long time want to get Yi Baicao's guidance. How could this kid deserve the favor of Mr. Yi? When Yi Zihan saw her grandfather coming, her originally nervous mood gradually calmed down. She walked to Yi Baichao and called softly, Grandpa. Yi Baichao nodded kindly, but her gaze remained on Chun Fei, her eyes full of admiration. He didn't know that his granddaughter was tricked into taking power. All I know is that if Chun Fei hadn't taken action in time, it would not be the Jiangdu Needle King who would be standing on the stage embarrassed, but their Yi family. Thinking of this, Yi Baicao's gratitude towards Chun Fei became even stronger. Young friend Chun Fei, are you interested in communicating with me, an old man? Yi Baichao asked with a smile. Hearing Yi Baicao's words, everyone was stunned again, because Yi Baichao said communication instead of guidance. Naturally, everyone present could hear the meaning behind this. Fei Chen pondered for a moment, then smiled and bowed. It is an honor for the younger generation to be able to communicate with Mr. Yi. The two of them walked to the side, found 2 chairs and sat down, and started chatting like a pair of friends regardless of age. Friend Chun Fei, what do you think of the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine? Yi Baichao was not polite either. He stroked his gray beard and asked with a smile. Chun Fei pondered for a moment and replied, The Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine is profound and extensive. I am dull and only glimpsed a few points. I believe the most essential concept is the unity of man and nature. The human body is a microcosm closely connected to the external universe. Chun Fei spoke eloquently, expounding his views on everything from meridians and acupoints to yin and yang and the 5 elements, to the diagnosis and treatment of diseases. Yi Baichao nodded from time to time, with an even stronger look of admiration in his eyes. What surprised him even more was that Chun Fei's medical skills far exceeded his imagination. This young man not only has unique insights into acupuncture, in other aspects, such as Chinese medicine pharmacology and prescription compatibility, he also has his own unique understanding. The young are truly formidable. Yi Baichao couldn't help but sigh. You are so young, yet you have such accomplishments. With time, you will become a great man. As the president, Li Yongfu naturally cannot stay here forever. After exchanging a few words with the 2 people, he just left the venue with his assistant, so naturally he had no idea what was happening here. Yi Zihan sat next to her grandfather and listened quietly to their conversation, although she was very grateful to Chun Fei because of what happened on the stage. But for some reason, I still want to see him embarrass himself a little bit. So I kept watching the show from the side. After all, her grandfather is a leading figure in traditional Chinese medicine, and most people can't even respond to 3 sentences from him. However, To her shock, Fei Chun not only responded to his grandfather's words. Moreover, he could chat and laugh with her, and there was no sense of awkwardness in the communication between them. Yi Han was extremely surprised. She secretly looked at Fei Chun and saw that he looked calm and confident. Could it be that he just provoked me on purpose? Yi Han obviously thought of what Fei Chun had just said when he praised the Jiangdu Needle King. Chen Fu didn't notice the strange look from Yi Han next to him. Her conversation with Yi Baichao continued, and the two talked about Yellow Emperor's internal classic and treatise on febrile diseases. It feels like we met too late. Yi Han's original intention to laugh at Chun Fei had long since disappeared. Instead, there was a deep shock and a little subtle admiration. Naturally, there will not be only people from Jiangdu present at the traditional Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference. It's just that this is held every 5 years, and the city is different each time. This year it just happens to be in Jiangdu. Many traditional Chinese medicine families from other places will send people to participate, including the Bai family. At the entrance of the venue, an old man with white hair and a youthful face came in again. His back was straight, his steps were steady, he looked in good health, and had the air of a hermit. He was followed by a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He looked gentle, but exuded a fierce aura. On the other side, there was a person that Chun Fei did not expect. Bai Muxue. After not seeing her for a few months, Bai Muxue seemed to have recovered. She was wearing a white long dress, with long black hair draped over her shoulders, skin as white as snow, and eyebrows and eyes as picturesque as a painting, like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. The original arrogance is gone, and she looks more gentle, which is eye-catching. Mr. Bai, you are here. Mr. Bai, you look very healthy. As soon as Mr. Bai entered the venue, people around him gathered around him and started chatting and laughing. Everyone comes here every time, so we are like old acquaintances and are not polite to each other. Not only Mr. Bai, but also the middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses next to him was sought after by everyone. Second Master Bai, I didn't expect you to come too. Mr. Bai, I've long heard of your great name. Now that I've met you today, I'm convinced that hearing about you is truly better than meeting you in person. Bai Jingya, Bai Mian's second uncle, is also a legendary figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine and is known as the National Medical Master. When Chen Fei first came to the Bai family, the old man mentioned this person, and his words were full of pride. Seeing Mr. Bai, Fei Chun and Mr. Yi nodded an apology, then stood up and walked over. Grandpa Bai, long time no see. Chun Fei greeted Mr. Bai with a smile, but his eyes couldn't help but fall on Bai Muxue. Bai Muxue seemed to sense Chun Fei's gaze and turned her head slightly. There was no emotion in her eyes, as if the two people didn't know each other. Fei Chun. When Mr. Bai saw Fei Chun, he was stunned at first, then a smile appeared on his face. Why are you here too? I thought you were too busy flirting with Bingyun and had no time to attend this kind of old man's gathering. There was a hint of sarcasm in Mr. Bai's tone, but there was no malice in it. I heard that everyone here today is a senior, so I came here to learn from them. Chun Fei said with a smile, but his eyes never left Bai Muxue. Study? Mr. Bai followed Fei Chen's gaze and looked at Bai Muxue. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a hint of bitterness. Yes, I should study hard. Alas, Mr. Bai sighed and didn't continue speaking. Both of them understood the implication. He patted Chun Fei's shoulder. Then he took Bai Jingya, Bai Muxue, and Chun Fei to the seat where he had just sat. Yi Baichao didn't move when he saw Fei Chun leading Mr. Bai and two others over. Chapter 149, Who is your master? Xuyang, long time no see. How is your father? Yi Baichao smiled brightly and waved at old man Bai. Mr. Bai was not surprised at all and smiled in return. Haha, hello Mr. Yi. I'm sure my father is doing well. Thank you for your concern. The two of them exchanged greetings, while Bai Jingye stood aside, not daring to speak. Although both of them are national masters of medicine, Yi Baichao is from the same generation as his grandfather, and his status in the Chinese Medicine Association is much higher than his. To put it bluntly, if Yi Baichao wants someone to leave, it only takes a word. Yi Baichao's gaze fell on Fei Chen. Seeing how familiar he was with old Master Bai, he thought he had guessed something. He immediately said, Su Yang, this kid can't be your apprentice. He's really amazing. After these words were spoken, Mr. Bai had not yet reacted. Bai Jingye was stunned at first, then looked at Fei Chun and his grandfather in disbelief. Accepting disciples? How come he doesn't know this? When did my old man accept an apprentice? When Mr. Bai heard this, he almost couldn't breathe. My goodness, what are you talking about? Taking Chun Fei as his apprentice? Is he worthy? If his father knew that he wanted to take Fei Chun as his apprentice, he would probably break his legs with his crutches. When Mr. Bai thought of his father with a weird temper, he couldn't help but shudder even though he was old. Mr. Yi, you must be joking. How can I be qualified to accept him as my apprentice? Mr. Bai waved his hand quickly and took Fei Chen's hand to introduce him. This is Chun Fei, my uncle-in-law and my master's junior fellow apprentice. When Yi Bai Chao and Yi Zihan heard this, they were stunned, their faces full of disbelief. Bai Muxiue was also slightly startled, with surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. When did Chun Fei become her great-grandfather's junior apprentice? Bai Jingye was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. He has been busy dealing with the mess in the family these days and is extremely worried. He was on a business trip abroad and just returned home a while ago. Only then did he realize how many things had happened in his family. His elder brother Bai Jinhua had rekindled his old love with his first love outside at some point. That woman was quite resourceful and caused chaos in the family. That's not all. His nephew Bai Muyun's wife Lin Mingyun was inexplicably poisoned again. I originally thought that it was an enemy who poisoned him, but after investigation, I found out that it was Bai Muxiue who poisoned him. If Chun Fei had not acted in time, Lin Mingyun would have lost her life. When Bai Jingye heard this, he was so angry that he almost passed out. Bai Muxiue has been arrogant and domineering since childhood, and has caused him a lot of trouble. But I didn't expect that she would dare to poison her own relatives. It's simply lawless. Bai Jingye originally wanted to teach Bai Muxiue a lesson, but when he saw Bai Muxiue dying in the hospital, he couldn't say anything. In addition, Bai Jinhua disappeared without a trace with the mother and daughter, and they could not be found. These troubles in the Bai family happened one after another, and Bai Jingye didn't even have time to breathe. Naturally, he ignored the person who saved Lin Mingyun and the uncle master his father mentioned. Now seeing Chun Fei, Bai Jingye was stunned. He always thought that his great-grandfather's junior fellow apprentice must be an old man at least, but he didn't expect that he was even younger than himself. However, since his father said so, Bai Jingye did not dare to neglect it and bowed respectfully to Chun Fei. But he really couldn't bring himself to say the words, Uncle Master. Fei Chen felt like he was being put on the spot again. He just greeted Mr. Bai and called him Grandpa Bai, hoping that the old man would forget about the matter of Master Uncle. Unexpectedly, the old man Yi Bai Chao actually thought he was the old man's apprentice. Yi Bai Chao was stunned for a long time before he found his voice and asked in disbelief. "Su Yang, is what you said true? Is this kid really your master's junior apprentice?" Mr. Bai smiled helplessly. "Mr. Yi, how could I say such a thing? But this..." Yi Bai Chao pointed at Chun Fei, as if she had seen some incredible creature. "How old is this kid? How could he be your master's junior apprentice?" "I'm not sure about that. Even I don't know my master." Mr. Bai shook his head in a pretentious manner, but he was secretly complaining in his heart. Why is Mr. Yi holding on to this matter? Chun Fei's grandfather died a long time ago. Where can he find him? Seeing that Mr. Bai also didn't know, Yi Bai Chao became even more curious. Bai Shuyang is over 60 years old this year. His father, who is of Yi Bai Cao's generation, is basically over 80 years old, and there are only a few of them still alive. Then Chun Fei could only have been taken in by that old senior. The more Yi Bai Chao thought about it, the more incredible it seemed to him, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Chun Fei also changed. "Young man, who is your master?" Yi Bai Chao asked with a smile, a hint of anticipation in her tone. Chun Fei felt uneasy when Yi Bai Chao looked at him. "My master passed away a few years ago, so..." Chun Fei spoke vaguely, but in his mind he was thinking about how to change the subject. Yi Bai Chao had always been interested in this old senior. He knew that the Bai family had made its fortune from the generation of Bai Wan Bai, Mr. Bai's father. Yi Bai Chao is from the same generation as Bai Wan Bai. Even though Mr. Bai is over 60 years old, he is still considered a junior in Yi Bai Cao's eyes. Thinking about how Bai Wan Bai had always been secretive in the past, Yi Bai Chao wanted to see if he could find out any information about this senior. Unexpectedly, Chun Fei said that the person had passed away. Yi Bai Chao couldn't help feeling a little regretful after hearing this, but he also understood that everyone has their own difficulties and hardships. It's not easy for me to ask too much about this kind of thing, so I could just leave this topic here. He looked Fei Chin up and down, stroking his beard and speaking. "Young man, although your master has passed away, since you were Wen Bo's junior fellow apprentice, I wonder if you are interested in joining our Chinese Medicine Association?" "Mr. Yi, I appreciate your kindness, but I have no intention of joining the Chinese Medicine Association yet. Chen Fei was not interested in this and could only politely refuse. The regret that flashed across Yi Baicao's eyes was so obvious that people couldn't see it clearly, but he still nodded. In that case, I won't force you. But if you change your mind, you can always come to me. Chen Fei responded with a smile, then looked away without leaving a trace. He noticed that Yi Zihan seemed to be hesitant to speak and seemed to want to ask him something. No, I can't stay here any longer. He thought to himself, made up an excuse, and slipped away as fast as he could. Yi Zihan looked at Fade Chen's hurriedly departing back, her brows slightly furrowed, as if he was avoiding her. Bai Muxue had been standing not far away, watching Chen Fei quietly. Chapter 150 coming for you. Just now when he was surrounded by Yi Baichao and Old Master Bai Muxue didn't dare to say a word. Now seeing Chen Fei leaving, he didn't hesitate. She greeted Bai Jingye and hurriedly chased after him. Bai Jingye had not yet recovered from the shock when he heard Bai Muxue's words. He nodded subconsciously, and by the time he reacted, Bai Muxue had disappeared. After leaving the banquet hall, Fei Chen keenly noticed that someone was following him. He walked across the corridor with pretended calmness and turned into a secluded corner. He leaned against the wall calmly, as if he was just taking a rest. Bai Muxue chased all the way out and finally saw a familiar figure at the end of the corridor. She was delighted and walked over quickly. Why is it you? Fei Chen looked at her with a half-smile. Bai Muxue was startled by his sudden voice. It took me a while to come back to my senses. I saw you come out, so... She stammered and explained, but her words became more and more confusing. Fei Chen looked at her with interest, but didn't point it out. He just asked calmly, what do you want to talk to me about? Bai Muxue took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Thank you last time. After saying this, she walked up to Fei Chen and handed him the thing she had been holding tightly in her hand. Chen Fei did not answer immediately, but just looked at her quietly, waiting for her next words. Bai Muxue's hands trembled slightly, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her palms due to nervousness. After looking at Bai Muxue for a while, Chen Fei's eyes moved to her palm. What she handed over was a delicate and small button. The button is very small, silver-white in color, and carved with exquisite patterns. It is obvious that it is worth a lot of money. He reached out to take the button, and his fingertips accidentally touched Bai Muxue's soft palm. The fair skin is as delicate as jade, with a hint of warmth to the touch. It's just a small thing. Chen Fei smiled gently and replied with a thank you. Then he held the button up to his eyes and examined it carefully. He stared at the button for a long time, but couldn't figure out what it was, so he had to look up at Bai Muxue. Things are different now. It can be seen that she has become much calmer recently and has become more organized in doing things. Chen Fei believed that she would not deliberately use such inexplicable things to entertain herself. Give me this. He paused, as if forming his words. What's the explanation for this thing? Bai Muxue took a deep breath, as if she had mustered up great courage. Then he slowly said, This is that man's thing. Man. Fei Chen raised his eyebrows, not reacting for a moment. Bai Muxue's eyes were wandering, as she didn't dare to look directly into Chen Fei's eyes. She bit her lower lip before adding, That is... An idea suddenly flashed through Fei Chen's mind, and a name came out of his mouth. Wu Qian. You, how do you know? Bai Muxue looked up suddenly, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. Chen Fei looked at her reaction. What else didn't he understand? He was probably right. When did you know they were one person? Fei Chen asked, with a hint of inquiry in his tone. It was that time when I was kidnapped. Bai Muxue's voice was as low as a mosquito's, as if she was afraid of being heard. That night, phone was Wu Qian. Bai Muxue suddenly paused when she said this, as if she found it difficult to speak. Chen Fei thought of what Xiao Chui said about a man in Bai Muxue's room, and instantly thought of Feng Yu, that Bai Muxue mentioned. He asked curiously, Feng Yu is Wu Qian? Fei Chen raised his eyebrows. Bai Muxue bit her lip and nodded reluctantly, as if acquiescing to this fact. My brother grounded me those days, and I was almost suffocated. When she said this, she muttered something in dissatisfaction, as if complaining about Bai Muxue. Then what? Chen Fei became interested. Then Feng Yu came and said he could take me out. Bai Muxue's voice became smaller and smaller, and it was obvious that she also realized how impulsive her behavior was at that time. How long have you known each other? He said he would take you away, and you followed him? And he took you to a place like the old town, and you never doubted it? Hearing this, Fei Chen couldn't help but interrupt her. Isn't this young lady a little too bold? At that time, I just wanted to piss you off. Who told you to meddle in other people's business? Bai Mushue's voice was as low as a mosquito's, and it was almost impossible to hear what she was saying. Fei Chen shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect Bai Mushue still held a grudge. What happened next? What happened to this button? Fei Chen shook the silver button in his hand, trying to bring the topic back. Bai Mushue took a deep breath, as if trying to calm herself down. Later, when I was tied up, I was wondering why he was wearing women's clothes. After I woke up, it was my brother who told me what happened, and that's when I found out. Shun Fei became even more confused. You've never seen Wu Qian at your house? Bai Mushue shook her head. No, she must have been deliberately avoiding me at the Bai family. Chen Fei looked at the button in his hand, and it was exactly as he thought. That Wu Qian is a man. Then his purpose of approaching Bai Mushue is worth pondering. Why did you give this to me? Fei Chun asked the question in his mind. Bai Mushue bit her lip, as if she had made some important decision. I feel he might be coming for you. Come for me. Chen Fei was even more confused. Wu Qian had nothing to do with him, so why would she come after him? Bai Mushue didn't explain, just looked at him deeply, turned and left. Etc. Chun Fei suddenly had a guess in his mind. Bai Mushue said that she was the one who planted the arsenic. So could this nightmare do be Wu Qian or Fengyu? He wanted to confirm, but Bai Mushue threw down a sentence without even turning his head. I won't tell you anything else. Just be careful next time. Chen Fei looked at Bai Mushue's departing back, feeling depressed. This person speaks like squeezing toothpaste, only saying half of it each time. It's really frustrating. He rubbed his eyebrows hard and put the button into his pocket. After Bai Mushue walked away, Chun Fei slowly walked back to the venue. As soon as I entered the door, I saw 3 familiar people sitting on the stage, Mr. Bai and Bai Jingya. There's also an old man with a sage-like appearance in the middle. You don't have to guess to know that it is Mr. Yi. Chun Fei tiptoed back to his seat. Bai Mushue sat upright, staring at the stage expressionlessly. Yizihan sat opposite to her. The atmosphere between the two was subtle, as if they were engaged in a silent confrontation. On the other side, Li Yongfu walked onto the stage with a smile on his face, and instantly everyone's attention was focused on him. Everyone, our annual exchange conference is always the same old routine. This year, I'm thinking we need to do something new. Chapter 151, I don't agree. Li Yongfu announced the new rules with a smile on his face. Everyone, in order to better promote exchanges in traditional Chinese medicine, we have added a new session this year. I have already announced in advance that all the veteran doctors present today will provide free diagnosis and treatment for patients. If you encounter any difficult or complicated problems during this process, you can always ask our seniors, including but not limited to Mr. Bai and Mr. Yi. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience immediately began to discuss. Most doctors expressed their understanding and support. After all, it is a doctor's duty to save lives. On-site treatment and communication programs are also a good opportunity to improve medical skills and serve the public. Presently, this is a great idea. Traditional Chinese medicine must go out and reach the masses in order to flourish. An old Chinese doctor with gray hair clapped his hands and exclaimed in admiration. Yes, what you learn from books is always shallow. You must practice it yourself to truly understand it. Only through practice can you gain true knowledge. Another middle-aged doctor nodded in agreement. Even Mr. Yi Baichao, who was sitting in the front row, nodded slightly in approval. Chun Fei sat in the audience, watching this scene with great interest. He felt that President Li was really smart. It not only increases its own prestige, but also enhances the value of the Chinese Medicine Association in the hearts of the citizens. However, Chun Fei was not averse. Thinking about the elderly people in the old house village, it was an opportunity for them. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. President Li, I don't agree. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man standing up. He was wearing a neat suit, his hair was combed meticulously, and he had a hypocritical smile on his face. It was Qiao Minkai, Qiao Zhifei's second uncle, the legendary master of traditional Chinese medicine. Dr. Qiao, what do you think? Li Yongfu's smile remained on his face, but his tone became a little colder, and he was obviously dissatisfied with Qiao Mincai's opposition. Qiao Minkai cleared his throat and said with an expression that said, it's for your own good. President Li, your idea is good, but it's too frivolous. How can you treat someone so carelessly? This is not only irresponsible to the patient, but also a blasphemy against traditional Chinese medicine. He paused, then turned his gaze to Yi Baichao and said hypocritically, "Especially Mr. Yi, who is so highly respected, how can we allow him to show up in such an event and be treated like a monkey for others to watch?" Xiao Mintsai's words were like a hidden needle in a cotton ball, with sinister intentions. He knew very well that the president of the Jiangdu Chinese Medicine Association could not compare to Yi Baichao, the president of the National Chinese Medicine Association. He felt that Mr. Yi would definitely not bother to show up in such an occasion, but he was embarrassed to say it out loud in front of so many people. So, he stood up smartly and pretended to speak up for Yi Baichao. In fact, it was to please Mr. Yi, hoping to take this opportunity to curry favor with this leading figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Li Yongfu sat in the position of president, so he naturally understood Xiao Mintsai's little thoughts. Although he was dissatisfied with Xiao Mintsai's behavior, it was not easy for him to lose his temper in public. After all, today is an important day for the Chinese Medicine Association, and he doesn't want to ruin the atmosphere of the conference because of such a small matter. "Dr. Qiao, you're worrying too much. I'm doing this to better promote traditional Chinese medicine, so that more people can understand and believe in it." Li Yongfu suppressed his anger and explained patiently. "Humph, I think you're just trying to gain fame." Xiao Minkai snorted coldly, not giving Li Yongfu any face at all. Li Yongfu was so angry that his face turned blue, but he was speechless for a moment. "What? Did I say something wrong?" When Xiao Minkai saw Li Yongfu suffer a setback, he became even more arrogant. "I think you just want to use Mr. Ye's name to flatter yourself." At this time, Xiao Min had no idea that Li Yongfu was also seeking benefits for the people of Jiangdu. "Xiao Minkai, don't go too far." Li Yongfu finally couldn't bear it anymore and roared. "What? Do you still want to hit someone?" Xiao Minkai stiffened his neck. He was a member of Mr. Ye's team and always thought highly of himself. At this moment, he looked at Li Yongfu without fear. At this moment, Yi Baichao, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. "Xiao Minkai, President Li meant well. How could you misinterpret his meaning like this? Why don't you apologize to President Li now?" Yi Baichao frowned slightly. He was also dissatisfied with Xiao Minkai, but the occasion was not right after all, so he couldn't scold him directly. He originally wanted to give Xiao Minkai a way out and let him apologize to Li Yongfu. Make this matter smaller and don't delay the progress of the conference. But Li Yongfu was like being kicked by a donkey, completely clueless. He thought that Mr. Yi was hinting that what he said was right, and he immediately became tough. "Mr. Yi, you must be joking. I'm just telling the truth. I believe President Li will seriously consider what I say." Yi Baichao's face became even gloomier. He didn't expect that Xiao Minkai would be so stupid. This is simply taking his kindness for granted, which is unreasonable. Just as Mr. Yi was about to speak, he was interrupted by Li Yongfu. He knew Mr. Yi's good intentions and decided to give Mr. Yi face. "Mr. Yi, you are a man of high moral character and high esteem. I understand what you mean." As Li Yongfu spoke, he did not forget to look at Xiao Minkai, hoping that he would shut up now. The people of Jiangdu in the audience also had a very bad impression of Xiao Minkai. But for a moment, no one stood up to refute him. After all, Xiao Min had just brought up Mr. Ye's name, and no one could say anything good. Just when Xiao Min was still feeling smug, Fei Chen finally stood up. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly here?" Chun Fei's voice was not loud, but his position was near the front, so the people on the stage could hear him clearly. Li Yongfu, standing on the stage, was so moved when he saw Chun Fei fighting for him. He was even secretly cheering Chun Fei on in his heart. "Boy, you..." Xiao Min was startled by Chun Fei's sudden voice. When I reacted and wanted to continue speaking, Chun Fei sneered and said, "You're not trying to bring up Master Yi to scare me again, are you? Master Yi is a leading figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. But who are you?" Xiao Minkai was suddenly speechless. He didn't expect Chun Fei to be so strong. He could only speak with a stiff upper lip. "So what? I'm Master Yi's disciple, you." He dared to say this because Mr. Yi gave an open class every week. He once stated publicly that anyone who took his class was his disciple. "Master Yi's disciple? Are you worthy?" The muscles on Xiao Mintsai's face twitched a few times, and he retorted with his neck stiff. "What do you mean? I took the exam to join the Chinese Medicine Association. How dare you question my identity? Seriously joining?" Fei Chen sneered as if he had heard some huge joke. Chapter 152, Rotten Wood Cannot Be Carved. "A piece of shit like you. You're not even worthy of being called a doctor?" I don't think you've even learned the most basic medical ethics. You only know how to bully others and bring shame to traditional Chinese medicine. Yu Xiao Minkai was so embarrassed by Chun Fei's retort that she blushed and pointed at Chen Fei's nose for a long time without being able to speak. He had just seen Chun Fei gain Yi Baicao's favor and was jealous of him. That's why he deliberately came out to speak for Mr. Yi, wanting him to see him too. Yi Baichao also came to his senses at this time and looked at Xiao Minkai with eyes full of disappointment. He originally wanted to give Xiao Minkai a way out, but he didn't expect that this kid would become even more aggressive. It's really a rotten tree that cannot be carved. He shouted angrily. Shut up, Xiao Minkai. You disappoint me so much. When did I ever teach you to be so disrespectful and arrogant? You don't deserve to be called my disciple. Teacher, Xiao Minkai suddenly panicked. He didn't expect Yi Baichao to say such words in front of so many people. How could he have the mood to argue with Chun Fei? If this statement got out, he would be finished. Xiao Minkai immediately turned around and fell to his knees. Teacher, I was wrong. I was confused for a moment. Yi Baichao pointed at Xiao Minkai with great sorrow, his fingers trembling. Look at you now. How can you look like a medical student at all? I was so blind to accept you into the association. The people in the audience were talking about it, and their eyes were full of contempt for Xiao Minkai. Even those Jiangdu Chinese medicine practitioners who were originally dissatisfied with Chun Fei became more favorable to him after seeing Xiao Minzai's example. This also includes the Jiangdu Needle King. Mr. Bai, who had been silent all this time, also stood up at this time. He looked at Xiao Minkai with a sullen face. He said sternly, "How could the Chinese Medicine Association produce someone like you? You're simply bringing disgrace upon the family." Although Mr. Bai did not mention anyone by name, anyone with a discerning eye could tell what he meant. He was criticizing the entire Chinese Medicine Association for its corrupt atmosphere, which allowed scum like Xiao Minkai to mingle among them. The members of the traditional Chinese Medicine Association in the audience were so ashamed that they wished they could find a hole to crawl into. Mr. Bai's words made them feel ashamed and made them realize that Xiao Minzai's behavior had brought discredit to the Chinese Medicine Association. Mr. Yi, in order to restore the reputation of the Chinese Medicine Association, I propose that Xiao Minkai be expelled from the Chinese Medicine Association. A voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person who spoke was also a young Chinese medicine doctor. His name was Lu Ziming. As soon as Lu Ziming finished speaking, he received support from most people present. Yes, expel Xiao Minkai from the Chinese Medicine Association. Yi Baichao looked at the excited crowd and felt mixed emotions. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I declare that from today on, Xiao Minkai is expelled from the Chinese Medicine Association. You're also not allowed to claim to be my disciple outside of the public. When Xiao Min heard the news, her face turned pale. He never thought that he would end up in such a situation just because he stood up for Mr. Yi. Seeing him like this, the people in the audience were still excited, so Li Yongfu immediately had him taken away. Xiao Minkai was dragged out of the venue. Li Yongfu's face was smiling again, as if the unpleasantness just now had never happened. He cleared his throat and announced loudly again, "Everyone, today the Chinese Medicine Association's free clinic officially begins. I hope everyone will have the opportunity to communicate face-to-face with these great Chinese medicine experts. It will be worth the trip." As Li Yongfu finished speaking, the staff quickly adjusted the layout of the venue, and the stage originally used for speeches was vacated. Tables and chairs were placed against the wall, forming a spacious area in the middle. This is the battlefield of the free medical consultation. The free clinic area is divided according to the level of doctors and respected Chinese medicine masters, such as Mr. Bai and Yi Baichao, naturally sit at the front. Behind them are some old Chinese medicine practitioners who are quite famous in the Jiangdu Chinese medicine community. And behind them are the younger Chinese medicine practitioners. Yi Baichao looked around and said to Li Yongfu with a smile, "President Li, I think we should also give Chen Xiaoyu an expert seat. Let him come and give us his opinion." Before Li Yongfu could say anything, Mr. Bai stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. "Well, what Mr. Yi said makes sense. Xiao Chun is an excellent doctor. Letting him sit in the front can also give us old guys more checks." Although several other experts were a little dissatisfied with Chun Fei sitting in the expert seat at such a young age. But because of Yi Baichao and Mr. Bai's face, he couldn't say much and could only nod in agreement. Seeing this, Li Yongfu naturally agreed and told his assistant to invite Chen Fei. However, the assistant quickly returned and reported with an embarrassed look on his face. Presently, Dr. Chun said he'd rather sit in the back and see more patients. What? Li Yongfu was stunned. This kid, others were trying their best to get into the expert seat. He actually ignored the experts and insisted on rubbing shoulders with the average doctors. Li Yongfu couldn't understand it, and Yi Baichao and Mr. Bai also couldn't understand it. How could anyone give up such a good opportunity? In fact, Chun Fei was calculating a lot in his mind. Although the expert seats are prestigious, the number of license plates is limited. How can it be more cost-effective to sit in the position of an ordinary doctor and be able to see more patients? You know, this is a great opportunity for him to earn points. How could he miss it? The free clinic officially began, and the venue was suddenly crowded with patients coming to seek medical treatment in an endless stream. Among them are wealthy businessmen in fancy clothes and ordinary people in simple clothes. Everyone's face is filled with a desire for health. The area where Chun Fei was located was at the back of the entire free clinic area. A large number of patients gather here, anxiously waiting to see the doctor. Next, Chun Fei's low voice sounded, and he looked intently at the patient in front of him, as if he and the patient were the only two people left in the world. An old lady in her 70s, supported by her son, walked tremblingly to Chun Fei. The old lady suffers from severe rheumatoid arthritis. She suffers from unbearable pain every time it rains, which seriously affects her daily life. Hey, young man, look at my leg. It hurts so much. I can't sleep well at night. Can you take a look at it? Is there any cure for my disease? As the old lady spoke, her wrinkled face was filled with pain and expectation. Fei Chun smiled slightly, motioned for the old lady to sit down, and then began to examine her carefully. He gently touched the old lady's knees, carefully feeling the movement of her joints. At the same time, he asked about the old lady's medical history and daily living habits. Chun Fei listened to the old man's description, thought about the diagnosis and treatment plan, and made a decision in his mind. He raised his head and spoke to the old lady in a gentle tone. Chapter 153 Banner. Grandma, although your illness is somewhat serious, it is not incurable. I will develop an acupuncture treatment plan for you, combined with Chinese medicine conditioning, which should soon relieve your pain and allow you to sleep well at night. When the old lady heard Chun Fei's words, her originally dull eyes suddenly lit up. She excitedly grabbed Chun Fei's hand and spoke in a trembling voice. Young man, are you telling the truth? Is there really a cure for my illness? Fei Chun gently patted the old lady's hand and said with certainty, Don't worry, it's not a big deal. The old lady's son heard Chun Fei's words, and a hint of joy appeared on his originally tense face. Because this is the first time a doctor has said so firmly that it is possible. He said to Fei Chun gratefully, Doctor, thank you so much. My mother has been suffering from this disease for many years. We have taken her to many major hospitals. If you can cure her, I will send you a banner. Chun Fei smiled and shook his head, signaling them not to be polite. He took out the silver needles he carried with him from his pocket and began to perform acupuncture treatment on the old lady. He inserted the needle very quickly, and the silver needle accurately penetrated the acupuncture points on the old lady's leg. Each needle was just right, without any deviation. As the silver needles were inserted one by one, the old lady's originally frowned brow gradually relaxed. Then Fei Chun took out a pen and paper and wrote a prescription for the old man, asking them to take it accordingly. They can only provide free medical consultations, and you have to go outside to get medicine. There was a constant stream of patients coming for consultation. Except for the seats for experts in the front row, there were long queues in front of the other doctors. Only Chun Fei's stamina was a little insufficient. Hey, look, there aren't many people over there. A young doctor with a pointed face and monkey cheeks winked at the person next to him, his tone full of sarcasm. I thought he was some powerful figure, but I see he's just an embroidered pillow, all show and no use. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let him hear. The people around him were more cautious. But then again, he's treating patients so quickly, like he's rushing to the market. Is he trying to fool people? Who knows? Anyway, I don't believe he has any real ability. The sharp-nosed and monkey-faced doctor curled his lips. Look at Dr. Zhao's place. He's so crowded with patients that he can barely fit in his chair. That's a true famous doctor. Chun Fei naturally didn't know that people were talking about him behind his back. He still treated every patient who came to see him with his usual expression. He is not in a hurry. Li Yongfu told him that the free clinic would last for 5 days, and he had enough time to prove himself. Yi Baichao, who was sitting in the expert's seat, took it all in. He stroked his beard, and admiration flashed in his eyes. It's a good thing that young people can keep calm. The next day, the free clinic was still in full swing. There's a constant stream of patients coming for consultation, and the expert seats are crowded. Some people even slept on the floor at the entrance of the venue just to get a number for the third day. Those old experts who are well known in the medical field naturally became the objects of everyone's pursuit. On the other hand, Chen Fei's side was still deserted. There are only those patients who can't wait in line but can't bear to go home empty-handed. That's why they came to Chen Fei with a try-it-out attitude to try their luck. Chen Fei didn't mind the situation at all. He remained calm and patient, treating every patient who came to see him. Time flies, and soon is the third day. Early in the morning, when Chen Fei arrived at the free clinic, he saw a familiar figure who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. "Young man, you are truly a miracle doctor." It was the old lady who had received Chen Fei's treatment on the first day. He saw Chen Fei, supported by his son, walking up to him with a smile on his face. He was holding a large banner in his hand. "I went home that day and took the medicine according to your instructions. Guess what? I slept soundly that night, and when I woke up in the morning, my legs didn't hurt as much." As the old lady spoke, she excitedly grabbed Fei Chen's hand, tears welling up in her eyes. "I've lived for most of my life, and I've never met a doctor as amazing as you. You're truly my lifesaver." Chen Fei took the banner with a helpless smile. He didn't expect that the old lady and his son were so sincere. They actually sent the banner as they said they would. The 8 big characters on the banner, superb medical skills, miraculous healing, sparkled brightly under the light. "Grandma, you're so kind. This is what I should do." Fei Chen gently patted the old lady's back, telling her not to get too excited. Then he continued, "Your body is not fully recovered yet. You need to continue with the treatment for a while." The old lady's son also kept talking beside her. Thank you, Dr. Chen." Chen Fei smiled and waved his hand, indicating that they were welcome. Hearing the commotion here, many patients waiting in line for treatment turned their heads and cast their gazes towards Chen Fei. "Isn't this the old lady from the Li family? She's had leg problems for years. I heard even the experts in the provincial capital are helpless." An old lady recognized the old lady and talked to the people around her in a low voice. "That's right. 2 days ago, I saw her son pushing her to the specialist's office to queue up, but she didn't get a spot. Why is it that today? Look at that old lady. Her face is rosy and rosy. How could she look sick? Is she lying?" Some people raise questions. "I'm kidding you. The Li family may not be well off, but they wouldn't use something like this to deceive people, right? Besides, they're holding a banner. Yes. So, that young doctor is really capable." Yi Baichao, who was sitting in the expert's seat, naturally saw this scene as well. "This young man really has some skills," he whispered to himself. "He actually cured a stubborn disease that even I was helpless to treat. It seems like this free clinic was a real treasure." When a young doctor with a pointed face and monkey cheek saw this scene, his face looked uglier than if he had eaten a fly. How is that possible? How can he possibly cure it? He stared at Fei Chen intently, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. Originally, he was still laughing at Chen Fei in his heart for overestimating his own abilities and daring to be on the same level as these doctors. Now, it seems that the clown is actually himself. The sharp-faced doctor clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into the flesh, but he was completely unaware. He swore that he would find an opportunity to expose Chen Fei's true face. As time went on, with the old lady's publicity, many patients who were waiting in line turned to Chen Fei. "Doctor, please help me. I have had back pain for several years and can't even turn over when I sleep at night. Doctor, my son has been weak and sickly since he was young. Can you take a look at him?" Chapter 154 Gift. "Doctor," a long queue suddenly formed in front of the originally deserted free clinic, even more lively than those in front of the so-called experts. Chen Fei patiently diagnoses and treats every patient. He patiently answered their questions and always had a gentle smile on his face. Sitting next to Chen Fei was an old Chinese doctor with gray hair. He had his eyes closed and was indifferent to everything around him. But gradually, he noticed that there seemed to be something strange around him. When he opened his cloudy old eyes and saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. The old Chinese doctor rubbed his eyes in disbelief, wondering if his eyes were blurry. He has been practicing medicine for more than 50 years. What big scenes has he not seen? But today he actually saw the true charm of Chinese medicine in the hands of a young boy. The old man stood up and walked tremblingly to Chun Fei's free clinic table, carefully observing Chun Fei's every move. After watching for a while, he found something wrong. Chun Fei's technique was too sophisticated. "Young man, what's your name? Who is your teacher?" The old man couldn't help but ask, his tone full of admiration and curiosity. "Hello, old man. My name is Chun Fei. I didn't learn from any famous masters. I learned everything by myself bit by bit," Fei Chen said modestly, but his hands did not stop moving. The old man was even more shocked when he heard this. Not only the old man, but several other veteran Chinese medicine practitioners also gathered around. They were all experienced and had superb medical skills. But at this moment, they looked like students. He carefully watched every move of Fei Chun, afraid of missing any details. They were surprised that Chun Fei had such superb medical skills despite his young age. What made them admire him even more was that Chun Fei did not hide his superb medical skills. Instead, he answered questions of colleagues who came to ask for advice without reservation and taught them everything he knew. "Dr. Chun, can you tell me how you were able to stop this patient's hemoptysis with just a single needle?" An old doctor wearing thick glasses asked humbly. "It's actually very simple. This patient is coughing up blood because of lung heat. I used a silver needle to prick his Chai's acupoint, which can clear the lung heat and stop the coughing up blood." Chun Fei explained patiently while operating. The old doctor was fascinated by what he heard and nodded repeatedly. The doctors present were filled with emotion. They had been practicing medicine for many years, but had never seen a young person as willing to share as Chun Fei. Chun Fei's ears kept ringing with system notification sounds. Points plus 10, points plus 15, points plus 20. Listening to the system prompt in his mind that the points were increasing. Soon the points reached 600. He was happy in his heart, but he remained calm and closed the stall. When he came out of the venue, Fei Chen was still thinking about how he had neglected Qin Bingyun in the past few days. Although he knew that she was also very busy, Chun Fei, as a man, felt that it was wrong for him to do so. He went straight into the jewelry store and wanted to buy her a gift as a token of his appreciation. "Hello, sir. What would you like to see?" Seeing Chun Fei coming in, a salesgirl in a black business suit came up to greet him with a smile. "I want to see a necklace, a new model." Fei Chen glanced at the jewelry on the counter and said lightly, "Okay, this way, please." The salesgirl took Chun Fei to a counter displaying various new necklaces. Fei Chen's eyes swept over the dazzling array of necklaces. Each of these necklaces was exquisitely designed and very expensive. This one, and this one, show them all to me." Fei Chen casually pointed at a few necklaces with simple and elegant styles. "Okay, please wait." The salesgirl took out the necklaces that Fei Chen had chosen one by one and placed them in front of him. Fei Chen picked up one of the diamond necklaces and examined it carefully. This necklace is made of top-quality South African diamonds, totaling. The salesgirl began to introduce the products in a torrent of words. Chun Fei didn't listen carefully. He just thought that the diamonds on the necklace were crystal clear and beautiful, and very suitable for Qin Bingyun. "How much is this necklace?" Chun Fei asked. "Sir, the price of this necklace is..." The salesgirl was about to make a quote when suddenly, a surprised voice interrupted her. "Fei Chen." Fei Chen turned around and saw a tall woman with big wavy hair and wearing a pair of red high heels, looking at him with surprise. She came in front of Fei Chen, her tone a little excited. "It's really you, Fei Chen. I thought I had the wrong person." Chun Fei looked at the person in front of him and felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. "Who are you?" Fei Chen asked tentatively. Seeing Fei Chen's puzzled expression, the woman covered her mouth and chuckled, then spoke. "I'm Ning Sini, your class monitor in college. Have you forgotten? We were in the same class back then." Ning Tingyi. Fei Chen tried hard to search his mind for memories of this name. When the woman mentioned the word university again, Chun Fei finally remembered that the heavily made-up woman in front of him was actually his university class monitor Ning Sini. However, the Ning Sini in front of him was completely different from the innocent girl she was in college, so it was no wonder that Chun Fei didn't recognize her at first. Chun Fei was very handsome when he was in college, and Ning Sini remembered that he was quite rich at that time. She is the object of affection of many girls in school, but also hated by boys. Later, she heard that the Chun family had gone bankrupt, and she felt sorry for a while. "However, I met Chun Fei again." Ning Sini discovered that although Chun Fei was dressed very ordinary, but that face is still handsome, his looks are still online, and he even has more mature man's charm than when he was in college. It's been a long time, Chun Fei. You've changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you. Ning Sini said with a smile, but her eyes were looking at Chun Fei calmly. Yeah, long time no see. Fei Chen responded calmly, but his heart was calm. After all, he and Ning Sini were just acquaintances during college and had no interactions at all. Where are you currently working? Ning Sini asked casually, but actually she wanted to find out about Chun Fei's true situation. I'm just a doctor now. Fei Chun spoke calmly, not revealing much information about himself. I see. A hint of disappointment flashed across Ning Sini's eyes, but she quickly concealed it and said with a smile, Do you have a girlfriend now? Chun Fei simply responded, not wanting to dwell on this topic any further. Oh. Seeing Fei Chen's perfunctory response, Ning Sini's smile froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal and continued asking, I wonder if I would have the honor to meet your girlfriend? Chapter 155 Class Monitor. She's not free today. Chun Fei directly rejected Ning Sini's proposal. Oh, that's a shame. Ning Sini said this with pretended regret, but there was reluctance in her eyes. Why are you in the jewelry store today? Shopping. Chun Fei didn't want to continue chatting about this with Ning Sini, so he took the initiative to change the subject and asked, Oh, I'm here shopping with my boyfriend, and I came here to take a look. Ning Sini said with a smile, then turned her gaze to the diamond necklace in Chun Fei's hand. This necklace is so beautiful. Did your girlfriend ask you to help pick it out? You have such good taste. Yeah, it's pretty. Fei Chen responded calmly, then turned to look at the salesgirl. Just this necklace. Help me wrap it up. Yes, sir. The salesgirl enthusiastically took the necklace from Chun Fei's hand and prepared to pack it. Etc. Ning Sini suddenly spoke up to stop him. Chun Fei and the salesgirl both looked at her in confusion. Ning Sini walked to Fei Chun and spoke in a low voice with an ambiguous tone. Fei Chun, I also like this necklace. Can you give it to me? Fei Chun frowned slightly and looked at Ning Sini with some displeasure. In a somewhat unhappy tone, he said, I'm sorry, but I've already decided to buy this necklace. Seeing Chun Fei's refusal, Ning Sini's face flashed with surprise. Of course, she didn't like the necklace, but she had a crush on Chun Fei when they were in college. Now he is also jealous of the girlfriend that Chun Fei mentioned. But she found that even though she had hinted so obviously, she was rejected again, just like in college. She bit her lip and wanted to say something else. At this moment, a greasy man in a suit and a Gucci watch on his wrist walked in. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Ning Sini and Chun Fei standing together, and his face immediately became a little unhappy. Sini, why are you here? You didn't even wait for me. The man walked quickly to Ning Sini and put his arm around her shoulders. There was a hint of dissatisfaction and warning in his tone, as if he was declaring sovereignty. Chun Fei ignored the man. He watched the salesgirl pack the necklace and was about to reach out to take it, but was pulled back by Ning Sini. She looked at the man, not knowing what she was thinking, and while speaking, she handed the Hermes bag in her hand to the man. Fei Chun, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Xiaoying Song. Then she took the man's arm and introduced him to Fei Chun. When Xiaoying Song heard Ning Sini say that Chun Fei was her college classmate, he looked Chun Fei up and down calmly. I can only say that they are worthy of being a couple. The first thing he looked at was Chun Fei's clothes. When he saw the ordinary casual clothes Chun Fei was wearing. When he looked at the cheap supermarket shopping bag in his hand, his eyes flashed with contempt and disdain. However, he quickly looked away and pretended to be enthusiastic and generous. He raised his wrist, casually revealing the priceless Gucci, and greeted Fei Chun with a smile. Hello, I'm Xiaoying Song, Sini's boyfriend. Nice to meet you. Chun Fei was getting a little impatient with these two people. He just wanted to leave here quickly. So he nodded perfunctorily and said, Hello. Sini, what do you think of this necklace? Do you like it? If you do, I'll buy it for you. Xiaoying Song seemed not to notice the impatience on Chun Fei's face and continued to talk to himself. As he spoke, he reached out and took the diamond necklace from the salesgirl, pretending to put it around Ning Sini's neck. The salesgirl was just about to say that this was bought by Chun Fei. Ning Sini took it and put it around her neck. She looked at herself in the mirror again and again, with a determined glint in her eyes. Xiaoying Song, do you think this necklace suits me? It suits, of course it suits. Honey, you look good in anything. Xiaoying Song stood aside with a flattering look in his eyes, not noticing the salesgirl's embarrassed expression at all. Seeing this, Fei Chun was too lazy to argue with them anymore and spoke directly. If you like it, take it. I'll look at something else. Hearing that Fei Chun gave up so easily, Ning Sini's eyes flashed with pride. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. Xiao Song seemed to have just realized that this was what Chen Fei liked, and spoke in surprise, but his eyes were always glued to Ning Sini. But since we're old classmates, then he deliberately drew out the sound. The salesgirl looked at Chun Fei hesitantly, wanting to say something. But her professional ethics made her choose to remain silent in the end. Chun Fei naturally understood what she meant and just smiled faintly. It's okay, just think of it as a gift for an old classmate. How can this be so embarrassing? Xiao Song said he was sorry, but his face was full of pride. How about this, old classmate? Pick one more, and I'll pay for it for you. Just consider it a thank you. Chun Fei glanced at him with a half-smile. This man was really trying to be brave. Did he really think that he couldn't see through his little thoughts? No, I'll just take a look. Chun Fei said, his eyes scanning the counter. Come on, old classmate. Since you're here, you can't go back empty-handed, right? Xiao Song followed Chun Fei relentlessly. What do you think of this necklace? Fei Chun frowned impatiently and was about to refuse when his eyes were attracted by a bracelet on the counter. It was a bracelet of simple style, shining brightly under the light. It is inlaid with 7 gems of different colors, emitting a strange light. This bracelet? Chun Fei pointed at the bracelet and said to the salesgirl, please take it out and show it to me. The salesgirl was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Chun Fei to be interested in their store's treasure. Sir, this bracelet, the price is not an issue. Fei Chen interrupted her directly. Hearing Chun Fei's words, the salesgirl was ecstatic, as if she saw a huge commission waving at her. She carefully put on white gloves, gently opened the display case where the bracelet was, took it out, and placed it on the glass table in front of Chun Fei. Sir, you have a good eye. This star in moon glory is our shop's most precious treasure. It is crafted from 7 extremely rare natural gemstones. Each gemstone represents a different power of the stars and the moon, symbolizing good fortune, happiness, and contentment. The salesgirl talked incessantly, as if she wanted to say out all the auspicious words she knew in her life. Ning Sini and Xiao Song also came over. Ning Sini's attention was attracted by the bracelet again, and a subtle greed flashed in her eyes. She gently tugged at Xiao Song's sleeve, signaling him to buy it for her. Xiao Song reluctantly shifted his gaze to the label. Chapter 156 Invitation. The next second, he took a breath and exclaimed, 10 million. Ning Sini also covered her mouth and widened her eyes, as if she had seen something incredible. However, Fei Chen's expression did not change at all. He simply said to the salesgirl, this is it. Wrap it up. The salesgirl was so excited that she almost jumped up, but she tried hard to suppress her inner ecstasy. Xiao Song's eyes turned red as he watched from the side. He cursed in his heart. Pretend. Keep pretending. Wait till you can't pay me and see what you'll do. However, he didn't dare mention paying the bill for Fei Chen again. What if he shamelessly asked me to buy it for him? Wouldn't that be so embarrassing? He could only say sourly, Fei Chen, don't try to be so arrogant. This is not a small amount of money. If you can't pay when the time comes, it will be a huge embarrassment. Chun Fei shook his head helplessly. He really didn't understand why these men always like to target him. Do I look like a piece of fat meat that everyone wants to take a bite of? He was too lazy to pay attention to Xiao Song's sarcasm and turned his gaze to the salesgirl who was concentrating on packing. The salesgirl's mood at this moment was as exciting as riding a roller coaster. She originally thought that Fei Chun was just an ordinary-looking customer with little purchasing power, but she didn't expect that he would buy the store's treasure so readily. This commission is enough for her to work less for several years. The salesgirl carefully placed the bracelet into an exquisite red jewelry box. Then he took out the POS machine and handed it to Chun Fei with both hands, with a professional smile on his face. Sir, please swipe your card. Chun Fei took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. This was the one Song Lin had given him. When Xiao Song saw the card, he was stunned. It was a black bank card without any pattern or number, only a golden magnetic stripe. What kind of card is this? Xiao Song couldn't help but ask. He had never seen this kind of card in his life. The salesgirl took the card, but her heart skipped a beat. No way, no way. She wouldn't really run into a customer who would act cool and then get slapped in the face and end up not being able to pay. Would she? She tried hard to maintain a smile on her face and asked tentatively, Sir, what kind of card would you like to use? We support. Try to see if this can be brushed. Chun Fei ignored Xia Ying Song and just spoke to the salesgirl indifferently. The salesgirl was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously took the card and inserted it into the POS machine. Sorry, the salesgirl was about to say something, but her eyes suddenly widened. She stared blankly at the POS, transaction successful displayed on the screen, and the string of zeros behind it. And for a moment, she forgot to take back her bank card. Chun Fei looked at the display and saw that the remaining balance was 90 million. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh at the generosity of the Song family. At that time, Song Lin didn't even tell him how much was in it. Chun Fei had forgotten about it, but he just remembered it when he was shopping today and wanted to try it. Who would have thought that what they said was not much turned out to be 100 million? My card, Chun Fei reminded her, and the salesgirl finally reacted. She quickly handed the card back to Chun Fei with an even more flattering smile on her face. Sir, this is your card. Please keep it. Fei Chin took the card, put it in his pocket, then picked up the packaged bracelet and turned to leave. Xia Ying Song's face was like a palette, alternating between blue and red. He stood there awkwardly, wishing he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Ning Sini looked at Fade, Chin's departing back, a hint of sinisterness flashing in her eyes. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She suddenly shook off Xia Ying Song's hand and caught up with Chun Fei in her high heels. Fei Chun, wait for me. Fei Chin stopped and looked back at her in confusion. What's wrong? That Ning Sini forced a smile on her face and said, I suddenly remembered that my classmates said they were going to hold a class reunion at a hotel in 2 days. Since you're not in the group, I can't tell you. Do you want to go then? Fei Chin frowned. He never liked such lively occasions. He was about to refuse when Ning Sini continued. Because I couldn't contact you, I didn't have time to tell you that Xiao Mao would also come to this party. Xiao Mao. Chun Fei was stunned for a moment. Xiao Mao was his roommate in college, and they had a good relationship, but they lost contact due to some things. He's coming too? Yes. He came back from another place specially. Ning Sini saw that Fei Chin seemed a little shaken and spoke quickly. You can bring your girlfriend along too. We haven't seen each other for a long time, so it's a good opportunity for us to get to know each other. Fei Chin hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Okay, I'll ask then. Just send me the time and place. Okay. Ning Sini suddenly smiled happily, like a blooming peony. She glanced at Xia Ying Song, who was standing not far away, her heart full of disgust. Xia Ying Song naturally saw the pride in Ning Sini's eyes. He just felt his face burning, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. This woman actually dared to hook up with another man in front of him. Xia Ying Song watched Chun Fei leave, and the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He grabbed Ning Sini's hair and slapped her. You bitch, you're seducing another man in front of me? What do you think of me? Ning Sini was stunned. She covered her face and looked at Xia Ying Song in disbelief. She has always looked down on men who are rich but have no taste. Although Xia Ying Song's family background is ordinary, he is quite generous. He was also willing to humble himself for her, so Ning Sini reluctantly agreed to date him. But now I see that Chun Fei can easily buy a bracelet worth 10 million. She just felt that she was blind at the time, and when she looked at Xia Ying Song again, she felt extremely disgusted. Xia Ying Song, are you fucking crazy? Ning Sini screamed and slapped Xia Ying Song in the face. I'm with you because I'm giving you face. Do you really think you're such a big shot? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? I'm just playing with you, and you take it seriously? I'll beat you to death, you bitch. Xia Ying Song was completely enraged. He rode on Ning Sini and slapped her left and right, raining slaps down on her face. Ah, help! Murder! Ning Sini struggled desperately, but she was no match for Xia Ying Song and could only scream like a pig being slaughtered. Seeing this, passers-by gathered around. Some people couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to hold Xia Ying Song back. Brother, let's talk it over. Don't use violence. None of your business. Xia Ying Song's eyes were red, and she pushed the man away. This is a matter between me and my girlfriend. Why would you, an outsider, get involved? What the hell is it like you're beating a woman? Chapter 157 Coincidence. The man who was pushed away was not willing to be outdone. He rolled up his sleeves and was ready to fight with Xia Ying Song. For a moment, the scene was in chaos. In the end, it took the combined efforts of passers-by and security guards to pull the two men apart. Chun Fei naturally didn't know what happened between Ning Sini and Xia Ying Song. Even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. When he got home, he saw Qin Bingyun sitting on the sofa applying a facial mask for the first time. The cell phone next to him was still on, as if he was talking to someone. Hey, Just say whether you want to go or not. We've all agreed, and you're the most beautiful girl in our class. It would be a shame if you didn't go. A clear female voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of coquettishness, and it could be heard that she had a good relationship with Qin Bingyun. Qin Bingyun responded indifferently, with helplessness in her tone. I've been busy at work lately, so I might not have time. Oh no, this is our first large-scale gathering in 5 years since graduation. Many old classmates have returned, and even Professor Hongba will be coming. It would be a shame if you didn't go, right? The girl continued to persuade. Hearing the words Professor Hongba, Qin Bingyun hesitated. Professor Hongba was the teacher she admired most during her university years. Under her guidance, Qin Bingyun's graduation thesis won the National Outstanding Thesis Award. This also laid a solid foundation for her to later enter the family business and quickly gain a foothold. Okay then, I'll go. After hearing this, Qin Bingyun could no longer refuse and finally agreed. Yeah, that's great. I knew you were the best. Love you. The girl hung up the phone excitedly. Qin Bingyun put down her phone, gently peeled off the mask, and turned to look at Chun Fei, who was sitting next to her. You're back. Fei Chen nodded and handed her the small box he had been holding. This is your gift. See if you like it. Qin Bingyun was stunned for a moment, took the box, and opened it. Inside was an exquisite bracelet. It was the one that Chun Fei had just bought. You? Qin Bingyun raised her head and looked at Chun Fei with complicated eyes. This was the first time Chun Fei gave her a gift. No one dislikes receiving gifts, but Qin Bingyun's strong personality destined her to be the dominant one between the two people. But now he actually gave himself a diamond necklace. Why, you don't want it? Seeing that Qin Bingyun didn't take it, Chun Fei raised his eyebrows and pretended to take back the necklace. Who said they don't want it anymore? Qin Bingyun snatched the necklace. Her heartbeat inexplicably accelerated, and her cheeks felt slightly hot. Chun Fei looked at Qin Bingyun's slightly shy expression, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He naturally took the necklace out of the box and gently helped her put on her wrist. The diamonds sparkle on my hands like stars dotting the night sky. It's beautiful. Chun Fei sincerely admired that Qin Bingyun's outfit today was less harsh than usual. The bracelet adds a touch of gentleness and makes her look even more radiant. Qin Bingyun felt a slight burning sensation in her ears and turned her head away unnaturally. It's okay, you have good taste. Of course. Don't you see who I am? Chun Fei was rarely narcissistic, which made Qin Bingyun couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. That's right. Fei Chun asked as if he suddenly remembered something. Who were you talking to on the phone just now? It seems like you were going to a class reunion. Qin Bingyun was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Chun Fei to be interested in such a thing. Yeah, it was organized by my college classmates. I haven't seen them in a few years, so I wanted to go and see them. Oh, a college reunion? Sounds interesting. Fei Chen nodded thoughtfully. Then you must dress up nicely and stun everyone. Qin Bingyun raised her eyebrows, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Why? Are you afraid that I will embarrass you? How could that be? Of course my wife is the most beautiful. Chun Fei smiled and shook his head, then suddenly changed the subject. But speaking of class reunions, it seems I'm invited too. You're invited too? Qin Bingyun was a little surprised. Why don't I remember we were classmates? Chun Fei shook his head in amusement when he heard this, took out his cell phone from his pocket, found a message from Ning Sini, and handed it to Qin Bingyun. Look, I mean my classmates invited me. Qin Bingyun reacted and took the phone in a concealed manner. All I saw on the screen was written, Box 416, Triumph Hotel, Saturday morning at 9 o'clock. The message she received was, Box 666, Triumph Hotel, Saturday morning at 9 o'clock. The two looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. What a coincidence. We would attend our respective class reunions at the same time and place. Then let's go together. Chun Fei suggested. Good. Qin Bingyun readily agreed. Fei Chen's gaze fell on Qin Bingyun's face. Her skin glowed in the light. The delicate collarbone rises and falls slightly with breathing, like a bud waiting to be picked. He couldn't help swallowing, and it felt like an electric current ran through his body, making his mouth dry. As if possessed by some mysterious force, Fei Chen's face moved closer and closer until their breathing intertwined. Qin Bingyun could even feel his warm breath spraying on her face, bringing a tingling sensation. Fei Chen's voice was a little hoarse, and his Adam's apple rolled over. Is that okay? Qin Bingyun's heartbeat suddenly accelerated and her mind went blank. Before she could react, she was surrounded by the strong masculine scent from Chun Fei. His burning gaze seemed to be able to penetrate her disguise and see the softest part of her heart. As if possessed by a ghost, Qin Bingyun nodded slightly. The next second, Fei Chun couldn't wait to kiss her. His lips had a hint of cool mint scent, but it was like a spark that instantly ignited Qin Bingyun. She felt a little dizzy from the kiss, her body trembling slightly, but she couldn't help but climb onto his shoulders. Fei Chun put one arm around her waist and held the back of her head with the other, deepening the kiss. He was like a greedy traveler, conquering her lips and teeth, demanding the sweetness that belonged to her. Qin Bingyun let out a soft moan, which sounded like a protest, but also like encouragement. The temperature in the room continued to rise, and an ambiguous atmosphere spread between the two. They embraced and kissed passionately, as if they were the only ones left in the world. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Bingyun finally ran out of breath and pushed Chen Fei's shoulder weakly. Fei Chen reluctantly let her go. Looking at her dazed eyes and swollen lips, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Qin Bingyun was about to speak when she was interrupted by the sound of a door opening. With a click, the door of the villa was opened from the outside. Qin Bingyun suddenly woke up, pushed Chen Fei away, and hurriedly tidied her clothes. Chapter 158 Recognition. Grandfather. Qin Bingyun cried out softly, her face full of panic. I saw Mr. Qin slowly walking into the living room, accompanied by the butler. He has been busy with company matters these days and has only come back now. Mr. Qin responded calmly, but his eyes fell on the two people on the sofa. His eyes swept across Qin Bingyun's slightly red cheeks and her obviously swollen lips. Then, with the help of the housekeeper, he slowly walked to the sofa and sat down. Well, I just said that I should move back to the old house as soon as possible, but some people still want me to stay. Old Master Qin said to the old butler in a feigned dissatisfaction. His cloudy eyes turned towards Chen Fei and Qin Bingyun, with a meaningful smile on his lips. The blush on Qin Bingyun's face, which had not yet faded, suddenly became even brighter, like a ripe apple, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She glared at Fei Chun in disapproval and stood up hurriedly. Grandpa, I'm going back to my room first. After saying that, he ran upstairs as if escaping. Fei Chun touched his nose and smiled awkwardly at Old Man Qin. The old man clearly saw through everything and was teasing them on purpose. He quickly stood up, made room for Old Man Qin, and attentively poured a cup of tea and handed it to the old man. Grandpa, have some tea. Old Master Qin took the teacup, but did not rush to drink it. Instead, he looked at Fei Chun with a smile. This kid is much better than his disappointing granddaughter. Fei Chun, I've heard everything about you and Bingyun. Old Master Qin took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. Chen Fei's heart skipped a beat. He really couldn't hide it from the old man. He simply stopped hiding it and frankly admitted, Grandpa, Bingyun and I were indeed in a contract marriage at first. Old Master Qin nodded. A gleam of light flashed in his cloudy eyes. I know. I've been thinking about this for the past couple of days. I wanted to talk to you about it, but I didn't expect you to bring it up first. Old Master Qin put down his teacup, his eyes full of admiration. You're willing to confess, which shows you're an honest man. You're much better than those hypocrites who hide things. Fei Chen scratched his head sheepishly. Grandpa, you're too kind. However, contract marriage is not a long-term solution after all. Mr. Qin's tone changed, and his eyes became serious. You and Bingyun are both good children, and I can see that you have feelings for each other. Grandpa, Fei Chun was about to speak when Old Man Qin raised his hand to interrupt him. Mr. Qin said, as if he didn't care, you can't be too absolute. Some things take time to prove. Fei Chun was silent for a moment. He understood what Mr. Qin meant. It's nothing more than worrying that one day I will feel resentful because of the difference in status. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, he is just a gigolo who relies on the Qin family for protection. Grandpa, I understand what you mean. Fei Chen took a deep breath and said with a firm look in his eyes, I admit that the beginning of Bingyun and I wasn't a happy one. It could even be called a farce. But later on, we really fell in love with each other. Don't worry, no matter what happens in the future, I will stand firmly by Bingyun's side and never leave her. Old Master Qin looked at Fei Chun deeply, as if trying to find some flaws in his face, but in the end he said nothing. He just casually asked, even if there are insurmountable obstacles between you? Chen Fei was shocked. Why was this old man talking in such a mysterious way? What did he mean by an insurmountable obstacle? Is there some bloody hidden story between him and Bingyun? However, He nodded without hesitation. Yes. No matter what kind of obstacles there are, I will not back down. Hearing Chun Fei's decisive answer, Mr. Qi nodded with satisfaction. This kid is quite courageous and worthy of his Bingyan. Good. Old Master Qin said loudly and slowly stood up. Since you have thought it through, come find some time and go with me to the Qin family's old house. Go to the old house. Fei Chun was a little confused. What are you going to do with the old house? You are now considered a member of our Qin family. Shouldn't you go and pay homage to our ancestors? Old Master Qin blew his beard and glared. Chun Fei suddenly realized what was going on. He scratched his head and chuckled. Grandpa is right. I was negligent. Okay, that's it. I'll let you know the specific time. Old Master Qin waved his hand, seemed a little tired, and turned to walk upstairs. Hey, Grandpa, please slow down. Fei Chen quickly followed. After he sent the old man back to his room, he turned around and went back to his own room. Qin Bingyan curled up on the sofa, as if she was asleep. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Qin Bingyan opened her eyes in a daze. Seeing Chun Fei, he immediately sat up straight, his tone filled with imperceptible anxiety and worry. Why are you back so late? Grandpa didn't give you any trouble. Seeing Qin Bingyan like this, Chun Fei felt warm in his heart. No matter how cold a person is, there will be times when they worry about others. He walked to the sofa and sat down, rubbing Qin Bingyan's hair. He smiled and said, What could possibly happen to me? Are you still worried about me? The old man is very energetic. He chatted with me for a long time and praised me for my youth and promising future. Real. Qin Bingyan obviously didn't believe it. Based on her understanding of her grandfather, it was impossible for him to accept Chun Fei so easily. Chun Fei smiled mysteriously and did not mention the old man's ambiguous words about insurmountable obstacles. He just said, The old man said that he would find a time to take me to the Qin family's old house to pay homage to our ancestors. What? Qin Bingyan stood up suddenly. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened, and she even forgot to control the strength of her hands, pinching Chun Fei so hard that it hurt. Hiss! Fei Chen took a breath of cold air. Realizing that she had lost her composure, Qin Bingyan quickly let go of her hand. You didn't lie to me? Why would I lie to you? Chun Fei rubbed his arm and said helplessly. Grandpa said it himself. How could it be false? Qin Bingyan stood there in a daze, as if she was digesting the news. You know, not everyone can enter the Qin family's old house. That represented the family's recognition, meaning that Fei Chun had truly become a member of the Qin family. After a long while, Qin Bingyan finally found her voice, and her tone was filled with unconcealable joy. Grandpa recognized you. Seeing Qin Bingyan's happy expression, Fei Chen nodded. Then he suddenly remembered something. Bingyan, do you want to have a wedding? Wedding? Qin Bingyan was stunned, obviously not expecting Chun Fei to bring this up suddenly. Yes, our wedding. Fei Chen looked into Qin Bingyan's eyes seriously. We got the marriage certificate in such a hurry and didn't have a wedding. You. Chapter 159, Pros and Cons. No. Qin Bingyan refused without even thinking, looking serious. Fei Chen was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, why? Qin Bingyan took a deep breath, turned her face away, and spoke in a complicated tone. It's not the right time yet. If you hold a wedding now, people will just think you are. You said I was a live-in son-in-law. Chun Fei took over Qin Bingyan's words, his tone calm and without a trace of emotion. Qin Bingyan bit her lip and said nothing, but her silence said it all. I don't care what anyone says. Fei Chen held Qin Bingyan's hand. Qin Bingyan understood that Chun Fei was good to her, but she also wanted to be good to him, and her voice was a little choked. Let me think about it, okay? Chun Fei knew that Qin Bingyan needed time to digest and weigh the pros and cons. He naturally knew what the other party was thinking. Outside the window, the night was deep, and the moonlight poured down like water, making the figures of the two people look particularly slender. After the free medical consultation ended, Chun Fei's name spread like a virus in the headlines of Jiangdu News. Major media outlets reported on this young Chinese medicine practitioner, calling him the reincarnation of the medical saint in Jiangdu. However, Chun Fei refused all positive interviews, let alone taking photos. Li Yongfu wanted to make a promotional video at that time, but he rejected it with the words, "Doctors are like parents to their children. Why do they need to become famous?" Therefore, the news only showed Chun Fei's handsome back and a famous name, Dr. Chun. This also saves a lot of trouble. After all, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot, and Chun Fei doesn't want to be pushed to the forefront. On Saturday afternoon, sunlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Triumph Hotel, filling the entire lobby. The crystal lamps in the hotel lobby sparkle with soft light. The huge crystal chandeliers are dazzling, and precious works of art are dotted in between. Every inch of space exudes a strong, aristocratic atmosphere. A black Bentley slowly stopped at the entrance of the hotel. After the car stopped, Qin Bingyan was the first to step out. Today she was wearing a royal blue evening dress. The hem of her skirt cascaded like a blooming black rose, and her fair skin seemed to glow with a lustrous luster under the light. Chun Fei followed behind her and couldn't help but sigh at the incredibly beautiful woman in front of him. If you dress like this, those people will stare at you, right? Qin Bingyan turned her head and looked at him with a half-smile. Why? Are you jealous? How dare I? I'm just afraid that you'll be harassed by some blind guy. Fei Chen shrugged and pretended to be indifferent. Qin Bingyan chuckled and took Qin Fei's arm, and the two walked into the hotel side by side. As soon as I stepped into the hotel lobby, a surprising voice came from the side. Fei Chen. Qin Fei turned around and saw a woman in a red off-shoulder dress walking towards him. The woman was tall, heavily made up, and had wavy hair draped over her shoulders, making her look charming and attractive. Ning Tingyi. Qin Fei recognized the person at a glance. It was his university class monitor whom he had just met that night. Yeah, you're here so early today. Ning Xinyi walked up to Qin Fei enthusiastically and gave him a big hug. But he intentionally or unintentionally ignored Qin Bingyun, who was standing beside him. The same to you. Fei Chen responded politely, keeping a slight distance between them. Who is this? Ning Xinyi seemed to have just noticed Qin Bingyun. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then she asked with a smile. This is me. I'm his wife, Qin Bingyun. Before Qin Fei finished speaking, Qin Bingyun took the initiative to introduce herself in a calm tone. Wife. Ning Xinyi was stunned for a moment, then smiled to cover it up. So are you married? Then you said you were my girlfriend yesterday. After saying this, Ning Xinyi seemed to realize that something was wrong and quickly changed the subject. Why didn't you notify us old classmates? At least let us join in the fun. We got married in a hurry and didn't have time to hold a wedding. Fei Chen explained calmly. I see. Ning Xinyi looked at Qin Bingyun meaningfully. That's a shame, but it doesn't matter. We can always get it done again when we have the chance, right? Fei Chen? Let's talk about it later. Qin Fei responded perfunctorily, not wanting to dwell on this topic any further. Seeing Qin Fei's attitude, Ning Xinyi felt a little secretly delighted. I thought Qin Fei didn't like Qin Bingyun either, and didn't even want to have a wedding with her. After all, which woman wouldn't like a man like Qin Fei? When she was in college, she secretly paid attention to Qin Fei, but at that time Qin Fei only had eyes for Miss Tang Linner. Qin Bingyun had long understood the other party's attempt to sow discord. He didn't care at all. He just glanced at Ning Xinyi lightly and stopped talking. Qin Bingyun, would not be jealous of such a person. Not wanting to chat with Ning Xinyi any longer, Fei Chen said directly, Go in first, don't make the students wait anxiously. Qin Bingyun nodded, and the two of them walked into the elevator together. Ning Xinyi looked at the intimate backs of the two people, and her face suddenly became gloomy. However, she quickly regained her composure, stepped on her high heels, and followed him in with her slender waist twisting. When arriving at box 416, Ning Xinyi paid special attention. I noticed that Qin Bingyun let go of Qin Fei's hand and went upstairs again, not knowing what she was doing. You know, Marriott hotels get more expensive the higher they go, so Ning Xinyi was delighted, and she quickly walked to Qin Fei and asked curiously, Hey, where's your wife? Why isn't she with us? Fei Chen didn't want to tell her more about Qin Bingyun, so he could only say, She has something to do today and won't be with us. Ning Xinyi was delighted to hear this, as this meant she could get close to Fei Chen today. She wore this red low-cut dress today, specifically to show off her figure. Qin Fei pushed open the box and found that there were already several people inside. All of them were college classmates. Hey, isn't this our handsome Chun? I haven't seen him for a few years, and he's getting more and more handsome. As soon as I entered, I heard a greasy voice. Qin Fei looked at the person who was speaking. It was the deputy class monitor, Ren Lechi. He had been at odds with Qin Fei since college. Fei Chen, long time no see. Come on, sit down. Seeing Qin Fei, everyone greeted him warmly. We are all adults, so even if we hate him, we have to pretend to be warm to him. Otherwise, what if we need him someday? However, when they saw Ning Xinyi standing behind Qin Fei, their eyes widened. Oh my God, who is this? She's so beautiful. With this figure and this face, she's simply a beauty. Chun Fei, would you like to introduce yourself? Hearing her classmates' discussions, Ning Sini felt very proud. She pretended to be shy and gently lifted the curly hair by her ear. Chapter 160 Pleading. Hello everyone, I am Ning Sini. Oh my god, I haven't seen you in a few years. You've changed so much. I almost don't recognize you. A boy wearing glasses exclaimed when he heard Ning Sini say this. When the others heard this, they suddenly realized what was going on. After a closer look, they saw that it was indeed her. Girls really change a lot when they grow up. Tang Linner used to be the most beautiful girl in our class, but now it seems that the beautiful Ning is no less beautiful. Another boy also joined in the fun, looking at Ning Sini with an aggressive look. Hearing everyone's praise, Ning Sini was overjoyed, but spoke modestly. Oh, stop laughing at me. Compared to you, I'm just an ordinary person. No. Miss Ning looks like an ordinary person. How can ordinary people live like this? That's right. I wonder if our class monitor has a boyfriend. Several boys complimented Ning Sini one after another, making her the center of attention. Ning Sini enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, but she knew in her heart that among all the people present, only Chun Fei was truly valuable. Although everyone agreed to split the bill for this class reunion, Ning Sini didn't want to waste the money. She had seen it yesterday. Chun Fei was now worth a lot of money. With a 9-digit deposit, any amount that slipped out would be enough for her to squander for a while. Thinking of this, Ning Sini quietly left the crowd and came to Chun Fei. She said affectionately, Chun Fei, let's go sit over there. After saying that, she was about to hold Fei Chen's hand. Seeing this scene, the other students all showed ambiguous smiles and started teasing the two. Oh, it seems there's something going on between our squad leader and handsome Chun. That's right, a talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Hearing everyone's teasing, Ning Sini not only did not explain, but instead took Chun Fei's arm. She said delicately, hey, don't talk nonsense. Chun Fei and I are just ordinary friends. Ordinary friends? Can ordinary friends be so close? Ren Lechi said sarcastically, his eyes full of jealousy. That's right. Miss Ning, please don't lie to us. We saw it all. Another boy also joined in the fun. Chun Fei was a little displeased. Just as he was about to explain, Ning Sini grabbed his arm. Fei Chun, please help me. I really don't want to be bothered by them. Ning Sini said pitifully, with a hint of pleading in her tone. As she spoke, her breasts rubbed against Fei Chen's arm intentionally or unintentionally. However, there was no expression on Fei Chen's face. He calmly pulled his arm out. Just say, I'm sorry, I can't help you. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Ning Sini and turned to walk towards the seat in the corner. Looking at Chun Fei's resolute back, Ning Sini's face suddenly became ugly. Seeing the beautiful girl's expression change, the students around her began to smooth things over. Oh, it seems our squad leader and handsome Chun are having a love affair. They quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. A tall and thin boy said with a smile and deliberately winked at Chun Fei. That's right, it's normal for young people to feel a little awkward. Another girl followed suit, but her eyes were always glued to Fei Chun. Ning Sini felt unhappy when she heard these words, but she could only go down the stairs. She nodded shyly, then glared at Fei Chun fiercely, as if blaming him for making her lose face. Chun Fei turned a deaf ear to these discussions. He just watched it all calmly and stayed out of it. He was too lazy to explain or pay attention to these snobbish classmates. Not long after Chun Fei sat down, the door of the box was opened again. A man with slicked back hair walked in with a briefcase in his hand and an arrogant look on his face. There was a man following behind him. Perhaps the man had been tempered by time, and the high spirits he had in school were long gone. He seemed a little timid. Oh, isn't this the famous Master Guan from our class? I haven't seen you for a few years, and you really look more and more impressive. Master Guan is truly a promising young man. I heard he's already a senior executive in the company. He has a bright future. Seeing the person coming, several sharp-eyed classmates immediately went up to him, nodding and bowing to greet him, their tone full of flattery and fawning. Guan Yongwang smiled triumphantly. His eyes swept across everyone and finally landed on Chun Fei in the corner with a disdainful sneer on his lips. Hey, isn't this Chun Fei? The Chun family went bankrupt, and you become so poor? Are you still carrying bricks on the construction site? Guan Yongwang walked up to Fei Chun and spoke in a sarcastic tone, his tone full of sarcasm and contempt. Chun Fei ignored Guan Yongwang's provocation and just glanced at him indifferently. His eyes were as calm as a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. Master Guan, please stop joking with Fei Chun. He's no match for you. At this time, Ren Lechi stood behind Guan Yongwang and directly pushed away the person who had come in after him, with a hint of flattery in his tone. Fei Chen didn't even look at Guan Yongwang and Ren Lechi. He walked straight up to the man who was pushed aside and said with a smile, Xiao Mao, long time no see. It turned out that the person who was pushed away was Chun Fei's college roommate and good friend, Mao Tianqing. Mao Tianqing was also surprised to see Chun Fei. He pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said excitedly, Brother Fei, it's really you. I thought you looked familiar when I first came in, but I didn't expect it was really you. As he said that, he gave Fei Chen a big hug. Guan Yongwang looked at the two poor guys, arm in arm in front of him, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He smiled contemptuously, thinking that Chun Fei was really down and out, hanging out with this kind of people. His gaze shifted to Ren Sinny again, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This woman was even more attractive than when they were in college. He straightened his suit and walked up to Ren Sinny with what he thought was a charming smile. He extended his hand and said, Miss Ren, I haven't seen you for a few years. You become more and more beautiful. I almost didn't recognize you. Ren Sinny was already unhappy with Chun Fei's indifference, and now she felt even more proud when she saw Guan Yongwang showing kindness to her. She deliberately stood up and shook hands with Guan Yongwang, saying with a sweet smile, Master Guan is really good at talking. I haven't seen you for a few years, and you're getting more and more handsome. When the students around saw this scene, they all cast meaningful glances at Chun Fei, as if he had already put on a green hat on his head. Chun Fei and Mao Tianqing were reminiscing about the past, as if no one was around. As Mao Tianqing spoke, his tone became lowered. Chapter 161. Dog Eyes Look Down on People. Brother Fei, when your family got into trouble, I always wanted to find you, but Chun Fei knew his difficulties, but he didn't take it to heart and comforted him. It's all in the past. Where are you now? I'm currently working as a clerk in the company under Guan Xiao. Mao Tianqing said a little embarrassedly. Guan Yongwang heard their conversation, deliberately raised his voice, and spoke to Mao Tianqing. Xiao Mao, why don't you introduce your brother Chun to the beautiful female colleagues in our company? He was the most handsome boy in our department back then, so he must be very popular. Mao Tianqing was stunned for a moment, then realized that Guan Yongwang was mocking Chun Fei. He smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Guan Yongwang continued speaking as if he didn't notice his embarrassment. By the way, Xiao Mao, if your performance doesn't meet the standards, I can't protect you even if we are old classmates. Mao Tianqing lowered his head and whispered, I will try my best. Effort. Guan Yongwang suddenly interrupted him. It's okay. Ask your good brother Chun Fei to buy more to boost your sales. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Chun Fei, his eyes full of teasing. Hearing this, Mao Tianqing's face turned bad, and he wanted to explain to Chun Fei. Fei Chen didn't take his words to heart at all and said directly to Mao Tianqing, Ignore him. Let's continue chatting. Guan Yongwang was frustrated, and his face suddenly became a little embarrassed. He snorted coldly, still refusing to give up. He took out a bulging envelope from his pocket and threw it directly in front of Mao Tianqing. He said impatiently, Here, this is this month's bonus. It's your hard work fee. Mao Tianqing was about to reach out to catch it, but Chun Fei slapped it away with his quick eyes and hands. With a crisp pop sound, the envelope fell to the ground, and several $100 bills scattered out. Seeing the 100 yuan bills on the ground, the students around knew that Guan Yongwang was deliberately humiliating Mao Tianqing. But due to Guan Yongwang's background, everyone dared to be angry, but not to speak out. I could only sit there silently, as if it had nothing to do with me. Guan Yongwang's face turned ashen in an instant. He glared at Fei Chun and spoke with gritted teeth. Fei Chun, what the hell do you mean? Chun Fei looked at Guan Yongwang with cold eyes and evasive tone. Master Guan, I haven't seen you for a few years, and you're still like this, looking down on others with your dog eyes. Hearing Chun Fei's words, Guan Yongwang was not angry at all, but burst into laughter. He sneered, his eyes filled with arrogance. Hey, Chun Fei, it's been a few years since we last met, and you're still as sharp-tongued as ever. What? Did I say something wrong? Don't you even consider your current status? How dare you accuse me of looking down on others? You. When Mao Tianqing heard Guan Yongwang's words, his face turned red with anger. He was about to speak for him, but was stopped by Chun Fei. Chun Fei signaled him to be patient with his eyes, then turned to look at Guan Yongwang and said in a cold tone, Guan Yongwang, let me tell you, Mao Tianqing is my brother. If you dare to humiliate him again, don't blame me for being rude. Oh, you still want to attack me? Guan Yongwang seemed to have heard some huge joke. He pointed at Chun Fei's nose and laughed arrogantly. You? You're not worthy of telling me you're welcome? I can knock you down with just one hand. Yeah. Fade Chun sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Then you can try it. Just try it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Guan Yongwang said this, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to rush towards Chun Fei. All right. At this moment, Ren Sini, who had been sitting aside watching the show, suddenly stood up and scolded Guan Yongwang. Guan Yongwang, today is our class reunion, not for you to fight. Hearing Ren Sini's words, Guan Yongwang's face showed dissatisfaction. But when he saw her pretty face, he finally suppressed his anger, snorted coldly, and sat back on the sofa. Okay, I'll give Sini some face today and not bother with you. But, Fei Chun, I'm telling you, you'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands in the future. Otherwise, I will make you regret everything you did today. After saying that, Guan Yongwang turned to look at Mao Tianqing and spoke in a cold tone. Mao Tianqing, let me ask you again, whose dog are you? If you were my dog, pick up the money on the ground right now. Guan Yongwang's voice was so bad that it made people shudder. The classmates around him were all worried about Mao Tianqing because they knew that Mao Tianqing's wife was seriously ill. A large sum of money is needed every day to maintain treatment. If he really loses his job, I'm afraid his wife will really have no hope. Mao Tianqing lowered his head, his body trembling slightly, and a fierce struggle was going on in his heart. On one side is his dignity, and on the other side is his wife's life. How should he choose? Mao Tianqing opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Seeing Mao Tianqing's indecisive look, Guan Yongwang felt even more proud and laughed evilly. What? Why are you silent? Aren't you very strong-willed? Didn't you say you would stand up to me? Why are you so cowardly now? I'll give you one last chance. Will you pick it up or not? 3, 2, 1. Good. Very good. Mao Tianqing, you have guts. I saw that Mao Tianqing had no intention of bending down to pick up the money. Guan Yongwang laughed in anger. He slammed the table, pointed at Mao Tianqing's nose, and said harshly, I'm telling you, you're fired. From now on, you're no longer a member of my company. And let me tell you, I, Guan Yongwang, mean what I say. I promise that from today on, no company in the entire Jiangdu will dare to hire you. Hearing Guan Yongwang's words, Mao Tianqing's face turned pale instantly. He never expected that Guan Yongwang would be so cruel and actually want to end his life. The students around him also showed expressions of pity. Although they didn't like Mao Tianqing's personality, they also knew that he was an honest man. Now that I see him in such a state, I feel a little sorry for him. Master Guan, forget it. Mao Tianqing didn't do it on purpose. Just forgive him this time. Yes, Master Guan, you should forgive others when you can. Just be magnanimous and don't bear grudges against him. Mao Tianqing, why don't you apologize to Master Guan right away? What are you waiting for? Some classmates couldn't stand it anymore and started to persuade him, while others began to blame Mao Tianqing and asked him to apologize to Guan Yongwang as soon as possible. Hearing the persuasion of his classmates around him, Mao Tianqing felt even more bitter. He knew that he had really offended Guan Yongwang this time. Mao Tianqing took a deep breath, tried hard to suppress the anger and despair in his heart, and slowly raised his head. Chapter 162, Son-in-Law. Mao Tianqing looked at Guan Yongwang and said in a low voice, Master Guan, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have contradicted you. Please, give me another chance. I won't dare to do it again. Please, my wife is still in the hospital waiting for my help. I can't lose this job. As he said this, he actually bent his knees and wanted to kneel down to Guan Yongwang. Old Mao, Chun Fei was quick-witted and grabbed Mao Tianqing and pulled him up from the ground. What are you doing? Who the hell is he? Is he worthy of you kneeling down to him? You. Hearing Chun Fei's words, Guan Yongwang was immediately furious. He stood up suddenly, pointed at Chun Fei's nose and roared. Fei Chun, why the hell are you meddling in other people's business? Master Guan, calm down, calm down. Master Guan, don't get angry with this kind of person. It's not worth it. Seeing this, the students around hurried forward to hold Guan Yongwang back, fearing that they would really start fighting. Good, good, good. Guan Yongwang smiled grimly and pointed at Fei Chun and Mao Tianqing. He was about to say something else, but was interrupted by a commotion behind him. Miss Tang is here. Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone's eyes turned to the door. I saw a tall and beautiful woman walking towards me. She was wearing a pair of sunglasses and had such a strong aura that people around her unconsciously made way for her. Tang Linnea, why is she here? Is she in our class? When they saw the person coming, the classmates all showed surprise. None of them expected that Tang Linner would appear here. I heard someone ask this question. A chubby girl next to her explained in a low voice. You forgot, because she was Chun Fei's fiancée, she used her own account to join the class group in order to see Chun Fei. So she was in the group, but not Chun Fei. After hearing this, everyone remembered this incident. I guess Tang Linner came over because she saw the message they sent in the group. Tang Linner didn't hear everyone's whispers. She took off her sunglasses and scanned the area with her beautiful eyes, finally landing on Fei Chun. She asked in a calm tone, when I first came in, I seemed to hear someone trying to make Chun Fei's life in Jiangdu untenable. When everyone heard this, they held their breath. Guan Yongwang's face changed even more. Although he was arrogant and domineering, he also knew that the strength of the Tang family was not something he could afford to offend. Among the people present, only a few knew that Fei Chun and the Tang family had broken off their engagement. Others thought they were an engaged couple. Ziang Tang Linnea defending Chen Fei. They thought she was speaking up for Fei Chun, so they all spoke up to smooth things over. Linner, don't get me wrong. We were just joking with Fei Chun. Yeah. How could we really make it impossible for him to survive in Jiangdu? That's right. We are classmates. How could we do something like that? Guan Yongwang didn't dare to say anything more. Although he has a good family background, he is just used to being arrogant in front of ordinary people. In front of a real aristocratic family, his family background is not enough. Hearing what the classmates around her said, Tang Linner showed a look of disgust on her face. She said deliberately, Fei Chun and I no longer have any relationship. I won't interfere in his affairs. Hearing Tang Linner's words, the students around were stunned. They didn't expect Tang Linner to say such a thing. Linner, are you telling the truth? A girl asked cautiously. Of course it's true. I have nothing to do with him anymore. Tang Linner spoke in a cold tone, as if she felt disgusted to say even one more word. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't expect that their flattery would backfire, and the atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. Okay, is everyone here? In that case, let's eat first. As the class monitor, Ning Sinny naturally couldn't bear to see the awkward situation continue, so she stood up. Everyone responded in unison and took their seats. Ning Sinny originally wanted to sit next to Chun Fei, but he found that Tang Linner had already sat there. On the other side of Chun Fei was Mao Tianqing, so she had no choice but to sit on the other side in disappointment. Tang Linner didn't understand what she was thinking and sat next to Chun Fei completely subconsciously. Looking at Ning Sinny's slightly lost expression, Tang Linner felt secretly happy, as if she understood something. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. She decided to add fuel to the fire, so she turned around and asked Chun Fei with a smirk. Hey, why didn't Fei Chun bring Mr. Qin here today? Tang Linner's voice was neither loud nor soft, but just loud enough for people at the surrounding tables to hear. The students' eyes met each other, and their curiosity was aroused. Which Mr. Qin? A boy asked, his tone full of gossip. Tang Linner seemed to have grasped something explosive. She immediately raised her voice and spoke in a surprised tone. Oh, don't you know? Chun Fei is now hooking up with a wealthy man and is becoming his son-in-law. That Miss Qin is a well-known female CEO in Jiangdu, managing thousands of people. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings suddenly exploded, and everyone looked at Chun Fei with a different look, especially those boys who once had a crush on Tang Linner. It was as if he had discovered a new continent, and his eyes darted back and forth between Chun Fei and Ning Sinny. Chun Fei, you're really good. You're a hidden talent. When did you hook up with a rich woman? Why don't you share your experience with the brothers? That's right. He was pretending to be a poor student, but it turns out he was making a fortune in silence. Ning Sinny, between you and Mr. Qin, who was the first wife? All kinds of teasing, mocking, and sarcastic remarks flooded towards Chun Fei and Ning Sinny like a tide. Ning Sinny's face turned pale. She knew that Tang Linner was deliberately targeting her, but she had no way to defend herself. She couldn't just say in front of so many people that she had nothing to do with Chun Fei, right? Then why did she do that scene when she just came in? We are not. Ning Sinny's voice was as thin as a mosquito and seemed pale and powerless amid the constant discussions around her. Oh, everyone stretched out their voices meaningfully, obviously not believing Ning Sini's explanation. Chen Fei turned his head and glanced at Tang Linner coldly, his eyes full of disgust. This woman's childishness really refreshed his cognition. Why, did I say something wrong? Tang Linner met Fei Chen's gaze and asked back without showing any weakness, her tone full of provocation. Fei Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. He looked away and lowered his head to eat his meal in silence, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Seeing Chen Fei's stubborn look, Tang Linner felt an inexplicable surge of anger in her heart. Chapter 163, Jade Bracelet. She remembered that last time at the gate of Huichun Hall, Fei Chen did the same thing and ignored her. What's wrong, Fei Chen? I said it right, and you feel guilty? Why don't you say anything? Could it be that Boss Chin is very strict and doesn't allow you to talk nonsense outside? As Tang Linner spoke, she observed Chen Fei's expression, trying to read something from his face. The students around him also joined in the fun, teasing Chen Fei one after another. Listening to what was said around him, Mao Tianqing's face looked unhappy. Fei Chen put down his chopsticks, raised his head, looked directly at Tang Linner, and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Miss Tang, you're joking. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? But since you mentioned President Qin, I remember the jade bracelet my mother gave you. He paused deliberately, observing Tang Linner's reaction. Sure enough, when Tang Linner heard the word jade bracelet, her face turned pale instantly. She subconsciously covered her wrist, as if she was really wearing the priceless jade bracelet there. The students around also quieted down and looked at Tang Linner curiously. Although they didn't know what jade bracelet Chen Fei was talking about, seeing Tang Linner's reaction, they knew there must be a story behind it. What's wrong with the jade bracelet? What jade bracelet? Someone couldn't help but ask. Tang Linner pretended to be calm and said with disdain, What jade bracelet? How come I don't know what you're talking about? Oh, Miss Tang, you tend to forget things easily. Let me remind you, Fei Chen said slowly. That jade bracelet is top-grade imperial green, with a market value of 5 million. My mother gave it to my daughter-in-law. You haven't forgotten it, have you? Of course Tang Linner didn't forget. 5 million. That was a huge sum of money that she couldn't even imagine at the time. The 5 million at that time was incomparable to what it is today. It was even comparable to the assets of the entire Tang family at that time. Although she grew up as Chen Fei's child bride, she became an adult. Chen Fei's mother, Zhou Hongxia, still came to propose marriage with the jade bracelet. She was completely stunned at the time and looked at Zhou Hongxia as if she was looking at the god of wealth. This is also because their family didn't have much money when she was young, and the pocket money she was given every month was not much. So she had long been drooling over the huge betrothal gift promised by Zhou Mei. But later, the Chen family suffered a sudden change, and the family was destroyed overnight, and she naturally lost this huge fortune. Not only that, she was also ridiculed by the entire upper class of Jiangdu because of this incident. They said that she was snobbish and treacherous. Even the Tang family's business was affected. Tang Linner always believed that all this was caused by Chen Fei, so she felt at ease not to return it to him when Chen Fei asked her for it. Now she opened her mouth and wanted to refute, but found that she had nothing to say. Why, Miss Tang, are you trying to default on your debt? Fei Chen looked at her with a half-smile, his eyes full of mockery. Who's refusing to pay? I just didn't have it with me. Tang Linner felt uneasy when she saw Chen Fei's eyes, and she even stuttered when she spoke. Oh, since you don't have it with you, when will Miss Tang be free to return the jade bracelet to me? Chen Fei pressed on step by step, not giving Tang Linner any chance to breathe. Tang Linner's face turned pale and blue. She couldn't admit in front of so many people that she had accepted the Chen family's jade bracelet and now didn't want to return it. Right? I'll have someone deliver it when I get home. I'll definitely have it delivered. Looking at the eyes of the people around her, she gritted her teeth and squeezed out these words. Hearing Tang Linner's words, Fei Chen smiled with satisfaction, revealing his white teeth. Then I'll trouble you, Miss Tang. I'm looking forward to it. Tang Linner was furious. She saw the message in the group today and saw that they were having dinner here, so she wanted to show off. Who would have thought that Chen Fei, who was not in the group, would also come? It was really a loss of both the wife and the army. She angrily picked up her bag, didn't even eat, and walked out of the private room in her high heels. Seeing Tang Linner leave, Fei Chen didn't want to stay any longer. He stood up and pulled Mao Tianqing, who was still sitting in a daze on the chair, and said, Let's go. Don't watch anymore. Shen Sini was about to talk about paying for the meal, but when she saw Chun Fei was about to leave, she quickly stood up and tried to call him. Then we saw Chun Fei saying to everyone with a smile, "Everyone, enjoy your meal. It's my treat today. Put on my bill." After saying that, without waiting for others to react, he directly pulled Mao Tianqing out of the box. Hearing this, the people in the room looked at each other in silence. No one was sure whether what Chun Fei said was true or false. After all, this was not a small amount. After Chun Fei came out, he went straight to the front desk and reported the box number, 416, check out. The receptionist checked and said with a smile, "Sir, my total spending is 300,800. Would you like to pay by cash or card?" At the Triumph Hotel, 300,000 is only considered a medium consumption level. Hearing what the receptionist said, Fei Chun took out his bank card and handed it over without changing his expression. He is not stupid. The bill he is talking about must be the current consumption in the private room. If I wait until they finish eating before paying the bill, who knows what Renlechi and Guanyongwan will do to me. Of course, if they have no bad intentions, they can get a free meal. If they have bad intentions, sorry, they will have to pay for it themselves in the end. After the receptionist swiped the card, Chun Fei took it and put away. Chun Fei was just about to call Mao Tianqing to follow him when he suddenly remembered that Qin Bingyun was still at 666. "Wait here for a while. I'll be back soon." Mao Tianqing didn't know what Chun Fei wanted to do. Since he definitely couldn't go back to the company to work now, he might as well wait for Chun Fei here if he had nothing to do. He sat on the sofa and nodded. Chun Fei patted Mao Tianqing on the shoulder, turned around, and went upstairs again. Because he also heard that night that Qin Bingyun's tutor would also come to their class reunion. So he discussed with Qin Bingyun that he would also go to toast his mentor with a glass of wine when the time comes. Qin Bingyun naturally had no objection and was very touched by Chun Fei's thoughtfulness. Fei Chun went to the 6th floor again and found a private room. Although it is called a private room, Qin Bingyun's room is actually more like a small banquet hall. After all, those who study this major are either already rich or will be rich in the future. In particular, their mentor, Professor Hongba, is very famous in the business world. When Chun Fei came in, everyone looked at him. At Qin Bingyun's class reunion, almost all the students in the same department came. Everyone was drinking and chatting. It was more like a small upper-class society. The most eye-catching one among them was Qin Bingyun. She chatted with her classmates with ease and shone brightly in the crowd. Her fair skin seems transparent under the light, and her delicate facial features are impeccable. Chapter 164, I Am Stronger. Especially Qin Bingyun's clear and bright eyes, which seemed to contain the sea of stars, making people unable to help but be intoxicated by them. Chun Fei's arrival was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, although it did not cause much waves. However, these well-dressed social elites couldn't help but take a few more glances. Who is this person? Why did he come in dressed so casually? Someone murmured quietly, his tone full of disdain. Indeed, every man here is dressed in a suit and tie. Even the ladies dressed up carefully and wore their best attire. Unlike Chun Fei, who was wearing all the cheap clothes, those who didn't know him would think he came out from some corner. Chun Fei didn't care about the looks of these people. He didn't come here for socializing. He had only one goal, and that was Qin Bingyun. As if in response to his thoughts, Qin Bingyun also saw him in the crowd, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in her clear eyes. She ignored the classmates who were chatting and laughing with her. He put down his wine glass naturally, walked gracefully through the crowd, and walked towards Chun Fei. "Why are you here so soon?" Qin Bingyun walked up to Fei Chun and naturally took his arm. This scene, in the eyes of everyone, was like a depth bomb, which stunned them. What's going on? Why is Qin Bingyun involved with someone like this? Could this be the legendary gigolo? The way everyone looked at Fei Chun suddenly changed. There was curiosity, jealousy, and more of it was contempt and disdain. Someone in the crowd suddenly asked, "Boss Qin, who is this?" This question was actually what all the men present wanted to know. They stared at Chun Fei with burning eyes, wishing they could see through him. Qin Bingyun was not embarrassed by this question. She introduced him gracefully. "This is my husband, Fei Chun." "Husband? Qin Bingyun is married? When did this happen? How come I don't know about it?" Qin Bingyun's words once again caused a storm of excitement among the crowd. Those men who originally had fantasies about Qin Bingyun suddenly felt heartbroken. Fei Chun didn't take these people's reactions to heart. He walked slowly to Qin Bingyun, letting her hold his arm and lead him forward. "Is everything over there finished?" Qin Bingyun asked softly, her tone gentle and considerate. Well, it's been resolved. Fei Chen nodded, thinking that Chun Fei came to say hello to the tutor. Then, do you want me to go say hello to your classmates later? Qin Bingyan hesitated for a moment and asked. No. Fei Chun shook his head. I don't think we'll have much contact in the future. When this is over, I'll take you to meet a friend. Good. Qin Bingyan instantly understood what Fei Chen meant. Except for that good friend, no one else is important. Then Qin Bingyan took Chun Fei to that corner. Although it is called a corner, there are still quite a few people there, just coming and going. Sitting there was an old man in his 50s who looked very elegant. He was the only older person present, probably Professor Hongba. Almost every classmate came to say hello, but they would not stay too long to delay the people behind them. Next to the professor stood a dignified adult man, about 27 or 28 years old, exuding an elite temperament. That's Professor Hongba I mentioned to you. The one next to him is senior brother Xie Yangshu. Qin Bingyan leaned close to Fei Chen's ear and whispered softly. Chun Fei nodded in understanding. Xie Yangshu? After the people in front greeted Professor Hongba, Qin Bingyan took Chun Fei forward and introduced him to her professor. Professor, this is my husband, Fei Chun. Qin Bingyan introduced it gracefully, with a barely perceptible shyness in her tone. Chun Fei bowed, slightly respectfully, to Professor Hongba. Hello, Professor. I've long heard of you. After hearing Qin Bingyan's words, Professor Hongba looked at Chun Fei carefully, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Of course, he knew who his student was. At such a young age, he was able to become the president of the Qin family, surpassing all his uncles and aunts. Needless to say, his abilities and skills are extraordinary. His vision was even more vicious, but the man in front of him didn't look like Qin Bingyan at all. Although he was confused, Professor Hongba did not show it on his face and continued to speak with a smile. Okay. Young people should have the youthful vigor and vitality. Even after getting married, you should still prioritize your career. Thank you, Professor. We will. Fei Chun and Qin Bingyan answered politely at the same time. Xie Yangshu, who was standing next to him, saw Qin Bingyan really pulling a man and saying he was her husband. His face was already grim. He had just returned home. He had a crush on Qin Bingyan when he was in college, but he didn't expect that when he was talking to Qin Bingyan today. She actually revealed that she was already married. Xie Yangshu didn't believe it at that time, but now the person came directly to him. Xie Yangshu looked at Chun Fei's cheap clothes and sneered in his heart. That's it? A gigolo? He looked at the tacit understanding between the two people. There was a flicker of jealousy and anger in his eyes, but it was hidden well and not shown. Hello, my name is Xie Yangshu. I'm Xiao Qin Sr., currently. Xie Yangshu took the initiative to extend his hand to Chun Fei, with a proud smile on his face, and began to introduce his great achievements. Oh, hello. My name is Chun Fei, and I'm a doctor. Chun Fei replied calmly, and at the same time reached out and gently held Xie Yangshu's hand. At the moment when the two of them held hands, a faint light flashed in Chun Fei's eyes, and he exerted a little force on his hands. Crack! A slight sound of bones breaking was heard. The smile on Xie Yangshu's face froze instantly. His face turned pale, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He never expected that although Chun Fei looked thin, he was actually so strong. I'm sorry, Brother Xie. I'm a bit too strong. Are you okay? Fei Chun let go of his hand and asked with concern, with an innocent smile on his face. No, it's okay. I'm Yufina. Xie Yangshu endured the severe pain in his hand and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Qin Bingyan naturally noticed that something was wrong here. He looked at Chun Fei doubtfully, then looked at the pale-faced Xie Yangshu and asked, What's wrong? Brother Xie, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? No, it's okay. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You guys chat. Xie Yangshu waved his hands repeatedly, turned around, and left without waiting for Qin Bingyan to reply, for fear that he would cry in pain in public. Chapter 165 5 minutes. Looking at Xie Yangshu's back as he fled in panic, Qin Bingyan became even more confused, turned to look at Chun Fei and asked, What did you just do to him? What could I do to him? I just shook his hand. Chun Fei shrugged, indicating that he didn't know either. Qin Bingyan didn't know whether she believed Chun Fei's words. There was a flash of doubt in her beautiful eyes, but she didn't ask any further questions. After all, Xie Yangshu had already left. At this moment, the door of the banquet hall opened again. A girl in a pink dress walked over and immediately attracted everyone's attention. She had a sweet smile on her face, and her bright eyes seemed to be able to speak. With every step she took, The hem of her skirt seemed to be dancing a graceful waltz. Miss Ning has returned to China. Miss Ning is still so beautiful. She hasn't changed at all. People around came forward to greet him, their tone full of compliments and enthusiasm. When Qin Bingyun saw the girl, a smile from the heart appeared on her originally indifferent face, which showed that the two had a close relationship. Before Fei Chun could ask, the girl had already walked up to them, put her arms around Qin Bingyun's neck, and cried out coquettishly, "Bingyun, I miss you so much." The sudden intimacy forced Chun Fei to take a step back. Looking at the two people in front of him who looked like conjoined twins, the delicate voice on the phone last night came to his mind. It was confirmed again that the person Qin Bingyun called last night was Miss Ning. All right, Si Chun, I'm going to suffocate if you keep doing this." Qin Bingyun smiled helplessly and gently patted the back of the girl's hand. "I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you." Ning Sikin released his hand and stuck out his tongue playfully. Then he noticed Fei Chun standing beside him and asked curiously, "Who is this?" "Oh, let me introduce you." Qin Bingyun took Chun Fei's hand, with a barely noticeable blush on her face. "This is my husband, Fei Chun." Ning Sichin's eyes widened when she heard the word husband. He looked at Qin Fei up and down in disbelief. You're married?" Ning Sikin pointed at Qin Bingyun and stuttered as he spoke. "When did it happen? How come I didn't know about it?" "Just some time ago." Qin Bingyun seemed a little embarrassed and lowered her voice a few notches. "Some time ago? When was some time ago? Were you forced to do this?" Ning Sikin still couldn't believe it. He turned to look at Chun Fei, his eyes full of scrutiny and suspicion. Being stared at by Ning Sichin's sharp eyes, Chun Fei was not annoyed and stood calmly beside him, just about to say something. Before he could even open his mouth, he was startled by Ning Sichin's next move. Ning Sikin suddenly reached out, grabbed Chun Fei's collar, and asked in a cold tone, "Tell me, did you use any means to force Bingyun? You'd better tell the truth, otherwise." "What else?" Fei Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at the girl in front of him, who had suddenly changed her expression with interest. "I'll beat you to death." Ning Sichin's face flushed red, and he waved his little fists, looking fierce and aggressive. Speaking of this, Fei Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. This young lady is really kind of cute. Qin Bingyun held her forehead helplessly, quickly pulled down Ning Sichin's hand, and patiently comforted him. "Si Chun, stop messing around. It's not what you think. We are in love with each other." Hearing this, Ning Sichin seemed to have a switch switched on instantly. The aggressive little pepper just now immediately turned into a well-behaved little rabbit. Blinking her big eyes, she asked doubtfully, "Really? Bingyun, do you really like him?" Qin Bingyun's cheeks turned slightly red, and she nodded slightly, which was considered as her agreement. "Well, since you said so, I'll just accept him reluctantly." Ning Sikin said this and returned to her previous arrogant young lady look. He gently extended his hand, but his tone was very cold. "Hello, Ning Sikin." Fei Chen looked at the hand that was halfway extended and then quickly retracted. I couldn't help but laugh and said slowly, "Hello, my name is Chun. I know your name is Chun Fei. You don't need to introduce yourself." Ning Sikin interrupted Chun Fei before he could finish, his tone full of obvious provocation. Looking at the tense atmosphere between the two, Qin Bingyun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and quickly tried to smooth things over. All right, you two, stop messing around. Si Chun, don't forget you still have to go say hello to Professor Hongba." "Oh yeah, I almost forgot about the main thing." Ning Sikin slapped his forehead and then remembered the purpose of his coming here. He hurriedly walked towards Professor Hongba, and before leaving, he deliberately turned back and glared at Chun Fei. Chun Fei didn't take Ning Sichin's temper to heart. He glanced down at his watch. Unconsciously, he and Qin Bingyun had been in for almost half an hour. He thought of Mao Tianqing, who was waiting for him downstairs. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask Qin Bingyun when it would end, but swallowed the words back. After all, it is someone else's class reunion. It would be inappropriate for a family member like me to urge them on. As if she had noticed Chun Fei's anxiety, Qin Bingyun took the initiative to walk over and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Is something wrong?" Nothing serious." Fei Chen hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth. "A friend is waiting for me downstairs, and it's been quite a while." Qin Bingyun chuckled, leaned close to Chun Fei's ear, and spoke in a low voice. "I'll tell the professor and leave soon. You go downstairs and wait for me. Don't run around." "Okay." The warm breath sprayed on his earlobe, making Chun Fei feel tingling and numb, and his heart was moved. He nodded for some unknown reason, and when he came to his senses, Qin Bingyun had already turned and walked towards Professor Hongba. Looking at Qin Bingyun's graceful back, Fei Chen curled his lips slightly and walked out. On the other side, Qin Bingyun walked to Professor Hongba, bowed slightly, and spoke politely. Professor, I'm sorry, but something urgent happened at the company. I need to leave now. I'll find another opportunity to consult you next time. Professor Hongba naturally knew that Qin Bingyun was very busy, and it was not easy for her to take time out to attend the class reunion today. He didn't say much, just smiled and nodded. Go ahead, work is important. Professor, I'm leaving too. As soon as Qin Bingyun finished speaking, an untimely voice interrupted. Ning Sikin ran up to Professor Hongba with an excited look on his face and said with a smile, Professor, I suddenly remembered that I have an important appointment, so I'll leave first. The smile on Professor Hongba's face suddenly froze. He checked the time. It had been less than 5 minutes since Ning Sikin came over to say hello. Chapter 166, An Important Date. Is this girl here to make fun of me? Not only Professor Hongba, but even Qin Bingyun was stunned. She never thought that Ning Sikin would not be able to stay for even 5 minutes for an important date. See Qin Bingyun was about to say something when Ning Sikin grabbed her and dragged her out of the banquet hall without saying a word. No, you. Qin Bingyun looked at Ning Sikin, who was pulling her and running wildly, feeling both amused and helpless, and asked helplessly, What's your urgent matter? Hey, of course I'm going to meet my soulmate. Ning Sikin smiled mysteriously and shook Qin Bingyun's arm. Follow me quickly. It will be too late if you go too late. Qin Bingyun was confused, and before she could react, Ning Sikin dragged her downstairs. As soon as Chun Fei walked into the lobby on the first floor of the hotel, he saw Mao Tiancheng sitting on the sofa board and browsing his phone. The suit he was wearing was obviously rented and didn't fit him well. Tiancheng, sorry for the long wait. Chun Fei walked over apologetically and patted Mao Tiancheng on the shoulder. When Mao Tiancheng saw Fei Chun, he quickly forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, stood up and said, It's okay. Chun Fei saw that Mao Tiancheng was in a bad mood and thought of what his classmates in the box had just said, so he asked with concern, Could you please tell me what you have encountered in these years? Mao Tiancheng sighed and was about to speak. Then I heard the sound of high heels hitting the ground behind me. Fei Chun, let's go. Chun Fei looked back and saw Qin Bingyun and Ning Sikin walking towards him side by side. Ning Sikin would look down at his phone from time to time. Coming down so soon, Chun Fei was a little surprised. He originally thought that Qin Bingyun would stay there for a while. Qin Bingyun walked over to Fei Chun and explained with a smile. Si Chan said she had an important appointment, so we came down first. Date? What date are you in such a hurry for? Chun Fei became even more curious. Oh, it's a long story. Ning Sikin looked embarrassed and told the truth with a blushing face. I met a guy online when I was abroad. We hit it off really well, and we made an appointment to meet today. So, you're going to meet your online friend? Fei Chen was a little surprised. Ning Sichen noted embarrassedly. Hearing this, Fei Chen's expression changed slightly. Although Ning Sikin had just treated him rudely, he was still a good friend of Qin Bingyun after all, so he was still a little worried. After all, the online world is full of good and bad people. Who knows whether the other person is a human or a ghost? If the other party is a criminal with bad intentions, the consequences will be unimaginable. Miss Ning, I'm not saying anything harsh about you, but aren't there many cases of people getting scammed when dating online these days? How could you be so rash as to agree to meet someone in person? Fei Chen couldn't help but persuade him. Or should we not go? Oh, don't worry about it. Ning Sikin didn't care at all, instead said, I know what's going on. Nothing will happen. But Chun Fei wanted to say something else, but Qin Bingyun grabbed his sleeve. She seemed to know what Fei Chen was thinking and spoke directly. Okay, Fei Chen, since Si Chen has made up her mind, why don't we go with her? Qin Bingyun said softly. Besides, with me and you here, how can she suffer any loss? Fei Chen sighed and nodded. However, he was still a little worried, so he turned to look at Mao Tiancheng beside him and asked, Tiancheng, are you okay for a while? Mao Tiancheng obviously hadn't reacted yet and was stunned for a moment before speaking. No, nothing's wrong. What's wrong? It's like this. Bingyun and I are going to accompany Miss Ning to meet an online friend. If you're free, you can come along. Chun Fei said with a smile. More people means more care. Upon hearing this, Mao Tianqing's eyes widened, and he looked at Chun Fei and Qin Bingyun in disbelief. No way. Fei Chun, you actually married into the Qin family? Mao Tianqing said in surprise. This President Qin. Isn't she too beautiful? Chun Fei smiled helplessly. What the hell was going on? Hello, my name is Qin Bingyun. Qin Bingyun extended her hand towards Mao Tianqing gracefully and said with a smile. Nice to meet you. Ilu. Mao Tianqing quickly reached out and shook hands with Qin Bingyun, his face full of flattery. Okay, now that we all know each other, let's go. As Fei Chun spoke, he led everyone out of the hotel. The four of them got in the car together. Fei Chun then remembered an important matter and asked hurriedly. By the way, Si Chun, you haven't told me where you and the other party are going to meet? Just. Ning Siken was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed and he exclaimed, Not good. What's wrong? Fei Chun asked doubtfully. My phone's dead. Ning Siken said with tears in his eyes. I can't contact him. Chun Fei was speechless. So what do we do now? Mao Tianqing was also a little panicked. Don't be impatient. Let me think about it. Ning Siken frowned and tried hard to recall. I remember. He seemed to have said that he was right there. Chun Fei and Mao Tianqing asked in unison. Ning Siken suddenly raised his head. His eyes lit up and said, I remember now. He's at the night bar over on Chaoyan Road. Night bar. When they heard the address Ning Siken reported, the expressions of the three people in the car became subtle. Si Chun, are you sure you want to go to that kind of place to meet your online friend? Fei Chun frowned, his tone filled with uncertainty. He never imagined that the meeting place Ning Siken mentioned would be a place like the night bar. Not to mention that it's not even night yet, and the bar hasn't opened yet. Even at night, the mixed environment was not suitable for two girls. Who still meets in a bar these days? Mao Tianqing couldn't help but complain. Could this guy be a liar? No way. No way. Ning Siken was also a little panicked. She just thought that the netizen was witty and humorous, and he looked sunny and handsome in the photo, so she agreed to meet him. Besides, the customs of the people abroad are really open-minded, so I didn't think there was anything wrong when we made the appointment. But now, hearing everyone say this, she felt a little uncomfortable. Si Chun, does Grandpa Ning know that you're back? Qin Bingyun asked worriedly. Ning Sichun's expression changed when he heard the words Grandpa Ning. He quickly covered Qin Bingyun's mouth and said with an evasive look, Oh, Sister Bingyun, please stop asking so many questions. I've already promised him, so I can't just stand him up, right? Chapter 167 Uremia. Seeing her like this, Qin Bingyun and Chun Fei had nothing to understand. This person must have sneaked back without saying anything. Qin Bingyun just felt that Ning Siken was really well protected by his family and had no guard at all. Okay, since you've made up your mind, let's go with you. Chun Fei made the final decision. But before that, we have to go change our clothes. As Fei Chun spoke, his eyes fell on the dresses that Qin Bingyun and Ning Siken were wearing, which made it difficult for them to move around in. 20 minutes later, Fei Chun, Qin Bingyun, and Ning Siken appeared in a high-end women's clothing store. Two beauties, take your pick. It's my treat today, Chun Fei said proudly. Qin Bingyun and Ning Siken looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Ning Sichen's opinion of Chun Fei had changed a little at this point, and they were no longer as confrontational as they were at the beginning. While Qin Bingyun and Ning Siken went to the fitting room to change clothes, Chun Fei and Mao Tianqing sat on the sofa in the rest area. Tianqing, you can tell me now, Fei Chun asked, obviously still remembering him. Hearing Chun Fei's question, Mao Tianqing's originally relaxed expression suddenly darkened, and his tone was full of helplessness and bitterness. Oh, don't mention it. I used to be a programmer in a foreign company, but the company downsized and I was laid off. Later, Guan Yonglong said his company was hiring, so I went. I was hired as a salesperson. Mao Tianqing frowned slightly. He's the manager of that company, and he keeps telling everyone in the company that I'm his old classmate, making everyone think I got in through the back door. Chun Fei didn't say anything. After hearing this, he understood Guan Yonglong's character. He definitely didn't think he could help Mao Tianqing. He just wanted to enjoy the admiration of others. Besides, that company is a blood-sucking company. I have to work overtime until late every night, but the salary is pitifully low. My wife is sick again and needs a lot of medical expenses. I really can't do anything about it. Having said this, Mao Tianqing lowered his voice, as if he was afraid of being heard. Your wife? What happened to her? Chun Fei asked with concern. He knew that Guan Yonglong had a girlfriend in college, but he didn't know if she was the one he was going to marry. She, when Mao Tiancheng said this, his voice suddenly choked up and his eyes gradually turned red. She has uremia and needs a kidney transplant, but the cost of surgery and subsequent treatment is an astronomical figure for U.S. When Mao Tiancheng said this, he could no longer hold back and covered his face with his hands, his shoulders trembling slightly. Fei Chun could feel his pain and despair, the feeling of powerlessness at the moment. It was just like when he was running around for his mother's medical expenses. It was suffocating. After a long while, Mao Tiancheng raised his head, wiped away his tears with the back of his hand, and tried hard to force a smile. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's all tears. But you, Fei Chun, have you been doing well these years? Chun Fei felt uncomfortable when he saw Mao Tiancheng forcing a smile. He nodded and said, I'm fine. I'm working as a doctor now. Doctor? You're really good. You become a doctor. When Mao Tiancheng heard about Chun Fei's recent situation, he was stunned for a moment, and then he was happy for him. I told you that since you had such good grades back then, you'll definitely have a bright future. Chun Fei smiled and said nothing. His grades were indeed good back then, but a series of misfortunes later forced him to give up his studies. If he hadn't inherited the legacy of the medical saint and met Qin Bingyan, he is probably in the same situation as him now. Mao Tiancheng thought that he might lose his job because of him. Chun Fei felt a little guilty. He wanted to ask him if he needed help, but he swallowed the words back. After all, he and Mao Tiancheng are just old classmates who have reunited, and some things need to be done slowly. Besides, even if he offered to help, he was afraid that Mao Tiancheng would think too much. At this moment, a sudden flash of inspiration came to Fei Chen's mind, and he thought of Shinnong Company. Yes, how could I have forgotten about this? Shinnong Company is short of staff now. With Mao Tiancheng's ability, there will be no problem for him to go there. Thinking of this, Fei Chen felt much more relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face again. He decided to find a suitable opportunity to bring up this matter with Mao Tiancheng later. However, before that, he had to ask about the situation on by Mu Yun's side to see if there was a position suitable for Mao Tiancheng. By the way, I wonder how things are going with Wan Wan and Su Jitong. Chun Fei pondered in his heart. Just as Fei Chen was daydreaming, Qin Bingyun and Ning Sikhen walked out of the fitting room. Qin Bingyun chose a purple slim chiffon shirt with a slightly curled collar, which set off her fair and slender neck and exuded an elegant and intellectual aura. She wore a pair of black high-waisted suit pants and a pair of black high heels, showing off her perfect body proportions. Ning Sikhen wore a pink sweater, light blue jeans, and a pair of white sneakers, looking youthful, beautiful, and full of energy. The two of them standing together, one is elegant and noble, the other is fresh and sweet. Each has its own merits and is very pleasing to the eye. How is it? Not bad, right? Qin Bingyun walked up to Fei Chun, slightly turned sideways, and asked with a smile. Well, you look good in anything. Fei Chun smiled and nodded. Let's go and pay the bill. Fei Chun asked the salesgirl to pack up the dresses the two of them had changed out of, and then went to the front desk to check out. Seeing Fei Chun swiping out hundreds of thousands of dollars without blinking, Mao Tiancheng, who was sitting next to him, had a hint of envy in his eyes. But he quickly covered it up. Call. Mao Tiancheng sighed secretly in his heart, remembering that he had seen Chun Fei swipe 300,000 without blinking an eye in the hotel before. He almost couldn't help but ask Chun Fei to borrow money. Fortunately, reason overcame impulse in the end, and he did not speak in the end. After all, he and Fei Chun haven't seen each other for many years. Who knows how he is doing now? What if he is just pretending to be rich? Wouldn't I embarrass him? Let's go, it's time for us to go over there. After paying the bill, Fei Chun said to Mao Tiancheng, Good. Mao Tiancheng nodded and followed Fei Chun out of the women's clothing store. This time, the four of them didn't turn and went straight to the night bar. Night bar, a famous den of extravagance in Jiangdu City, is a place of decadence, debauchery, and feasting, emptying the pockets of countless rich kids. It was getting dark at this time, and there were almost no people in the bar. There was no loud music, only a few waiters standing or sitting lazily, scrolling through their phones boredly. The boss was a little surprised to see 4 people coming in. He didn't expect someone to come to the bar so early. However, the boss was the boss after all. He put on a smile and quickly called the waiter over and arranged a booth for the 4 of them. Chapter 168, Not Like a Good Person. Boss, what would you like to drink? The boss asked with a smile, handing over the drink menu. A dozen beers first, and the rest will be ordered later. Mao Tiancheng spoke first, Obviously, he had to attend social events frequently. The boss responded and turned to make arrangements. By the way, Miss Ning, what time did you meet with the other party? Fei Chen turned and asked Ning Siken. Ning Siken took out his phone, glanced at it, and said, 8 o'clock. Chun Fei glanced at the time and said, there's still about an hour left. No rush, just wait a little longer. Ning Siken nodded, then handed the phone to Chun Fei and Qin Bingyun. This is his photo. Chun Fei took the phone and took a look. The man in the photo was about 25 or 26 years old. She has dyed brown curly hair, wears a floral shirt, and her skin looks very white. He has a bit of a pretty boy vibe, but with a frivolous smile on his face, he doesn't give people a favorable impression. This kid doesn't look like a good guy at first glance. Chun Fei handed the phone to Qin Bingyun and said lightly. Qin Bingyun just glanced at it lightly and returned the phone to Ning Siken without discouraging her sister. Brother Fei, don't say that about me. We haven't even met yet. How do you know I'm not a good person? Mao Tianqing defended the man in the photo, although he himself felt that the man in the photo was not very reliable. You can only judge a person by his appearance, not his heart, Lao Mao. Fei Chen looked at him and said meaningfully. Mao Tianqing wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Chun Fei. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's drink. After saying that, Fei Chen picked up a bottle of beer, raised it towards Mao Tianqing, and then tilted his head back and took a sip. Seeing this, Mao Tianqing also picked up the bottle and clinked it with Chun Fei. Snored. Ning Siken turned his head away and angrily ignored Chun Fei, obviously very dissatisfied with Chun Fei's comments on his online love partner. She moved her butt and leaned on Qin Bingyun's shoulder, swiping the screen of her mobile phone from time to time. From time to time, when she received a message, a sweet smile appeared on her lips, and her fingers tapped on the screen quickly to reply to the message. Time passed quickly, and more people came into the bar. The loud music gradually drowned out the sounds of people talking. Under the dim lights, men and women twisted their bodies wildly on the dance floor, releasing stress. It's 7:50. Chun Fei checked the time and said to Ning Siken. Ning Siken said, without looking up, still immersed in the world of his mobile phone. At 7:55, Ning Siken stood up suddenly as if he had been electrocuted and said to Fei Chun, he's here. What? Chun Fei scratched his ears, wondering if he had heard it wrongly. I said he's here. Ning Siken raised his voice and repeated it again. Oh, where is it? Chun Fei finally reacted and quickly stood up, following Ning Sichen's gaze towards the bar entrance. I saw a few men and women dressed in fancy clothes walking in, talking and laughing. One of the women, who was wearing revealing clothes, even deliberately cast a flirtatious glance at Fei Chun. Chun Fei suddenly felt nauseous and quickly looked away. Not them. Ning Siken shook his head. I'll wait a little longer. It should be soon. A few minutes later, there was still no sign of the person suspected to be Ning Sichen's online love interest at the bar entrance. How about you ask him where he is? Qin Bingyun suggested. Good. Ning Siken nodded, edited a WeChat message, and sent it. Soon, the other party replied. Ning Sichen's expression suddenly changed after reading the message. What's wrong? Seeing this, Fei Chen asked hurriedly. I'll go out and pick him up. Ning Siken didn't answer Chun Fei's question. After saying that, he hurried towards the door of the bar. Mysterious. Chun Fei looked at Ning Sichen's back and muttered. Qin Bingyun glanced at Chun Fei indifferently without saying a word, but her eyes revealed a hint of worry. Time passed minute by minute. 5 minutes later, Ning Siken still hadn't returned. How about I go out and take a look? Qin Bingyun was getting restless. Could something have happened? Wait a little longer. Although Chun Fei was a little worried, he remained relatively calm. 2 minutes later, Ning Siken finally came back, but her eyes were red, as if she had just cried. What's going on? Chun Fei and Qin Bingyun asked in unison, their tone full of worry. Ning Siken took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and then slowly spoke. I just went out and saw him. What happened to him? Did he bully you? Mao Tianqing asked. Ning Siken took a deep breath and said, I saw him. He was hugging a woman. The woman was pregnant and looked like she was about to give birth. What? Chun Fei and Mao Tianqing were stunned. They never expected that things would turn out like this. So, what are you going to do then? Qin Bingyun asked. Ning Siken finally couldn't hold back her tears, and she spoke with a sob. Why did he lie to me? Don't cry. Don't cry. This scumbag is not worth your tears. Qin Bingyun hugged Ning Siken with heartache and comforted him softly. How about this? You send him a message and call him over for a face-to-face confrontation. Fei Chen thought for a moment and suggested. After all, since I'm here, I really don't want to leave without knowing the reason. Yes, ask first. Qin Bingyan also agreed. Qin Bingyan also agreed. Yes, Si Chun, go, and ask clearly. Even if it's for your own sake, you can't just let it go like this. Ning Sikin hesitated for a moment. She actually didn't want to face the man, but thinking that she had come all the way here, she had to find out the situation, right? Then I'll send him a message and ask him to come over. Okay, let's do it. Fei Chen nodded. Ning Sikin took a deep breath, calmed himself down, edited a text message, and sent it. Soon, the other party replied. Ning Sikin finished reading the message and said calmly, he said he'll be here soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a tall, stylishly dressed young man walking towards their booth. The first time a man saw Qin Bingyun, a look of amazement flashed in his eyes, and this look of amazement naturally did not escape Chen Fei's eyes. He frowned in dissatisfaction. He calmly hugged Qin Bingyun towards him, and then the man came to his senses and looked at Ning Sikin again. You are Ning Sikin? The man asked tentatively. Ning Sikin nodded and looked the man up and down. I don't know why, after seeing the real person. Chapter 169, Don't Forget Business. Ning Sikin no longer had the same excited feeling as before. She even smelled a strong scent of perfume from the man. This perfume smells obviously not from a man. You are Wu Zhangqiu? Ning Sikin asked. Yes, it's me. The man nodded and sat down next to Ning Sikin with a familiar smile on his face. Just call me Ah Chu. Ning Sikin subconsciously moved to the side and said with a frown. Why? Why do you smell like perfume? Ah Chu was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile. Oh, you talking about this? I just bumped into a woman on my way here, and her perfume sprayed on me. Oh, although Ning Sikin said that he believed it, he became more suspicious in his heart. Seeing Wu Zhangqiu sitting closer and closer to him, Ning Sichin's eyes were full of annoyance. She moved to the side, but found that there was nowhere to hide. Finally, Fei Chen couldn't stand it anymore. He put down his wine glass and said directly, Si Chun, let's switch seats. I want to talk to Brother Zhangqiu. Ning Sikin was overjoyed and immediately stood up and changed seats with Chen Fei. Thank you, you are so generous. Chen Fei said with a smile, deliberately emphasizing the three words, you are generous. Ning Sikin rolled his eyes at him. After saying that, Ning Sikin sat next to Qin Bingyun and started chatting with her in private. Wu Zhangqiu was originally dissatisfied when he saw Ning Sikin bringing so many people. Now that Fei Chun had come to disturb him, his face immediately darkened, but it wasn't very noticeable in the dim bar. Wu Zhangqiu came here today to do good things. But looking at the obstacles in front of him, he knew that he would not be able to succeed unless he knocked down the two men. But he took a look at Ning Sikin and Qin Bingyun and thought, I've made a profit today. These two women are both top-notch. Then he looked at Mao Tiancheng, who was already drunk. Wu Zhangqiu didn't take him seriously, so his only target now was Chen Fei. Even though Chen Fei had just drunk a lot with Mao Tiancheng. But now he still looks unchanged. After all, he's a doctor. He gave himself 2 injections, and the alcohol was gone. Brother Zhangqiu, right? Come, I'll toast you a glass. Chen Fei picked up the wine glass and looked at Wu Zhangqiu with a smile. Wu Zhangqiu raised his wine glass with a forced smile, clinked it with Chen Fei's, then tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Brother Zhangqiu has a good alcohol tolerance. Fade, Chen exclaimed in admiration. It's just average, not as good as you, brother. Wu Zhangqiu said in a sarcastic tone. No matter what, we are all friends. Come, let's have another drink. As Fei Chen spoke, he was about to pour some wine for Wu Zhangqiu. In this way, you drink a cup and I drink a cup, and several rounds go by. Wu Zhangqiu's tongue had become tied, and he couldn't speak clearly. But Chen Fei acted as if nothing had happened. His face was not red, and his heart was not beating fast. Qin Bingyun sat aside, watching the scene in front of her, her eyebrows slightly frowned. Gently pulling at the corner of Fei Chen's clothes, he whispered a reminder, don't forget the important things. Fei Chen turned his head and glanced at Qin Bingyun, a sly smile on his face. His eyes seemed to say, don't worry, everything is under control. Brother Zhangqiu, we are both men, so I'll be frank. Are you married? Wu Zhangqiu was already drunk, and his mind was completely confused. When he heard Chen Fei's question, he answered subconsciously without thinking. Married? The voice was very soft, and coupled with the loud music in the bar, No one else heard it except Chun Fei, who was standing nearby. However, Ning Siken had been paying attention to the situation here, so she heard it clearly. She was already angry about Wu Zhengchu's deception, and after hearing these words, she was immediately furious. Bang! Ning Siken stood up suddenly, picked up the wine glass in front of him, and poured it all over Wu Zhengchu's face. You're a liar. The sudden change stunned everyone present. The wine flowed down Wu Zhengchu's hair. He shuddered and sobered up a little. He looked at the angry Ning Siken in front of him with a confused look on his face. You, what are you doing? What? I told you to lie. Ning Siken glared at Wu Zhengchu. You said you weren't married, and you said you were... Having said this, Ning Sichen's voice stopped abruptly, realizing that he almost let the cat out of the bag. Wu Zhengchu also reacted at this time. Looking at Ning Sichen's ashamed and angry expression, his heart suddenly burned with anger. You stinky bitch, how dare you spill wine on me? He roared angrily and actually wanted to jump over Chun Fei and hit Ning Siken. However, how could Chun Fei, who was sitting next to him, let him succeed? Chun Fei was quick-witted and grabbed Wu Zhengchu's arm, pulled it hard, and pushed him back onto the sofa. Brother Zhengchu, if you've had too much to drink, stop talking. Chun Fei looked at Wu Zhengchu with a half-smile, a cold glint in his eyes. Wu Zhengchu was a little confused by Chun Fei's words, but seeing Ning Siken standing there, he became angry and struggled to get up. You let me go. I want to teach this bitch a lesson. Teach me a lesson? Don't you even look at your own character? Ning Siken was not someone to be trifled with. He immediately stood up, pointed at Wu Zhengchu's nose and cursed. You liar, scumbag. You. Stop talking. Seeing Ning Siken still chattering, Wu Zhengchu suddenly shouted and interrupted Ning Siken. He stood up suddenly and kicked the coffee table in front of him. He suddenly kicked over the coffee table, and wine bottles and glasses fell to the ground with a crackling sound. The sudden change made the entire bar quiet in an instant. Everyone stared at this side in amazement, not knowing what was going on. This scene also frightened Ning Siken, and she subconsciously took a step back. He stared at Wu Zhengchu with fear, as if he were some kind of monster. You, what do you want to do? Ning Sichen's voice was trembling. Wu Zhengchu was suppressed by Chun Fei. He had drunk a lot to begin with, and the alcohol rushed directly to his head, causing him to curse. You stinky bitch, just wait for me. After I deal with this guy, I'll deal with you. Perhaps he heard Wu Zhengchu's roar. Just then, a woman with a big belly walked in. She was wearing a loose floral dress and had delicate makeup on her face. Only now, that carefully painted face was filled with anxiety and anger. Chun Fei and the other two didn't recognize her, but Ning Siken did. Wasn't she the woman she saw hugging Wu Zhengchu outside that day? As soon as the woman entered the room, she saw her husband being pressed down on the sofa, and she immediately became furious. Chapter 170 Card or Cash. Without caring about anything else, he rushed over in his flat shoes, ready to slap Chun Fei. Who are you? How dare you lay hands on my husband? Seeing that the other person was a pregnant woman, Chun Fei did not dare to use too much force. He just dodged to the side, grabbed the woman's wrist, and with a light pull, he controlled the woman. Ma'am, please calm down. I just want to talk to your husband. Fei Chun said in a calm tone. Talk? What are you talking about? Let me go, or I'll ask my husband to beat you to death. The woman struggled, but couldn't break free from Fei Chen's grip. This gave Wu Zhengchu the opportunity to break free. He didn't care whether he was Chun Fei's opponent or not. He raised his fist at Chun Fei. If you dare to touch my wife, I'll kill you. Seeing this, Qin Bingyun pulled Ning Siken aside. Are we just going to watch? Do you want some help? Ning Siken looked at the two people fighting and asked with some concern. Qin Bingyun shook her head. No need, Fei Chun can handle it. Qin Bingyun, who had seen Chun Fei take action, was naturally not worried. Although Wu Zhengchu looks fierce, he is obviously a good-for-nothing. How can he be a match for Fei Chen? Sure enough, Chun Fei felt that the woman was quite pitiful and worried that she had been deceived by Wu Zhengchu, so he let go of her hand. The woman almost lost her balance, her body tilted, and she was about to fall. Careful! Ning Siken screamed and subconsciously wanted to help, but it was too late. The woman finally fell to the ground, holding her stomach and groaning in pain. Wu Zhengchu acted as if he didn't see it. It was obvious that what he said just now about beating Chun Fei for his wife was also fake. He continued to punch and kick Chun Fei, cursing at him. If you dare to touch my wife, I will make you leave lying down today. Chun Fei originally wanted to show some mercy, but when he saw Wu Zhengqu's expression, he immediately became angry. Since you're looking for death, don't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, Fei Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. He moved as fast as lightning, grabbed Wu Zhengqu's fist, and twisted it hard. With a crisp click sound, Wu Zhengqu's arm was directly removed by Chun Fei. Ah! Wu Zhengqu let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered and rolled on the ground with his arms hugged. When the other people in the bar saw this scene, they were so frightened that they fell silent and dared not make a sound. Chun Fei clapped his hands, looked down at Wu Zhengqu, who was lying on the ground wailing, and said in a cold voice, "I'll teach you a lesson today. Don't let me know you're deceiving a little girl again." After saying that, Fei Chen didn't even look at Wu Zhengqu lying on the ground, and turned to walk to Qin Bingyun and Ning Siken. "Let's go." Ning Sichen's gaze towards Fei Chen was filled with complex emotions, including gratitude, surprise, and a hint of admiration. Chun Fei ignored Wu Zhengqu, who was wailing on the ground, and turned to leave with the three of them. At this moment, a man with a beer belly and a bald head ran out in a hurry. He is the owner of this bar. His surname is Xiang, and he is known as Fatty Xiang. When Fatty Xiang saw the three people standing at the door, especially when he saw Wu Zhengqu lying on the ground and the woman wailing with her hands on her stomach, his face suddenly became uglier than pig liver. "Hey, gentlemen, what's going on? Why are you causing a commotion here? Why can't you just talk it out calmly? Why do you have to resort to violence? It's so damaging." While speaking politely to the fat man, he nodded and bowed to Chun Fei and the others. "Boss Yang, you came at the perfect time. This guy broke my arm and injured my wife. You have to take charge of this matter for me." When Wu Zhengqu saw Fatty Xiang coming, he immediately started howling at the top of his lungs. When Fatty Xiang heard this, his heart skipped a beat. I thought to myself that this guy was too cruel. He even broke the man's arm. The medical expenses would probably be huge. However, he had been hanging around this street for many years and was quite adept at reading people's expressions. He could tell at a glance that Chun Fei and the other two had extraordinary demeanors, especially that cold and beautiful woman, who made him feel wary and thought she was not someone to be trifled with. His eyes rolled, a smile spread across his face, and he spoke to Wu Zhengqu. "Brother Wu, what are you talking about? We're old acquaintances. How could I possibly cheat you? You're clearly in the wrong in this matter. How could you hit someone like that?" Wu Zhengqu was choked by Fatty Xiang's words and was speechless. He could only stare blankly, angry but not daring to say anything. He knew in his heart that Fatty Xiang was clearly favoring the other party, so he had to think of a way. Seeing that Wu Zhengqu stopped talking, Fatty Xiang smiled and took out a list from his pocket, handed it to Wu Zhengqu, and said, "Brother Wu, look, this is tonight's bill. It's 583,000. I'll round off the rest for you. Do you want cash or card?" When Wu Zhengqu heard this, he almost jumped up on the spot. He pointed at the fat man and cursed. "Fatty Xiang, are you fucking crazy? You dare ask me for 580,000 for just this little stuff? Why don't you just rob a bank?" Fatty Xiang was not angry and spoke slowly. "Brother Wu, you can't say that. I'm a small business, and I don't cheat anyone. The prices are clearly marked. If you don't believe me, just look for yourself." Wu Zhengqu snatched the bill and saw that it was filled with damaged tables and chairs, each of which was ridiculously expensive. He usually comes here to spend only a few hundred yuan at most, but today they want him to spend 580,000 yuan. Isn't this obviously extortion? I'm telling you, Fatty Xiang, don't think I don't know what tricks you're playing. I won't give you a cent of this money today. Wu Zhengqu angrily threw the bill at Fatty Xiang's face and turned around to run away. "Want to leave? It's not that easy." He sneered at the fat man and winked at the two burly security guards behind him. The two security guards immediately understood and blocked Wu Zhengqu's way on the left and right. "Brother Wu, if you don't pay the money today, don't blame me for being rude." There was a hint of ruthlessness in the fat man's tone. When Wu Zhengqu saw this, he knew that he was doomed today. His eyes rolled, and he suddenly pointed at Fei Chun and spoke loudly. "It was him. This guy beat me up. If you want money, go ask him." When the fat man heard this, a playful smile appeared on his face. He had long seen that Chun Fei was the leader among these people, but he just pretended to be stupid to see Chun Fei's attitude. Seeing Wu Zhengqu pointing the finger at him, Chun Fei was not angry and said, "Since you said so, let's each have half." After hearing Chun Fei say half for each, Wu Zhengqu and Fong Caoyan became his wives. At the same time, he frowned in dissatisfaction. Chapter 171, Honey Trap. They came here today just to set up a honey trap. How could they not make any money, but also lose it all? This guy is very generous and seems to be a piece of fat meat. Fong Xian suddenly thought of a solution and pinched herself hard. Suddenly, the bright red liquid between the legs slowly flowed out. Ouch! It hurts so much, my child. Fong Xian screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He cried out at the top of his lungs. Husband, save a child, save our child. When Wu Zhengxu saw this, he wanted to give her a look that said she did a good job. He did not forget to hurriedly help Fong Xian, cursing under his breath. It's all your fault. You've ruined my wife and child like this. If you don't pay me 1,000,000 or 800,000 today, I'll never let you go. The crowd began to talk among themselves, and their eyes looked at Chun Fei with a hint of accusation. After all, killing 2 people is no small matter, and this young man was too cruel. Fatty Xiang stood aside, observing all this calmly. He had seen many scoundrels like Wu Zhengxu and his wife, and he knew in his heart that this was probably another play directed and acted by them. However, he didn't want to meddle in other people's business. After all, less trouble is worse than more. As long as he could get the money, everything else would be easy. Chun Fei looked at the 2 people crying and wailing on the ground, with a sneer on his face. He could tell at a glance that the blood under the woman's legs was fake. Looking at the increasingly glaring red pool under Fong Xian, the people around began to talk, and the timid ones even turned their heads away. This guy is too cruel. This could cost someone their life. That's right. You look so young. How come you don't know how to be gentle with women? Oh, what a sin. This child died before he was even born. There was even a kind-hearted young man in the crowd who took out his cell phone and called 120. Ning Sikin was also shocked by this sudden change, although she had a spoiled personality. But after all, he was kind-hearted and had never seen such a scene before, so he was a little at a loss for a moment. Ning Sikin looked at Qin Bingyun, wanted to ask her what to do. Qin Bingyun was as steady as a rock. She had experienced many ups and downs, so she would not be fooled by such a clumsy performance. She patted Ning Sichin's hand gently, signaling her to be patient. Don't worry, the matter has not been clarified yet. We are not short of money, but we can't let this kind of people get away with it. Qin Bingyun whispered in her ear. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion at the door of the bar. A group of thugs holding steel pipes rushed in aggressively. The leader was a burly, bald man with a face full of flesh. Fuck, who the hell dares to cause trouble on my territory? The bald man kicked over a table with a loud bang like a bell, making the whole bar buzz. When Wu Zhengxu, who was originally supporting his wife on the ground, saw the person coming, he suddenly became excited. He tumbled and crawled to the bald man, pointed at Chun Fei, and cried out at the top of his lungs. Cousin, you're finally here. It was this guy who beat up my wife and child. You must stand up for us. The bald man is named Wu Bohong. He is a local tyrant in this area and an old acquaintance of Fatty Xiang. He usually likes to hang out in the bars and nightclubs in this area, and he happened to pass by today. When I heard that there was no movement in the bar, I came in to see what was going on, but I didn't expect to see this scene. Damn it. You dare to touch my brother, Wu Bohong? I think you are tired of living. When Fatty Xiang saw Wu Bohong's posture, he was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He never imagined that the wretched-looking Wu Zhengxu was actually Wu Bohong's younger brother. This has really stirred up a hornet's nest. He quickly stepped forward, trying to stop Wu Bohong, and said with a smile, Brother Wu, calm down. Let's talk things over. These guys are not ordinary people. Before he could finish his words, he was pushed away by Wu Bohong and almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Fuck you, Fatty Xiang. I treat you like a brother, and you actually helped outsiders bully my people. Wu Bohong's eyes were as big as copper bells, and his saliva sprayed onto Fatty Xiang's face. Fatty Xiang originally wanted to keep things quiet. After all, life is not easy for anyone these days, and he would rather avoid offending such a local tyrant if possible. But Wu Bohong's action made him furious. What does it mean to help outsiders? He clearly wanted to help these people solve their problems. Brother Wu, what are you saying? When did I ever help an outsider? I'm not afraid of you. Fatty wanted to explain, but was interrupted impatiently by Wu Bohong. What the hell are you afraid of? I'm making this clear today. No one can leave without an explanation for what happened today. Wu Bohong waved his hand, and the hooligans behind him suddenly became more arrogant. They waved the steel pipes in their hands and surrounded Chun Fei and others. The atmosphere in the bar suddenly became tense, and many timid guests had already sneaked away for fear of getting into trouble. Seeing that Wu Buohong was about to lead his men to charge, Chun Fei asked lazily, "Do you know Nyehatong?" Wu Buohong was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Nyehatong? Who the hell are you trying to scare? He's a figure on par with our boss. How could I possibly know him?" Fei Chen didn't get angry and continued. "We're Gong Fei and Ji Mingwei. You should know one of them, right?" Hearing this, the smile on Wu Buohong's face gradually froze, and he looked at Chun Fei with a look of surprise and doubt. How'd he know these names? Who is this kid? A sense of uneasiness suddenly welled up in Wu Buohong's heart. But he quickly suppressed this uneasiness, thinking that this kid must be playing tricks. "Kid, stop talking nonsense here. Do you think you can scare me by just saying a few names?" Wu Buohong roared fiercely but weakly. The hooligans behind him also joined in the commotion, trying to overwhelm Chun Fei with their momentum. "Brother, stop talking nonsense with this guy and just beat him up. That's right, you dare to act wildly on our territory. You must be tired of living." Qin Bingyun and Ning Sikhen were also confused by Chun Fei's actions. They originally thought that Fei Chun would reveal the identity of the Qin family, but unexpectedly he suddenly reported a bunch of unfamiliar names. "What is this doing?" They were about to ask, but were stopped by Chun Fei's look. Chun Fei naturally noticed Wu Buohong's momentary hesitation when he heard the name Gong Feian. He already had a plan in mind. Then he picked up his phone, dialed a number, and pressed the speakerphone button. "Hello." A deep voice came from the other end of the line. "Boss Gong, I'm Fei Chun." Fei Chun said lightly. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became respectful. "Dr. Chun, is there anything wrong?" Chapter 172, Bloodbag. "I'm having a little trouble here. There's a guy named Wu Buohong who's said to be your subordinate. Do you know him?" As Chun Fei spoke, he observed Wu Buohong's reaction. "Wu Buohong?" The voice on the other end of the phone sounded a little confused. "I don't know him, but I can ask." As Gong Feian said this, he kicked the younger brother next to him on the butt. "Who is Wu Buohong, and where is he from?" "Boss, Wu Buohong is in charge of the Wutong Street area. He has dozens of brothers under him, and they're quite capable." Before the younger brother could finish his words, Gong Feian slapped him on the head. "Which of your fucking words is the point? Is that what I'm asking? What I'm asking is what his relationship with Dr. Chun is." "Yes, yes, yes." The younger brother responded timidly. There was no response from Gong Feian for a long time, and the air seemed to be frozen. Cold sweat broke out on Wu Buohong's forehead, and his hand holding the steel pipe began to tremble slightly. The thugs behind him were also silent, not daring to make a sound. Beep! Suddenly, the ringing of a cell phone broke the silence in the bar. Gong Feian trembled all over and hurriedly took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket. When he saw the three words Gu Jingya on the screen, his face turned pale instantly. "Who is Gu Jingya?" "He is the top man under Gong Feian." Gong Feian answered the phone tremblingly. Just as he was about to explain, he heard an unfamiliar deep male voice on the other end of the phone, filled with anger. He started to curse at him. "Are you a fucking idiot? Who gave you the guts to mess with Dr. Chun?" Gong Feian was stunned. This voice wasn't Gu Jingya's? Could it be? Before he could react, the voice on the other end of the phone continued to roar like a volcano erupting. "Are you fucking deaf? I'm telling you, Dr. Chun is..." The voice suddenly paused here, as if realizing that it had let something slip, so it changed the subject and threatened viciously. "Just wait for me. I'll be right there." Bang! The call was hung up mercilessly. Wu Buohong was holding the phone, completely dumbfounded. Although he didn't know who was on the other end of the phone, he could use Gu Jingye's phone to call himself. He can still scold me like this. The other party's status is definitely higher than my boss. What's even more terrifying is that the other party actually called the young man Dr. Chun. Could it be? Could it be that he is the one? Wu Buohong didn't dare to think any further, because he could already feel a chill running from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. At this moment, everyone in the bar heard the angry cursing coming from the other end of the phone, including Qin Bingyun and Ning Sikhen. They looked at Chun Fei in surprise, their hearts full of doubts. Who is this guy? The same angry curses were heard from Chun Fei's phone. Obviously, Gong Feian was using his younger brother's mobile phone, so the sound came directly through the two phones. Gong Feian took a deep breath, tried to stay calm, and spoke respectfully into the phone. "Dr. Chun, please wait a moment. I'll be right there." Fei Chun responded calmly. After hearing Chun Fei's response, Gong Feian dared to hang up the phone. After dealing with Wu Buohong's matter, Chun Fei squatted next to the pregnant woman, Fong Xilian. He said he was a doctor and asked if she needed help. At this time, Wu Buohong and Fong Xiaoyan also knew that they had offended a powerful person. Didn't you see that their cousin didn't dare move? Fong Xiaoyan said tremblingly. That's fake. Then he reached into his stomach and took out a blood bag from his clothes in full view of everyone. Seeing this, the onlookers also realized that these people wanted to blackmail others and condemn them. I told you, no one bleeds that much during a miscarriage. Go on, act. That's right. They're blackmailing people, and they're even blackmailing doctors. Aren't they afraid of retribution? Alas, young people nowadays will do anything for money. Gong Fan arrived quickly and saw Wu Buohong standing in front of him with several thugs following him. The younger brother behind him immediately came forward and pushed the crowd aside. What the hell are you looking at? Disperse. Fei Chen stood up, took out a tissue from the broken coffee table, and wiped his hands. Gong Fan immediately came to Chun Fei, politely shook Chun Fei's hand, and said with a nod, Dr. Chun, I'm sorry I'm late and have caused you trouble. Fei Chen didn't bother to be polite and said directly, That's your man. Thank you for your hard work. After saying that, Fei Chen looked at the trembling Fatty Xiang again, took the bill from his hand, and signed his name, which was obviously half of the compensation. After seeing this, Gong Fan came over immediately, took the bill from the boss's hand, and said, Dr. Chun, how can I let you pay for this? If this gets out to others, where will I, Gong Fan, put my face? He nodded and bowed to the fat man. Yes, it was that brat Wu Buohong who broke it. He can ask me for the money later. You can't sign the bill. However, Fei Chen knew that he was also wrong in this matter, so he resolutely handed the bill to Fatty Xiang. He said, My friend is also responsible for what happened today. It's only natural that I should pay the money. Don't argue with me. He glanced at the fat man, Gong Fan, and seeing him wink at him, he nodded quickly, took the bill, and said, Okay then, I'll obey your orders. Thank you, Dr. Chun. Thank you, Dr. Chun. Chun Fei nodded to Gong Fan. Thank you, Boss Gong, for coming to the rescue. We'll be leaving now. Gong Fan naturally agreed and followed Chun Fei and his group to send them outside. At the end, he did not forget to glare at Wu Buohong, and his eyes seemed to say, I will settle the score with you later. After leaving the bar, Chun Fei, Qin Bingyun, Ning Siken, and Mao Tianqing walked side by side. The three of them looked at Chun Fei curiously, waiting for him to explain how he knew a big shot like Gong Fan. Chun Fei felt uncomfortable being stared at by them and couldn't help but speak. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not a monster. Ning Siken chuckled and said, Fei Chun, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us how you got to know Gong Fan. Chun Fei thought about it and asked after thinking about how the group of people hadn't eaten anything late at night. How about this? Let's find a place to eat and talk. Ning Siken was the first to speak out in order to thank several people for their help. Let's go to the Selden Hotel. It's my treat. Qin Bingyun also agreed, saying, Well, let her spend some money today. Mao Tianqing also joined in the fun. That's right. Chapter 173, The Sucker. Fei Chun shook his head helplessly. It seemed that Miss Ning was about to bleed. The group came to the Selden Hotel, chatting and laughing, and asked for a luxury box. After everyone sat down, Ning Siken picked up the menu and said with great pride, Order whatever you want. After saying that, she danced her slender fingers across the menu and ordered more than a dozen expensive dishes in a row, leaving Chun Fei and Mao Tianqing stunned. Mao Tianqing couldn't help swallowing and muttered softly, My goodness, this meal must have cost me half a year's salary, right? Seeing this, Qin Bingyun covered her mouth and chuckled, explaining, You two can eat without worry. This hotel belongs to Miss Ning. There's no need to be polite to her. Ning Siken also smiled and said, Yes, I'm happy today, so don't save money for me. As she said this, she continued to order food. Fei Chen quickly stopped him, saying, That's enough. If you order any more, we won't be able to finish it. Ning Siken finally gave up and said to the attendant beside him, These are enough for now. We can add more if it's not enough. The waiter responded respectfully and retreated with the menu. When only the four of them were left in the box, Ning Siken and Mao Tianqing looked at Chun Fei curiously again and asked, Chun Fei, please tell us something. Fei Chen smiled helplessly and explained simply, It's nothing, actually. I helped him out during the free clinic at the TCM Exchange Conference last time, and we got to know each other after a few visits. Ning Siken was a little surprised when he heard this, but knowing that he was a doctor and that he had just returned to China, it was still within the acceptable range. But Mao Tianqing on the side widened his eyes and exclaimed, Brother Fei, could it be you, Dr. Chun, the miracle doctor reported on the Jiangdu news section a while ago? Fei Chen looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Why do you ask that?" Mao Tianqing explained, "Well, you know my wife is ill, so I paid special attention to the medical news in Jiangdu. I saw a report about a young Chinese medicine doctor who cured many difficult and complicated diseases, including the same one my wife had." Mao Tianqing had seen a report about Chun Fei at the time, so he took a leave and took his wife to the free clinic with the mentality of giving it a try. However, when they arrived at the free clinic, they found that the queue stretched several blocks away. They queued for 2 days but still couldn't get Chun Fei's number, so they had no choice but to give up. The answer given by those old doctors is still that a kidney transplant is needed. Having said that, Mao Tianqing slapped his thigh in annoyance and said, "It's all my fault that I didn't see you then. Otherwise, we could have met 2 days earlier." Fei Chen said calmly, "It's okay. I'll go see your wife later." Hearing this, Mao Tianqing almost knelt down to Chun Fei. This was Dr. Chun, the famous doctor in Jiangdu. So many people lined up and asked to see him, but they couldn't get the chance. Now he actually agreed to take the initiative to see his wife, and he was so excited that he was incoherent. "Brother Fei, you really are my brother. You are truly the reincarnation of a living bodhisattva." Just when Mao Tianqing was about to continue praising, his cell phone rang at an inopportune time. The caller ID showed Guan Yongwang. When Mao Tianqing saw the name, he subconsciously wanted to hang up. "This grandson used to treat me like a beast of burden, but now that I have finally resigned, I can just out of sight and out of mind." But for some reason, perhaps it was a conditioned reflex formed from working under him for many years, Mao Tianqing actually pressed the answer button. "Hello, Director Guan. What are your instructions?" Mao Tianqing spoke in a bad tone. Since he had already resigned, he didn't have to act according to his will. He was just about to find an excuse to hang up the phone when he heard Guan Yongwang's arrogant voice coming from the other end of the phone. "Mao Tianqing, is Fei Chen with you? Tell him to get over here right now." Mao Tianqing was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at Chun Fei. Chun Fei gave him a questioning look, indicating that he should ask Guan Yongwang what was going on. Mao Tianqing cleared his throat and said to the other end of the phone, "Manager Guan, what do you want to talk to Brother Fei about?" There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then a sarcastic voice interrupted. "Hey, what's up? Are you climbing up the ladder like a dog? Hurry up and ask Fei Chun to come back and settle the bill for us." Hearing this voice, Chun Fei knew it was Run Lechi without any guessing. He gestured to Mao Tianqing and turned on the speakerphone. "Oh, didn't I already pay the bill when I left?" Chun Fei said with a half smile, his tone hinting at as expected. The box suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. "This? Chun Fei, it's like this, we..." Several students stammered and couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. "Why? You wanted to pay again now? You guys are really interesting." Chun Fei mercilessly exposed their lies. After hearing Chun Fei's words, the box suddenly became quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. The students looked at each other with wonderful expressions on their faces. They even forgot that the phone was still on and started to blame each other. "I told you not to add any more, but you still did. Now you have to pay for it yourself. You're really taking advantage of others." A boy with dyed yellow hair was the first to break the silence, his tone filled with obvious panic and dissatisfaction. "Hey, how can you talk like that? Isn't that all Ning Sini's fault? You didn't even check the prices when you ordered, and now you're eating and dodging." A slightly plump boy immediately retorted, glaring at Ning Sini with a bad look. "Yeah, if Ning Sini hadn't said that Fei Chun is rich now, would we have ordered these expensive dishes without caring about our lives?" Another girl echoed, her tone full of complaints. Being criticized by classmates one after another, Ning Sini's face has become extremely ugly. She bit her lower lip tightly, trying to control the anger in her heart, but she couldn't say a word. Who would have thought that Fei Chen would not play by the rules and would only settle the initial bill? Now they have to pay for the exorbitantly priced drinks they added later out of their own pockets. Thinking of this, Ning Sini felt so regretful. But the situation before her didn't allow her to regret. She bit her lip, suppressed her anger, and humbly said to Chun Fei on the other end of the phone, "Chun Fei, could you please come back again? We've added a few more dishes and wine." Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by a sneer from the other end of the phone. "A little bit more than 100 million? Ning Sini, how can you have the nerve to say that? Do you think I'm a sucker?" There was not a trace of emotion in Chun Fei's voice. Chapter 174 Serious. The box suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Guan Yongwang didn't dare to speak at this time. If it was just AA, he could certainly afford his own share, but he couldn't afford to pay for the whole group. Chun Fei hung up the phone with a sneer. The air in the box froze instantly, and you could hear a pin drop. Rin Lechi's face flushed, and he muttered to himself, "If it's dead, it's dead. Who cares?" But his eyes were wandering, and he obviously lacked confidence. Mao Tianqing angrily slammed his phone on the table. "That's too much." Chun Fei patted Mao Tianqing's shoulder with a relaxed tone. "Okay, it's not worth getting angry with them." Qin Bingyun and Ning Sikin looked at each other and saw obvious misunderstanding in each other's eyes. These young ladies who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths had never seen such a thing before. It was like watching a farce. "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's continue eating." Chun Fei greeted everyone, and the atmosphere became lively again. The next day, when Chun Fei woke up early, Qin Bingyun and the old man had already gone to the company. He packed up briefly and came to the old community according to the address given by Mao Tianqing. The environment of the community is in sharp contrast to the Qin family's magnificent villa area. The walls were mottled, the corridor was dim, and a stale smell filled the air. Chun Fei couldn't help but sigh that life was really not easy. Even someone like Mao Tianqing, who was so high-spirited in college, now has to struggle for food and clothing. Before Fei Chun could knock on the door, Mao Tianqing came out and enthusiastically pulled him into the house. "Brother Fei, you're here. Come in and sit down. I just made some soup. Try it." As Mao Tianqing spoke, he served Chun Fei a bowl of steaming hot soup. Fei Chun took the bowl of soup, and a rich aroma hit his nose, and warmth instantly spread throughout his body. He took a sip and praised, "What a great cook, Tianqing. You made this soup really well." Mao Tianqing smiled naively. "My wife is not in good health, so I usually research some dietary supplements to help her take care of her body." As the two were talking, Mao Tianqing had already deftly poured the soup into the thermos. "Come on, Brother Fei. Let's go now and don't waste time." Fei Chun nodded and followed Mao Tianqing out the door. Along the way, Mao Tianqing kept talking about his wife's illness, his words full of worry and heartache. Chun Fei listened quietly, offering comfort from time to time. The car stopped in front of the first hospital, and Chun Fei followed Mao Tianqing through many twists and turns until he arrived in front of a ward. Before Mao Tianqing knocked on the door, he heard a weak cough coming from inside. Mao Tianqing quickly opened the door, followed closely by Chun Fei. In the ward, a woman was half lying on the bed, covered with a thin quilt. Her face was pale, her lips were chapped, and she was so skinny that she looked like she would fall down at the slightest breeze. The moment he saw this woman, Fei Chen's pupils shrank suddenly, and he could hardly believe his eyes. "Gui Huaixi? Is it really Mao Tianqing's girlfriend from college, Gui Huaixi? How could the girl who was so lively and cheerful with her eyes and eyebrows curved when she smiled become like this now?" Chun Fei still remembered that Mao Tianqing had put in a lot of effort to pursue Gui Huaixi. He wrote love letters, played guitar, and finally organized a confession ceremony that shocked the whole school. Finally, he got the beauty. At that time, they were the most suitable couple in everyone's eyes. However, fate is so cruel. Who could have thought that after not seeing him for a few years, Gui Huaixi would become like this? Perhaps he noticed the movement at the door, and Gui Huaixi turned his head with difficulty. When she saw Chun Fei, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in her originally dull eyes. Chun Fei." She opened her mouth, her voice so hoarse it was almost inaudible. "It's me." Fei Chen walked forward and looked at his former classmate in this state. He felt mixed emotions and said, "Long time no see. It's really you." Gui Huaixi's eyes turned red and tears rolled down the corners of his eyes. "I thought I would never see you again." "Don't be silly." Mao Tianqing quickly held her hand, and his eyes turned red. You'll be fine." After a few brief greetings, the three of them started chatting about their college days. It's just those beautiful and happy memories. In this ward filled with the smell of disinfectant, it seems particularly bitter. After Gui Huaixi's emotions stabilized a little, Fei Chun took the initiative to speak. "Xiao Mao, let me help her." Gui Huaixi was stunned for a moment and looked at Mao Tianqing doubtfully, as if asking when Chun Fei would see the doctor. Mao Tianqing held his wife's hand, gave her a reassuring look, and nodded slightly. Fei Chun moved a chair and sat down beside the bed, gently pulling Gui Huaixi's wrist. Her wrist was as thin as a dead branch. Her skin was dry and almost bloodless. Fei Chun frowned slightly, his fingertips resting on her pulse, a faint breath barely audible. A few minutes later, Fei Chun let go of Gue Huaisi's hand, his face solemn. The situation is worse than I thought. She is in a late stage of renal failure and must get a kidney transplant as soon as possible. Otherwise, Fei Chun didn't continue speaking, but the three people in the room understood what he meant. For a moment, the ward was silent. Only the sound of Gue Huaisi's weak breathing and the sound of car horns coming from outside the window intertwined together, making the situation even more depressing. Just then, the door of the ward was pushed open, and a doctor in a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses walked in. He glanced at Gue Huaisi lying on the hospital bed, then at Mao Tiancheng, and spoke in a formal tone. "Are you the patient's family member? It's time to pay the hospital bills." Gue Huaisi didn't know that her husband was unemployed, but he also understood that because of his illness, the family savings had long been used up, and they even owed a lot of foreign debt. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Mao Tiancheng held her hand tightly. "Doctor, can you give me a few more days? I can get the money together soon." Mao Tiancheng's face flushed, and there was pleading in his voice. The doctor pushed his glasses up, his tone a little impatient. "The hospital has its own rules. I can't do anything about it. If you really can't get together, just get discharged first." Gue Huaisi couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and they began to fall from the corners of her eyes. She wanted so badly to live. However, she could no longer drag down Mao Tiancheng and this family. "Tiancheng, don't beg him anymore. Let's go home." Gue Huaisi's voice was weak, but extremely firm. But Mao Tiancheng wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Chun Fei. "I'll go and pay it." Fei Chen stood up and spoke calmly. Mao Tiancheng was stunned for a moment and quickly waved his hands. "How can this be so embarrassing, Brother Fei? You have already helped us a lot." Chapter 175, Surgery Fee. Chun Fei patted his shoulder and, without saying anything else, followed the doctor out of the ward. Looking at Fei Chen's departing back, Mao Tiancheng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, nothing came out. He turned to look at his wife, his eyes red again. Fei Chun followed the doctor out of the ward, but his mind was racing. Gue Huaisi's condition is more serious than he imagined, and he must find a suitable kidney as soon as possible. While thinking in his mind, Chun Fei calmly asked the doctor, "Dr. Liu, in this case, does the hospital have any suitable kidneys?" This Dr. Liu's name is Liu Yongchang. He is the director of the nephrology department of this hospital. He has been treating Gue Huaisi for 2 or 3 years and is well aware of the difficulties faced by this young couple. Over the years, he has seen too many patients who gave up treatment because they had no money. He also knew that Mao Tiancheng's conditions were not good, but he never gave up. He felt quite sympathetic towards them, but he was just a doctor and could only do his best. Hearing Chun Fei's question, Liu Yongchang pushed his glasses. Guessing that he had a close relationship with the patient, he spoke carefully. "Yes, it is, but..." He paused. "You know, this kind of thing is very expensive." He didn't say the rest of the words, but Fei Chun understood. The cost of organ transplantation is astronomical for ordinary people. He nodded in understanding. After paying the hospital bill and returning to the ward, Chun Fei heard a piece of news. A young nurse walked into the ward with a smile on her face and spoke to Mao Tiancheng in a cheerful tone. "Xiao Mao, I have good news for you. Your lover is saved." Mao Tiancheng's originally dull eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed the nurse's hand and asked in a trembling voice, "Nurse Li, are you telling the truth?" "My wife." Nurse Li smiled and took out her hand. "Again, it's true. This morning, the hospital admitted a patient who died in a car accident. He signed an organ donation agreement before his death. After comparison, his kidneys are a very high match with your loved ones. I guess Dr. Liu will tell you later." Mao Tiancheng burst into tears of joy and was so excited that he couldn't say a word and just nodded continuously. Gue Huaisi was lying on the hospital bed. A blush appeared on his originally bloodless face, and 2 lines of tears slowly slid down the corners of his eyes. "That's great. That's great." Nurse Li gave Gue Huaisi an foredrip and said a few words of comfort with a smile before leaving. Only then did the ward become quiet. Mao Tiancheng leaned weakly on the chair beside the bed, but there was a rare joy on his face. "Brother Fei, do you think this is a turning point?" He rubbed his rough hands together, his tone still a little uncertain. Fei Chun handed him a cigarette, lit one for himself, and said calmly, "Good things will come to those who are lucky. You and your wife will be fine." Mao Tiancheng nodded vigorously, as if he wanted to engrave this sentence in his mind. Not long after, Dr. Liu, who had taken Chen Fei to pay the bill before, stepped into the ward again. His face was no longer expressionless, but instead had a hint of a smile on it as he spoke to Mao Tianqing. Xiao Mao, good news. Your lover is saved. This morning the hospital admitted a... His subsequent words were almost identical to what Nurse Lee had said before. It was obvious that he had rehearsed these words in his mind countless times. Well, I said before that good fortune will come to those who are lucky. After Dr. Liu left, Mao Tianqing excitedly said to Fei Chun, I told you my wife will be fine. Fei Chun smiled, said nothing, and just looked at him quietly. The smile on Mao Tianqing's face gradually faded, and he asked nervously. Dr. Liu said, we need to get the money together as soon as possible. Brother Fei, how much do you think this surgery will cost? Fei Chun hesitated for a moment and said, I'll have to ask the doctor for details, but... He paused and didn't finish his words, but Mao Tianqing already understood what he meant. The cost of organ transplant surgery is so high that it is unimaginable for families like theirs. It's okay, Brother Fei. I'll go back and scrape together the money. Even if I have to sell everything I have, I'll get it together. Mao Tianqing gritted his teeth. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. I'll go back now and see how much money is left at home. Chen Fei didn't stop him, but just said, I'll go back with you. Mao Tianqing looked at him gratefully, turned around to say hello to his wife, and hurriedly left the hospital with Chen Fei. Returned to Mao Tianqing's house. He didn't bother to greet Chen Fei and started rummaging through the drawers, hoping to find something valuable. Fei Chen noticed that his searching movements were becoming increasingly frantic, with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Damn, why is it just this little? Mao Tianqing slumped on the ground weakly, muttering to himself. Chen Fei looked at Mao Tianqing. He knew that this brother was too embarrassed to ask for a loan. Yes, these days, it is difficult to ask for a loan. It is difficult for both the borrower and the borrower. He took out the bank card he had prepared in the morning from his pocket. He had gone to the bank yesterday to withdraw money from it. There was 1 million in it. Chen Fei picked up the pen and paper on the coffee table, quickly wrote a few words, and put the note onto the bank card. The code is 6 sixes. Treat the disease first. Tell me if it's not enough. After finishing writing, he called out to the inner room. Xiao Mao, I have something to do here. I'll leave first. Good. Mao Tianqing's muffled response came from the inner room, but I didn't know if he could hear it clearly. Chen Fei didn't care and turned to leave Mao Tianqing's house. Mao Tianqing seemed to have made some kind of decision in the room. He took a deep breath and prepared to sell the house. Even if I have to sell everything I have, I will save my wife. He walked out of the room, only to find that Fei Chun had already left, leaving only a note and a bank card on the coffee table. Mao Tianqing picked up the note. The handwriting on it was powerful and carried an unquestionable firmness. The code is 6 sixes. Treat the disease first. Tell me if it's not enough. Just a few words made Mao Tianqing's nose sore, and he almost couldn't hold back his tears. Gratitude, joy, guilt, all kinds of emotions surged in his heart, leaving him speechless for a moment. He took out his cell phone with trembling hands and wanted to call Chen Fei to say something, but after pressing the dial button several times, he finally gave up. Thousands of words were finally condensed into a text message, which was sent out tremblingly. Thanks. As soon as Chen Fei walked out of the community, he received a text message from Mao Tianqing. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Fortunately, this guy was not too stupid and didn't say anything stupid like, I don't want the money. After Chen Fei left, he drove to the south of the city alone. This is a newly developed area, and the flow of people is not that large, but Chen Fei has always wanted to open the first Chen family clinic here. He had passed by there several times before, and since he had nothing to do this afternoon, he decided to come and take a look at the shop. Chapter 176, he is not the one who can make the decision. As soon as he got off the car, Fei Chen noticed that almost all the buildings here were newly built. Most of the shops have for sale signs on them, and the air is filled with a faint smell of paint, indicating the newness of this area. Hello, sir. Are you here to look at the shop? A young girl in a professional suit and delicate makeup came up and asked enthusiastically. Well, I want to see if there's a suitable storefront here. Fei Chen nodded. Great. The new shops we've developed here are all in great locations, with huge potential for future development. What kind of business are you looking to start? As a girl spoke, she skillfully pulled out a brochure from the folder and handed it to Chen Fei. Infirmary. Chen Fei took the brochure and answered simply. A clinic is great, People are paying more and more attention to health these days, so opening a clinic will definitely be a booming business. The girl's eyes lit up, and she began to introduce more enthusiastically. Our storefront has many advantages. First, the location is great, close to several large residential areas, so there's guaranteed foot traffic. Second, transportation is convenient, with a bus stop and subway station right at the door. Listening to the girl's endless introduction, Chun Fei just responded indifferently. His eyes swept across the brochure, and he was not completely convinced by her. How about this? Which shops have you taken a fancy to? I'll take you to have a look. Seeing that Fei Chun didn't seem very interested, the girl suggested. Fei Chun flipped through the brochure and casually pointed at 3 or 4 storefronts that were closer to the front. That's all. Go check it out. Okay, this way, please. Seeing this, the girl immediately took Chun Fei out respectfully. Along the way, as Chun Fei observed, although this area is new, but the popularity is indeed insufficient. Apart from a few scattered workers, there are almost no people to be seen. This is the first storefront. Look, it's very large and has great lighting. The girl pointed to a storefront at the intersection and introduced it enthusiastically. Chun Fei didn't say anything, but just stood by the road, quietly observing the surrounding environment. This location is really good, but Fei Chun frowned slightly. Sir, don't be fooled by the small crowds now. This is a new district. As it develops, it will definitely attract more and more people. By then, it will be hard for your clinic to not be popular here. As if she knew what Chun Fei was going to say, the girl was clearly prepared and explained immediately. Chun Fei did not comment, and then went to see several other shops. The situations were similar. In fact, Chun Fei had anticipated this situation and had done his homework before coming. I know that although this area is well planned, it will definitely lack popularity in the short term. The reason why he asked the girl to take him around was simply to understand the situation more intuitively. Well, what you said makes sense. Chun Fei recalled the 3 storefronts and found that the first one was actually better for him. Then he thought for a moment and pointed to the first door. Well, I'll take another look at the first one and then make a decision. When the girl heard there was a play, she immediately smiled and said, Okay, sir, please come this way. However, when they returned to the first storefront, they found 2 people already standing there. One was a middle-aged man wearing a mink coat and with a beer belly, and the other was a lady dressed up in gorgeous clothes, covered in gold. Fei Chun didn't say anything, but just stood quietly by the side. Seeing this, the girl hurried forward and asked, Sisterly, what are you doing? Oh, Xiaoli. The woman called Sisterly looked the girl up and down, then pointed at Fei Chun with her chin. Is this gentleman also here to see the storefront? Yes, Sisterly, this gentleman is very interested in this storefront, and I'm taking him. Before Xiaoli could finish her words, the woman named Sisterly interrupted her and spoke in a condescending tone. Xiaoli, my client likes this shop. Please take this gentleman to look somewhere else. Xiaoli looked embarrassed and spoke in a whisper. Sister Li, Manager Zhao said that I have priority in selling in this store, so naturally my customers should see it first. Hearing Xiaoli say this, the woman called Sister Li immediately looked up and down at Chun Fei, with disdain flashing in her eyes. Her eyelids, covered in cheap eyeshadow, were almost turned upside down. Hey, Xiaoli, why don't you just tell Manager Zhao that I like him and ask him not to? Having said that, Sister Li deliberately paused for a moment and then spoke in a condescending tone. Why don't you go ask Manager Zhao again? Hearing this, Xiaoli's face turned pale. What else was there that she didn't understand? There are rumors in the company that Sister Li and Manager Zhao are having an affair. If she asked, she would definitely not get any good results, and she might even lose her job. Seeing Xiaoli being humiliated, Sister Li smiled triumphantly. Wearing her high heels and twisting her waist, she went upstairs to look at the house with the man with the big gold chain. Both Fei Chun and Xiaoli noticed it. From beginning to end, Sister Li ignored the lady sitting next to her, as if she didn't exist at all. The lady's face became increasingly grim, but she said nothing. She just sat coldly on the sofa, not saying a word. Madam, Xiaoli was about to ask when she was interrupted by the lady. Don't worry about me, just do your thing, the lady said coldly, with a hint of anger in her tone. Having said that, Xiaoli still professionally found a disposable paper cup. He poured the lady a cup of warm water and placed it in front of her gently. Thanks. The lady nodded slightly to express her gratitude to Xiaoli. Xiaoli forced a slightly apologetic smile, walked up to Chun Fei and whispered, Sir, I'm so sorry. Could you please take a look? It's okay, I'll wait. Fei Chun waved his hand, indicating that he was not in a hurry. He leaned casually against the wall, but his eyes were fixed on the upstairs. Xiaoli didn't understand what was going on. She thought Fei really liked this storefront and wanted to fight for it again. She opened her mouth and wanted to say a few more words of advice, but finally swallowed her words back. After all, the customer is God, and she can't interfere too much. Fei was thinking something completely different. He saw through the subtle relationship between the couple at a glance. The one who can make the decision is not the man who is covered in gold chains but dares not say a word. But it was the lady next to her who seemed calm, but was actually suppressing her anger. Xiaoli, I want this storefront today. Fei Chun withdrew his gaze, his tone calm. Xiaoli was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic, but soon her face became troubled again. Sir, but I know what you want to say. Fei Chun interrupted her before she could finish. But don't worry, you can't make the decision today, and neither can I. Chapter 177 Noblaki. As Fei Chun spoke, he turned his gaze to the noble lady, Rao Yufeng, and smiled slightly. Madam, what do you think? Rao Yufeng obviously didn't expect Chun Fei to suddenly point the finger at her. She was slightly stunned, then regained her cold and arrogant expression and looked Fei Chun up and down. Are you sure? Sure. Fei Chun chuckled. I just think that instead of wasting time on these meaningless disputes, it is better to leave opportunities to those who really need them. Chun Fei said, pulling out a bank card from his pocket and handing it to Xiaoli. Swipe the card. Full payment.